everyone, this is going to be the first half of the Mariah Carey space that I hosted in honor of her anniversary, of course. And this is the part before she came on. So if you want to hear the part on where she came on, then I upload that a separate video because I knew that some of you guys would just be interested in that part, which I completely understand. So that's on the channel. And so there is a second half of this. It wasn't as structured. It was just casual conversation. If you want to hear it, it's going to be on my Twitter at the Anastasia25. And some parts of this were edited out due to requests and also to make it flow better for you all. So like the first 5 minutes was just me waiting for people to come on and stuff. So like I edited it out and just like little things like that. So I hope that you guys enjoy this. I had a fun time hosting it, and now onto the space.
All right, now it's officially 9:05. So I did make a tweet for the rules of the space, and give me a second to find it, and I will put it in the Jumbotron. So here's the rules for today's space. Like I said, this is going to be on my YouTube channel. So if you do want to speak, then just keep that, in mind with what you say and stuff. If you don't want to be on there, completely understandable, but please keep that in mind. Like I already said, keep it classy. This is going to be a fun, respectful decision. Discussion. I can't speak. For a career and such. So like, this is not turning into Stan Wars. I don't have energy for like, save that for another day. I'm so serious. Like, just positivity only good things. Like, I don't have time for that. And I reserve the right to kick anybody off. So if you start saying stuff and it starts getting messy, I will kick you off. I don't care. Like, I don't have time for that. So I do want to state that. And then also, no disrespect towards Mariah will be tolerated. Obviously, it's her anniversary. We love her. She's the queen. So if anybody comes on here and is blatantly disrespecting her, I will kick you off. I don't care. I'm not tolerating that on any day, especially on her anniversary. Like, be freaking for real. Also, just try to do your best not to speak over everybody and such, and to keep your responses like brief and not too detailed. And just, I'm gonna move everyone on throughout the mic who wants to speak and such. So yeah, that's kind of be like the grounds for today's space and whatever. And yeah, so that's the rules. And so let's kind of get into it. So I wanted to start off with asking you guys, like, how did you get into Mariah's music in the first place? I think this is a great topic of discussion. As for myself personally, I always liked her whenever I was like growing up and everything, but I never thought to give her a chance really. And I'm a Ariana Grande fan, and whenever they did the Osana remix, I was like, oh, let me listen to this. I love Ariana, and I love the remix. And I had followed some people on Twitter at the time that liked Mariah and were getting into her and said she was great. And so because of all that, it kind of like piqued my interest on her. And then I started searching her up on Wikipedia and watching interviews. And then I still remember this day, but it was December 17th of 2020. I listened to the first 3 albums that day, and I was like, oh, like she's that girl. Like, I took a screenshot on my phone and I still have it of when I like first listened to her debut album, because I knew like this is it. And yeah, that's actually how I got into listening to her music. I've been listening to her ever since, and that's my story.
Period. We love your story. And then, do you want to go with your story next, Octavia?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, some of you guys already know my story because I told you, but I will keep it brief. I started listening to Mariah when I was 14. I was going through a lot of depression and a lot of things, and the first song I ever listened to was Touch My Body, and that was the start of it all. But what really made it sink in for me was Outside, which I will get the lyrics on my arm soon. But that woman with that song just made it clear for me that I needed to be a lamb. And I'm so thankful for her. So thankful for her. So, yeah. When I became a lamb in 2008.
I love that story. I'm so glad you found Mariah through that way. It's just the best.
Yes, brother. She saved all of
She
us.
did.
All of us.
Exactly. And if y'all don't mind, I'm going to get into my lamb story. So I've always grown up, being familiar with Mariah's music. Of course, like one of the very first songs I remember hearing from Mariah was Breakdown, because like I grew up being raised on R&B and hip hop, especially hip hop. And my dad would always play a lot of hip hop groups like Wu-Tang Clan and Bone Thugs and Harmony. So when Crazy Bone and Wishbone were obviously featured on Mariah's song Breakdown, I obviously heard that song a lot growing up. Like, it was played on constant rotation. So, but I didn't know who Mariah was or what her name was. I all just knew the song Breakdown. And of course, her other, like, big hits like Fantasy, Always Be My Baby, Hero, Heartbreaker, Yeah, like all the big hits. Yeah, and All I Want for Christmas, but I didn't know, Mariah's name at the time. I don't know why my parents or family didn't even mention her name much. They should have, but hey, at least I discovered her once the Emancipation of Mimi era started in 2005. So it was 2005. I was 6 years old. We Belong Together, like during the summer, became a monster hit. Yeah, monster hit #1 for 14 weeks. Like, I remember hearing that song on the radio all the time. And I remember the first time I remember vividly hearing the song on the radio. My mom, it took me and the rest of my family to go get ice cream through like an ice cream drive-through. Yeah, the restaurant was called like Foster's Freeze or something like that. Yeah, so she took us there, and while I think we were on our way, I heard Mariah's song on the radio play. Um, where yeah, the radio station I was listening to, it was a local radio station called 102.7. Um, yeah, like that was a station back in the day. And yeah, I remember them saying, "Hey, make sure to listen to this new song, We Belong Together by Mariah Carey. Get into it." When I heard it for the first time, I was like, wow, like, who is this Mariah lady? Wow, like, she literally has the most captivating voice ever. Like, she has the most gorgeous voice ever. And just great overall. Like, I never could fathom someone singing so amazingly in the way that Mariah did. And yeah, and then of course, once the song finished playing, and once we arrived, to the drive-through, you know, 2.5 KDON. Yeah, they did their outro. They're like, "Oh, you were listening to 1.2, 102.5 KDON, and you were just listening to the monster hit that is We Belong Together." And I was like, "Wow, I gotta keep a lookout for Mariah." And then yeah, so obviously, watched her, on TRL, on the countdowns and all that stuff in the final years that TRL did exist. And yeah, no, like, and I've been, tuning into her music ever since. And of course, elementary was the greatest years of my life, so I got to witness the Emancipation era, Einstein era, and Memoirs era, all in that time. So it was just the best years ever. And yeah, like ever since, I've been um, such a huge lamb. Like, I've been there with her through it all, stuck it out for 18 years. Like, literally, for most of my life, I've known of Mariah and loved of her. Known her music all my life, but, stand her for most of it.
Yes, we love that. So really quickly, I wanted to say, I'm gonna post all these prompts I'm asking on my account. So to those who don't want to speak or whatever, you can quote retweet the tweet in the jumbotron and give your answer. And if you use the hashtags like Happy Anniversary Mariah and Mariah327, that would help a lot because we want to get the space trending. And again, share the space, of course. But I'm gonna do that for like all these prompts, just so if you don't want to speak, you can still share. So yes. And then I'm trying to approve people. There's only so many spots I've done. So RJ, or Queen of Shade, if you guys want to go next, or John, you guys can go, and then I'll move you down so I can move up the night guy because he really wants to speak next.
I'll go real quick. So hi, I'm John. I've been a lamb since 1990. I saw the music video "Love Takes Time" when I was 6, and I fell in love with Mariah. And I have loved Mariah ever since. She, like Octavia said, has saved my life, all of your lives in some way or at some point. I have the song "Close My Eyes" tattooed on my arm. Yeah, I think she's just the greatest, and yeah, I love her. Sorry. But yeah, thanks. Bye.
Of course, thank you so much, John, for sharing. So I'm gonna move. Okay, I think Knight's approved as a speaker. So if you want to go next, um, then you can.
Okay. Just real quick. This is gonna date my age, but I remember listening to Mariah on VH1 and like seeing pop up video and hearing Hero for the first time. And me, I'm a singer, and she definitely is. Helped me vocally, and just seeing how she was just so confident. I can tell that like being being on stage is hard, y'all. Like singing in front of like 100 people is hard. So I can only imagine 1,000 and soldiers and all these different people that she's gotten to sing in front of, and these elite people. So she really inspired me to sing and to pursue music, and so yeah. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
All right, Bianca, do you want to go next?
Hello, darlings. How is everyone?
We're doing good. How are
Thank you,
you?
Bianca.
Fabulous.
How are
It
you?
is an international
What?
holiday. It is the best day, and
Yes, it is.
I love hearing everyone share their stories and their anecdotes. We love all of that. But I just wanted to let everyone know that 1990. It was June. The very first time I laid eyes on her was the Someday music video. The minute I heard her voice, I knew that that was the same voice that sang Vision of Love. The first time I heard that on the radio. So I have been present for every single era in real time. And what an amazing privilege and honor it is to be alive at the same time as this woman. So um, every era has been so amazing and so unique in its own way. And we are the Lambily, and we, just need to continue to shower her with everything that she has given us. So love all of you guys, and it really is a Lambily. It really is a family, and I'm so happy to be a part of it. So happy anniversary to Mariah Day.
Yes, thank you so much for sharing your story. It's interesting because a lot of us started standing or, getting into her at different eras. So I just love asking everybody like what their story is and such.
Yeah, I love hearing all of the different times and the different eras that everyone has caught on and listened to her. I love the children. I love you kids, you younger people. It's amazing to be a fan of hers from the very beginning, and to over the last 30 minutes of her life. All of the new generations and all of the new iterations of how all of you guys are just bringing her forward and forward and forward. It's just so amazing to see, and it makes me feel, brings me back. The nostalgia is amazing. So keep it up, kids, and we love you, we appreciate you, and we enjoy you.
Yes, we love it. Okay, Tatiana, did you want to go next?
Hi everyone. Thank you so much for throwing me on, Anastasia. This is such a honor to talk to you guys. I absolutely want to echo saying it's so much fun listening to all of the different eras where people have jumped on to the Lambily. Um, when I first started loving Mariah was that little black dress that she was wearing at the very first Grammys, and sitting in front of the TV and just being in awe of what is happening when she was singing Vision of Love. I still remember being young and just my jaw was on the ground because I'd never seen that before. And from that day on, I was like, this person is something special. And she turned into such an icon before our eyes. This is so awesome listening to everyone's story, especially when they jump on at Butterfly or Music Box or Emancipation or wherever. It's just so cool to be a part of this whole day. And this is such a wonderful week. And just the fact that Mariah is among the Divas Week, and in my opinion, the epitome of it. So thank you guys so much for letting me talk, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much for talking, Tatiana, and thank you so much, Bianca, as well, for speaking, and Night, and John, and everyone else so far. Yeah, like y'all are so awesome, and thank you so much for sharing your lamb stories, because yeah, like Anastasia said, it's so interesting seeing the different points of life that we all begin standing here, because it's like usually not all the same answers, and it's so interesting. Even if we do hop on that, like different points of life, like we obviously develop the same around like the same love for Mariah, because obviously like how can we, yeah, because like there's no other love that we have for any other person that is Mariah.
Exactly. RJ, would you like to go next, or Queen of Shade?
Yeah, sure. I'll go next. I'm just happy to be here with you guys celebrating Mariah today. Thank you for hosting this, Anastasia. And some of you guys have heard my story, but I'll just go through it quickly. I became a fan in 1995, I remember hearing Fantasy on the radio. The Always Be My Baby music video was like playing in everyone's home. Like you couldn't get away from it. Loved it. I think I even heard Underneath the Stars on the radio. And then because of that, like my dad, we've had like connection with music. So he bought the Fantasy DVD for me. Live at Madison Square Garden. And once I saw that, I was like, this woman is like inhuman. Like just the way she just lifts her hands and the notes come out, and there were so many other songs of her. I'm like, oh wow, she does that one. I know that one. So that concert kind of made me realize how many other songs she had that I knew, but I didn't per se know it was her. And yeah, from that moment on, like she was the goat to me. And the butterfly era, I think, is where that cemented me as a lamb. So that's my story into Landom.
Yes, we love it, RJ.
Period. Now, Queen of Shade, are you ready to tell your story?
Yeah, no problem.
Period.
So first and foremost, happy Mariah Day to all the lambs in the land. So happy the day is finally here. Thank you, Anastasia and Jay and Octavia, for hosting this space. So I've been a fan since the Daydream era. One of my earliest memories of music is listening to Always Be My Baby, like in my aunt's room that I grew up with. I was just blown away. I was about 5 or 6 years old, and yeah, so I've been a fan ever since then, and I've been supporting her all the way. But yeah, just happy to have everyone here.
Exactly. Michelle, you want to go
Period.
next?
Hey guys, good morning. Happy
Good
Mariah Day.
morning.
Happy Mariah Day. I've been a fan since 1990, back in high school. I remember the first time I heard Vision of Love on the radio and then seeing the videos. Um, I wasn't completely sure of myself and who I was at the time, but I saw Mariah and it captivated me, and I instantly became a fan. I was taken by her whole aura. Um, I would say butterfly era turned me into a lamb, and ever since then, my life is all Mariah.
Yes, we love it.
I love that.
Yeah, and I really love that the newer generation is really getting exposed to her and her music, because us older lambs, we already know what she's done and her legendary status, but it's so nice to see her music recycling um, now again. And we're looking forward to new music.
Exactly. Thank you for sharing your story, Michelle. We appreciate that. And of course, thank you, Queen of Shade, for sharing your story as well. And yeah, I agree with that point. It's so crazy like, how Mariah's been able to transcend many different generations and not just stick to one. Like her longevity and power is insane in the music business, in the music scene. Like it really shows you that she can appeal to all demographics, all generations. Not only she appeals to my parents' generation, but my sister's generation as well, who is 7 years older than me, and my generation as well, and of course even people like my niece's generation, who's 11.
All right. Isaiah, would you like to go next? Or anybody else?
Oh, I'm speaker. Hey, what's up, y'all? Uh, I'm Desai. Happy Mariah Day to all the lambs in the land. I remember I became a lamb 10 years ago now? It was 2013, and I heard Always Be My Baby on the radio. And I'm like, huh, I know this song. But I didn't know it was Mariah Carey. I'm like, huh. I always knew who she was. I always knew she was a legend, in the same realm as Whitney or Aretha. But I didn't know, you know, how deep it was. So Fast forward a little later, and I found the Emancipation Mimi album, and I listened to it, and I'm like, oh, I know every song on this album. It's weird. And then I found the Number Ones album, and I heard Vision of Love, and I'm like, this is the same person. Yet, she sounds different, but the power of like just her voice in general, the awe is still so like there. And I listened to every song from the number ones, and then I listened to all her music in chronological order, and I was just like, damn. Ooh, excuse my language, but like, she's just impeccable. She really taught me what good music sounds like. Yeah, there's a lot of good music, great artists out there, but good production, great vocals. It's not really the same when you listen to other people until you hear the greatness that she puts into her music. And then even so, like when you listen to like interviews, it's not just her music, but her spirit is just amazing. So it's just a beautiful day to be a limb.
Yes, we love it. We love it. Scooter, you want to go next?
Uh, sure. Hi, everybody. Happy Mariah Anniversary Day. I was 9 years old. I was a Paula Abdul third grade dancing fool. Went to a Kmart with my mom to buy my sister, who was 5 years older than me, uh, an, a cassette of Mariah Carey. No clue who she was, had no idea, just knew that my sister wanted that for Christmas. So uh, let's just say I ended up with the cassette in my room and became a lamb right then and there in 1990. I got into radio because I vocally I could sing, but I knew nothing would ever happen with that, and so as I grew up, I always wanted to be in radio and play Mariah on the radio. So I had a 14-year career. Met her at Red Rocks during the Charm Bracelet album. So I love our Lambily. I love our family that we've become. I love how Mariah has pulled everybody together. Um, and so I'm just excited to celebrate her today because I'm here and alive, truthfully and honestly, because of songs that people don't know about and they only know the hits. So that's it. That's me. So happy anniversary, everybody.
Okay, FDSNL, do you want to go next, or Jimmy?
Hi everybody. I'm Lim from Indonesia, and yeah, well, I was raised by my grandparents, so I used to listen to older music, and I used to go to like a local cafe with live music with them. And in Indonesia, they love old like ballad, and well, some they are new, and Mariah Carey ballad was so big here. But actually my story started since emancipation era. Well, I was that kid that listening to the radio and recording music to my blank cassette. And yeah, I remember they keep playing It's Like That uh, on the radio since I think it was just released or something. And yeah, I record the song, and then since I don't speak English back then, I bring that cassette to my teacher, my English teacher. And yeah, I bring the cassette to her, and then I asked who's who's singing this song, and then what's the title, and can you just basically write the lyric and translate it for. And she was nice uh to help me. And yeah, after that, I went to the cassette CD store, and then bought the Emancipation CD, and it was my first CD that I purchased myself. um yeah, I guess my journey started from there. But a few years later, I was in my lowest point. Well, family trauma and stuff like that. And then
I just realized I was gay back then, and I remember about Mariah's journey that I read on Wikipedia, and then well, I keep listening to some of her song, and then I think "Can't Take That Away" and "Through the Rain" was that song for me. Yeah, and I'm forever grateful, and I'm a lamb since then.
Yes, we love hearing your story. We love it. We love it. All right. Who would like to go next? Mariah Carey USA or anybody else?
I'll go. That's okay.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so my journey with Mariah, like so many others, I've always grown up knowing her big hits. My mom's a singer. She's always would play her, her big ballads, all her big number ones. Um, I even remember, promo for Charm Bracelet, but for some awful reason it never just stuck with me. I just acknowledged her amazing existence and moved on about my life. But then it wasn't clear until the summer of COVID when I finally just listened to all of her music. Of course, with COVID, it was not a good year. I had, on top of that, lost my grandpa, my paps, my best friend, and I just remember so much of her music just just breaking my heart, building it up again, and just feeling all these emotions. And it was very therapeutic for me. I really needed it during that time to heal and grow. And it just felt like a blessing from the heavens. My grandpa and I were very musical together, so I just felt like it was sent from him. And I just have always been a lamb since then. Yeah, it was way too late in life, unfortunately, but I'll take it where I can get it, and I have just loved her ever since. And happy Mariah Day. I love you all. Love the Lambily. Thank you, Anastasia, Octavia, and Jay. Love you all.
Love you too, Trey. Thank you so much
Love
for
Yes,
you
sharing your
thank
too.
you so
You're
story.
much for
Yeah.
sharing, Trey,
welcome.
of course. All right, so if there's anybody else, this is OC, you can go next for sharing your story, but if there's anyone else that really wants to share, please put your hand up and I'll throw you up for this one. Like any last people, and then we'll move on to the next prompt, okay? So just like raise your hand if you want to speak, like lastly for this, or you guys can just DM me and stuff. Oh wow, there's a lot of people. Okay, so this is OC can go next because he's had his hand raised for a second. So you're next, and then we'll do Mariah Carey USA.
Cool. Thanks, Anastasia. Hope everyone's feeling fine today. So really happy day. It's the end of the day here, but I'm gonna keep the vibes and the festivities until tomorrow. Well, I discovered Mariah pretty late in my life compared to everyone here. I was 15 years old in 2015. I think it was a couple weeks before she released Infinity, like the whole residency in the number one to Infinity thing, and I was watching an episode of Glee because that was my only window to music at the time. I grew up in a religious household that music was not forbidden, but it was not popular within the house. So I listened to. I watched the episode. I listened to them cover. I want to know what love is, and I liked the song, so I YouTube it, and Mariah Carey's music video came, and I listened to it. And by the time she reached the bridge, I was like out out of my mind. The vocal gymnastics that she did, the influence from a lot of cultures, musical cultures that I know, the notes, the changes, the lyrics, even like the way she pronounces them and everything. It's all different. She hit something in me, and I think in a couple weeks I've listened to all of her albums by then, like from Mariah Carey up until Me I'm Mariah, and I was since then I was uh, I'm still am a devoted fan. And her concert in 2015 in Israel was the first and only concert that I have ever been to. I it's a real pride for me that it was the only concert I've been to. I wish I could see her again. Thank you so much for listening, guys.
Of course, thank you so much for sharing your story. We love it.
Period.
All right, next up, we can have Mariah Carey USA go, and then we will have Adrian go.
Hello. Happy Mariah Day. This is a very exciting day. My name is Melissa, and I live in Florida in the States. And I have been a lamb since the first time I heard Mariah in 1993. And, I saw the Thanksgiving special on TV, and I fell in love with her. I thought she was amazing. And nothing like I had ever heard before. I didn't think she sounded like anyone else. I really didn't. I just thought that she was very uniquely her. And I just couldn't get over that somebody had that much beauty and that much talent. And then as I got to see her on interviews and things like that, I realized that she was extremely, extremely intelligent and funny and just a really good person overall. And um, I was just in awe. And I I really don't know where I was in 1990, 1992, because if I would have heard her music when she first came out or during Emotions, I would have just been like, a lamb then. But it happened for me in 93 when I very first heard her. And after that, like every album that came out, her very first single, I was anxiously waiting for the radio to play it, and they kept swearing they were going to play it at this time. And, you just have to wait, wait, wait. It was so frustrating. And back then we had cassette tapes, and we would record the songs on cassettes. And I started collecting all of her singles, and just anything I could get my hands on that was Mariah, I was collecting. And I finally got to see her on tour in 2000 for her Rainbow tour, and I saw her a couple times. And I saw Charm Bracelet and all the hits, and I missed a few, unfortunately. But I mean, she just means so much to me. Just knowing and being like a stan of somebody for that long. And when I first started, I think I was about 11 or 12. Yeah, somewhere around there. And I feel like she really shaped who I am as a person, because I realized that I wanted to be a singer when I heard her, and I would sing along with all of her songs, the hard ones too. And it just, I don't know. I mean, I just felt that was like a thing that I would do. Like I would actually dress up at my trailer, my then trailer, and I would dress up and I would play her concerts on TV, and I would just sing with her the entire thing through as if I was performing my own show. And listening to all the lyrics. And loving her in 93 was one thing, but when she came out with Merry Christmas and then Daydream and then Butterfly, I just was like, she is the gift that just keeps giving. And the lyrics, like, you could hear her grow through each era with her lyrics and her voice, and it was just such a beautiful thing to see and to be a part of. And I had a lot of rough stuff go on in my life, like I'm sure many of you have. And her lyrics said a lot to me. Close My Eyes was mentioned, Outside was mentioned. Those are songs that really helped me through really hard times. And I just feel like Mariah really saved my life, because during my childhood and my teen years, I really had to occupy myself a lot, and I just did that with her music, and I never missed a single when a new single was being released. I never missed it. I remember I was in my active addiction, and I was in a motel room, and I was waiting for my boyfriend to come back with drugs. And I still had a laptop at the time, don't ask me how, and I was sitting there listening to a radio station because they were going to play Obsessed for the very first time. And so I could just remember, all the albums, all the singles, and where I was when I heard them. And to have one person be that big part of your life, and the sad truth is I may never get to ever meet her, and tell her what she means to me. But it's really a privilege and an honor to be a part of this Lambily and be able to talk with you guys and let you guys know what she means to me and hear your stories. I mean, since I've become a member of the Lambily online, my life has just been that much richer. So I thank all of the lambs. I love all of you. I hope I get to know all of you. And happy anniversary, Mariah, wherever you are, whatever you're doing. I hope it's fabulous.
Yes, thank you so much for sharing your story. I
Thank
love
you
hearing
so
everyone's
much.
stories and just like the different situations people have been in and being like, Mariah helped me out of this situation, helped me through this tough time. It's really inspiring. So we appreciate you for sharing. Adrian is next up.
Hey, hello. Happy 327 from the UK. Hi, everybody. Um, wow, so it's amazing listening to some of those stories. It's almost like getting me welling up. And I'm like walking at the moment. So if I drop off, it's because there's a big signal. But anyway, tangent. Um, my first coming into Mariah was in 1990. I was just a wee kid, and my sister had her first job, and she would always be buying 7-inch singles back then when they were, shiny and new. And she brought home a few records, and in one of those was a 7-inch of Vision of Love with the B-side Sent from Up Above. And I remember the first thing was I saw the front cover. And I don't know if anyone's ever seen the film The Lost Boys, but there's a character in it called Star. And I was like obsessed with her. I just thought she was just like this crazy, crazy beautiful, mysterious looking woman in this film. And I remember looking at the front cover and thinking, oh my gosh, she really looks like a star. And then, this is before the record went on. And then, obviously, once my sister put it on, and I just remember hearing that kind of ominous beginning of the song. It's really spooky and mysterious. It kind of fit the brief. Um, and then it went through the song, and I was just like listening to the tone, I was listening to the lower notes. And then obviously it gets to the end. And first of all, I was like, is she whistling? I think I told myself, like, she's whistling. And then she does the long run at the end. And I'm just like, oh my God, people can sing that long and hold that note and do all of that. I was completely floored and then obsessed. And then I would just keep playing that and Circle Up Above constantly over and over again until we could get our hands on the album, the debut. And I'd play that all the live long day. And, it's a bit trickier to kind of get hold of some stuff in the UK back then because she wasn't really as big until the music box era. But I'd follow her music. Tried to go to the Daydream tour, which was the first one in the UK. Was foiled because we were poor, so couldn't manage to get a ticket, and I couldn't find my way to Wembley. So that was a shame. So my first tour was the Butterfly tour, but pretty much throughout most of the 90s, all of the 90s actually, I was a solitary lamb. It wasn't, it wasn't cool to like Mariah, I was kind of, you get bullied and stuff. And, I would, but I'd speak up for her whenever there was anything negative coming out of the press. I'd be like, no, but this is this or whatever. So sometimes I get into arguments and spats with people. I remember doing my music project on Mariah and getting an A-star. So I thank Mariah for helping me in my music. She's inspired me as a writer, as a producer, as a vocal arranger. And I used to sit there staring at her lyrics constantly, scrolling through. And, it's great to see that she was a writer. And, I remember shouting about that early on because people would be like, she doesn't write her own songs. I was like, yes, she does. She writes her own songs. So I'd be like, look at this. I'd be going around with like the little CD case, thing. And then it got to the thousands, obviously the glitter era, and that was when I really, I guess, became part of the true Lambily, and that I started having friends that were into Mariah. I went by myself to the premiere of, I call it the premiere of Glitter. It was like showing in one cinema in central London, and there was like a few people there, and I was like, you get to see Glitter, and they're like, yeah, yeah. And then and then from that we became amazing friends. And then I got opportunities to meet Mariah loads of times during that period. The Top of the Pops, and then into the Charm Bracelet area with what's it called, MTV Presents Mariah Carey. I got a chance to ask her a question, and I might be wrong. Please, someone tell me if I'm wrong, but I might be one. I think I might have been the first person to ask her about being a woman and being a singer-songwriter and a producer in the industry. Don't kill me, don't hate me or whatever if I wasn't. But that whole moment, I would love to have the behind the scenes bits where we were just chatting and laughing and joking. Um, Forward to that into the emancipation era, getting to go to like her anniversary party she had in the UK. And yeah, I mean, there were moments. But anyway, I've gone on forever, and people are like, "Please shut the beat up. We want to talk." So basically, I love the Lambily community. I love the when we're all together in a positive thing. I love how we stand behind her when people say BS about her. But yeah, like all the love to everyone, and yeah, happy 327.
All right. So we still have like I think like 6 more people to go. So yeah, just try to keep it like somewhat brief because we've been talking about this topic forever and I don't want people to get too bored or whatever, and I do want to move on to the next thing. So just try to keep it, nice and short, a minute, 2 minutes, the story really quickly. All up to everybody, of course. I just want to make sure because we have so many different questions I want to get to. So we'll do Chase next.
Thanks, Anastasia. Hey, everyone. Happy anniversary to the Lambily. I'm a little nervous to speak after such beautiful speeches and stories and anecdotes, but I'll keep it a little brief. I've shared my story with Anastasia before, but I think I have. I, like a lot of you in this room, in this space, have had a difficult childhood myself. I was in the foster care system, parental abandonment stuff. And I guess my first memory of Mariah Carey was I was in this tumultuous period of my life. I was, I think, maybe 5 years old, and 4 or 5, and Always Be My Baby was on the television. There was a lot of chaos going on, and for some reason, I just focused on that song, and it just really stuck with me. And throughout my life, Mariah Carey, I always really liked her, but I didn't really become like a true hardened, softened really lamb until college when Touch My Body came out. Everyone in college was playing that song. Like every single person loved that song, and so that piqued my interest in Mariah again. And I remember during winter break, I had to write this really long term paper, and so I flew home to Michigan for winter break. I was up late, really late writing the paper, and decided to take a break. I went on YouTube and was just playing some like Mariah songs, and Breakdown popped up out of nowhere. Thank God for the algorithm. And in the first couple chords, the first beats of that song, my heart like just shattered. My world just like opened in the most beautiful way. I felt like for the first time there was a piece of art or music that could put into words, or to make to something that was real, that could explain what it felt like to be abandoned on such a deep visceral level by people you care about so deeply, and you don't have the language for it. And how she was able to use her voice and the music, it just transported me. And I listened to that song, to Breakdown, like every single day in college. I discovered her discography, Butterfly, was fell in complete love with her music and with her personality, her persona, everything about her. And I think, what I just really love about her as an artist is like what everyone said here, her amazing voice, songwriting abilities, producing abilities, background vocals. She's really has her whole body, soul, heart into her music, is in her music. And, I listen to her every day. She's very therapeutic for me. I mean, there's so many songs: Breakdown, Runway, Through the Rain, At the Roof, so many fun songs, Fantasy, Honey, Touch My Body. So I'll keep it short, but she saved my life in numerous occasions as well. And I think that's such a beautiful thing about her. I haven't, I'm like Adrian. When someone speaks poorly about Mariah in real life, I'll come with some facts about how amazing she actually is, how intelligent she is, how genius she is. And I really believe that she's a gift from God, that she's like the best singer in humanity, and that we've had. And I'm really happy that, she's still with us, and she's still, she's made so much music, and that's another thing I love about her. So all the remixes, yeah. So anyway, happy anniversary to everyone, and yeah, thanks for letting me speak, Anastasia.
Of course.
Thank you, Chase.
And Octavia, thank you.
Me and you have the same story. I was adopted as well, so I can relate to that abandonment. So thank
All
you.
right. So next up, we're gonna do Anthony, and then Hood Riot can speak.
Hey everybody. Yeah, I'm just really enjoying listening to everybody's stories. I'll be brief because I know there's a few people. I actually was another random stumble upon Mariah Lamb. I was like maybe 9 and never bought a CD in my life. And I was in a store and just recently got a CD player and picked up the Music Box album. Completely at random, had no idea who she was. I don't know if I was just attracted to the cover, whatever the situation be. But that's kind of how I became a lamb. So, just completely at random. So I just think that that's a, really cool way to discover somebody. And then one personal note, when I was reading the memoir, my sister was actually diagnosed with a very specific rare type of cancer called bile duct cancer. And when I was reading the memoir, it was right around that same time that she was diagnosed. It was when I read about Mariah's story that her father, Alfred Roy, had that same very rare cancer. So it's just the little things that people that are outside of the Lambily, outside of the fandom, they just don't understand. They'll never get the little connections that we have with her. And, I just think that that's what makes, this group and the Lambily in general just so special. So I just wanted to share that. And happy 327, everybody.
Yes, thanks so much for sharing your story and stuff. It's crazy how many parallels that Mariah's life can have to her own in terms of like similar experiences and stuff like that. So really appreciate you sharing. So next up is gonna be Hood Raya, and then Mariah is next.
Okay, hello. Am I hearable?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So hi, happy anniversary, everybody. Um, so the way I got into Mariah was it was 2013, and I got in trouble with my teacher for fighting somebody in my classroom. So I had to go down to the guidance office, whatever. And I'm just watching all these Beyonce videos back to back, and I'm just like, I just love watching Beyonce versus videos, and I was just like, ooh, who can I put against who? And I was just like, then Mariah came up, and I was just like, who is this beautiful curly-haired woman upon my face? And I was just like, every time they compare the notes back and forth, like, granted, Beyonce is great, everyone's great in their own right, I just love it, but like, it was just something about Mariah that just blew me away. It was just like, oh my gosh, she's growling on these notes, and oh my gosh, she's just hitting the whistles just right after, like nothing. Like she was just sitting there just doing it. So pretty much I was just like, let me go into her discography even more. And then I realized, all the songs touch my body. I didn't even know these songs, like I've been loving you long time, we belong together. I did not know it was her. And then to have the nerve to have a All I Want for Christmas to come around Christmas, like she was already there and I didn't even know it. So like that's how the way I pretty much fell into Mariah, and pretty much everyone loves her songs and how they changed their lives and everything. But like, keep this short and simple. But the other day I was talking about how I didn't know Mariah Carey's music felt like was so deeply embedded with emotions until I started having the emotions myself. The other day I was tweeting about, oh my gosh, like I was listening to Faded in such a different retrospect because I was treated the same way, or Camouflage, or all those songs, and favorite album, Elusive Chanteuse. But like just those little songs, or quote unquote little songs, can mean so much once you go through the situations, and then now you double back on it because you were just listening to it as a listener. Now you're literally eating the words of yourself, and now you have such a different outlook on life and the way you just move around stuff. The same I do with music, the same I do with singing, the same I do with everything. Because all she did was she taught me amazing things. Like a lot of people like write songs, granted, but like Mariah writes songs. Like when have you ever heard somebody that's worked on background vocals the way that woman has worked on background vocals? So I'm just gonna keep my tangent a little short, and yeah, that's it. So that's how I got to Mariah.
Yes, thank you for sharing your story. We love Beyonce. Beyonce, one of the greatest singers of all time. I don't care. If you don't think that, argue with your mother. Like,
Period.
I will not be
Yeah.
debating that, and that's
And
period.
then I'm
Like,
so sorry for like, tuning out of the space. Yeah, quick story. Yeah, like we there were like stray dogs that we had to, bring back to the owners, and that's why like my connection went away for a little bit, but I'm back and here with the lambs.
period, period. All right, next up, we're gonna have Mariah, and then I think lastly, oh, next up Mariah, and then we'll do Butterfly UK, and then lastly it'll be Mariah's Mimi, and then we'll move on to the next question.
Hi guys, happy MC anniversary. So, growing up, I was born in 2002. My parents were Mariah fans, and I was actually named after her. So I knew about her through them, and I've always known about her and liked her. And I don't think I remember a time when I didn't know about her. And growing up, Always Be My Baby was my favorite song and music video of hers. And since me and her are both mixed race and have the same skin complexion, I really identified with her through that and really enjoyed having that kind of representation growing up. So that added another layer of my appreciation and connection towards her. And though I was always a fan of her, in January 2017, I really became more active as a fan in that I really explored her discography further after listening to some live performances in a Twitter thread. And I really did so much more research about her, learned a lot about her, and gained like a whole new level of appreciation, and I'm still learning so much more and discovering so much more about her. So, yeah, thank you.
Yes, thanks so much for sharing your story. Now into Butterfly UK. You still there, Butterfly UK? Okay.
Hello. Hi,
Hello.
Lam. Hi. Yeah, so basically I got into Mariah in 1993, when Music Box album was out. And literally I was just obsessed then, and then literally went out and got obviously the other albums, and then literally like I would buy literally every magazine. And as you say, it's just Mariah as a person and all. She is just so lovely. Obviously I've got to meet her many times, and I know Adrian at that time when I used to go to London, and wait for Mariah for hours. And can you still hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. So literally, like when she was doing Graham Norton, it was like 5 a.m. in the morning, and there was only a couple of us outside the hotel, and like she turned up and she was a bit tipsy, and she's like, "It's 5 a.m." And then like she was literally like chatting for about 10 minutes, and she's just so funny, adorable, and just as I say, Through the Rain saved my life. Can't take that away. Um, just literally her as a person, her music, her lyrics. Um, I love her just so much. She has saved my life. Um, and I'm just happy to be able to talk, and I'm just going to leave it there.
Yes, thanks so much for sharing. I really appreciate that. All right, now I want to move on to the next question. So I wanted to ask everyone, what is your favorite Mariah song? I know this is really, really hard, obviously. So for me, I always tend to go with Underneath the Stars. I think it's just a gorgeous piece. I love the production on there. The lyrics, I think, is some of her best work. Her vocals on there are heavenly. I especially love the version that she did at the Tokyo Dome as well. So whenever I'm pushed, like you have to pick one, I always pick Underneath the Stars. So that's gonna be my pick.
Awesome pick, Anastasia. Like you can never go wrong with Underneath the Stars. One of her best songs, obviously. My favorite song from Mariah. It was so hard for me to choose, but I'm gonna have to say Breakdown because that's like one of the first songs I ever heard from Mariah, and obviously I have such a crazy nostalgic bond to that song. Like I will always have a certain like attachment to it because of growing up around R&B and hip hop and having my dad play that kind of music a lot. So yeah, and also like it's just a great hip hop R&B record. It's just like one of the greatest records of all time. Like she really snapped when she made that song that day. Like whatever was in there that day, I wow, pure excellence.
Okay, is it my turn? Okay, my favorite song is Long Ago because that song is just a bop in itself. And I wished it would have went number one, but everything can't be number one. You know, I play that song like it's water. I play it all the time, so that's one of my picks.
I'm back. What's up? I think my favorite song will probably be One Sweet Day, but just the production, the vocals, and I love Voice of Men. But also, like on a like personal, I think I Wish You Well is like top tier. Like her songwriting in that song cemented her like as like just a songwriter as like the greatest of all time. The way she included the Bible verses, even though I'm not like super duper religious or whatever, but like those two, like just beyond. So yeah.
Yes, I'm loving all the different picks. I love the Long Ago Love, and especially I Wish You Well is still one of my faves, and Jay with Breakdown. So all these picks are good so far. I tweeted the next question. It's on the Jumbotron. If you guys want to quote retweet it, if you don't want to speak, you guys can do that. Please use the hashtag that I included in the tweet and such. And anybody else who would really like to share your favorite Mariah songs, throw your hands up. Because like I said, I will rotate out speakers, so I know to throw you on. All right. This is OC. You can go next. Cool, but before I say whatever I want to say, I don't know if I'm gonna mess up the rules or not. But currently, like today, my favorite song I think is "If It's Over," but it's the Grammys live version. Because if it's like there was no "If It's Over" recording that's like the other. There's always something different in them, and I think today my mood lands on the Grammy performance, 1992 Grammy performance of "If It's Over." Does that count? Yeah, we'll take that. We'll take it. I'm gonna ask later what everyone's live favorite live performance is. So just hold tight, because we definitely will be doing that. I Oh have a lot shit. of questions to ask you guys, of course. But we Sorry love then. that performance. Oh no, don't apologize. That's an iconic performance. We love it. We love it. Adrian can go next.
Oh gosh, it's such a shotgun question, but I have to say, Everything Fades Away. That song just, I think, especially while reading, after reading the memoir and reading other things and interviews about the song, it kind of really clicked because I always had that inkling about that song and its meaning. But particularly for me, the arrangement, the vocal arrangement, particularly when it gets to the ending, the outro is the most exquisite arrangement of layering of vocals and the way it interplays and you've got the different parts going on. That just sends me to a whole other place. So that's for me always my go-to if I have to say my favorite. Is that one? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really good pick. I think the Rarities tracks from that era really showed where she was going with Daydream and such. I love the ending. I love the lyrics. So that's a really awesome pick. So next up, we'll
Luckily, we
do
had that.
Carlos.
Luckily, we had that one on. That was on the European version of Music Box. So for us, it was always just there on
Yeah,
the
it should have
album.
been on.
So
It should have been on.
yeah,
It should have been on the U.S.
should have
Edition of the
been.
album.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know. I
Hell
know
yeah.
about that. That should have been on the U.S. edition, and we should have had "Do You Think of Me" and "Only the Four" on there as well.
Oh god,
So we
yes.
love that. Period. All right, next up is Carlos.
Hi guys, hi Lambs. I'm actually from Nicaragua. I just want to go straight to the questions because y'all already share like a bunch of stories, which I love about how Mariah is so important to y'all's life. So Well, it's that question like it's always really difficult because I think it depends because Mariah has been growing up like and always like getting more mature and adjust to all the eras. So if you ask me like for a favorite song, at least from the 90s, I will have to go with "Always Be My Baby" because like the feeling that it always like transmit and everything, like I will never get it off. And it's just like one of those songs like whenever you listen to it, like it seems or it sounds like a fresh song, like a current song. And that I think I will actually agree with the right. It is like it brings like a lot of songs that I didn't know like that we were going to ever listen to it. And from that album I would definitely choose I Pray. And recently, I will go with you. So I'm sorry that I picked three of them, but at least from the different eras, I have to because it's just such a difficult question. Like whenever like you're trying to decide, it's always gonna be difficult. So thank you and happy anniversary, y'all.
Yes, we love Always Be My Baby, a classic, definitely one of her best songs for sure. And then we can have Mariah go next. And again, if anybody wants to share their favorite, please raise your hand and I will throw you on the mic, of course, because I'm rotating people out.
Did you mean me?
Yes, of course.
Okay. If you'd asked me in the past, I probably would have said "Always Be My Baby," but currently, it always changes. But currently, I'd probably say my favorite Mariah song is between "Honey," the Bad Boy remix, and "The Roof." But to choose just one, I'll maybe go for "Honey," because not only does it sound so nice and so fun, but it almost, to me, it represents her freedom in a way of her being able to more actively express herself through music and through clothing and collabs and such. And I think the Butterfly album as a whole represents that. But with Honey being the first song, although not the remix being the first song, but with the Honey song being the first song on that Butterfly album, I think it really represents those ideas. So yeah, I'll go with the Honey remix.
Period. You have excellent taste. We love it. All right, Chase is next, and then we will do Rick.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, I loved all of your picks. Great taste. I got to say with Breakdown, not to belabor the point, but um, how she, I just wanted to say how she begins a song with like her, like the subdued vocals, like the whispery vocals. It's almost like there's so many deep metaphors and double entendre in that song, like lyrically and vocally, and how she makes it merge, as well as having Bone Thugs and Harmony on the track. I feel like the song is about a person trying to find her voice, and through abandonment and through struggle and through ultimately she has this climax of the song right after the rap verse, and it's like she's wailing and you really feel like wow, you feel like every edge of her voice from the breathy like sing song, how she kind of like I don't want to say it harmonizes, but how she kind of flows with Bone Thugs, and then like her voice gets bigger and changes, and then it like at the end you really feel it, like I said. So that song to me, I've never heard a song like it. Uh, I it's the song that made me really fall in love with her. So yeah, Breakdown. So Jay, I really love your taste.
Thank you. I'm glad you like my taste, and thank you for agreeing with me. That's one of her best songs ever. Like, just so real for that.
Yes, we love Breakdown. Breakdown's definitely one of her best. If you guys want to be a speaker, request because I am switching people out, so I'm trying to make sure it's not just the same people all the time. So if you really do want to speak, then please request me, or you guys can send me a DM because I really want to rotate everyone out. But yes, next we can do Mariah Carey USA.
Hey, okay, this was extremely hard. I never thought that I would ever choose like one Mariah song, and I struggled. So what I did was I chose a ballad that really she just blows me away with her voice in this song. So Blessed from the Emotions album. It's just like probably the most beautiful love song I've ever heard in my life. And her vocals are just, they're insane. Um, and then I also had to pick The Roof. I'm sorry. I know I cheated. The Roof is just flawless, amazing. Her songwriting abilities are just at a peak. And the video was amazing. Like all The Roof, 100%. I love that song. So sorry, I had to choose a belting song and then like a more R&B type.
Yeah, So Blessed is a really interesting pick. It's very underrated, especially the whole Emotions album is very underrated, especially with songs like The Wind and Till the End of Time and such. So, really interesting picks. We love it. Next up, we'll do Rick. And then after that, we will have Ronnie step up to the mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
All
you.
right. Hey, Anastasia, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well. Firstly, thank you for putting on this space. Hello, Lambily. How are everyone doing for this wonderful day? Um, okay, so I can't pick my favorite song, but one song that I have been going back to a lot lately is from Me I Am Mariah, the Elusive Chanteuse, the album that, people be playing with. Let's stop it. It came out on my birthday, May 27th. Um, it's a record called Camouflage on there. I camouflage my tears. Like, come on, stop playing. I just love when Mariah just lets her pen just really go. Like, and I really like that song. But yeah, that's all I had to say. Thank you again for hosting this space. You're doing great. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much for that pick, Rick. We really appreciate that and love for the Mia and Mariah album because that's very underrated in her discography, and I do not tolerate slander for it. So we love that, Rick. Next up, we're gonna do Ronnie.
Hey Lambs, Ronnie here from New York. If I had to pick my favorite song, and it's actually been my all-time favorite song since, its release, I would have to say When I Saw You. And I'm sorry if it was already said. I'm not sure if it was already said, but that song, like if you've ever been in love, it seriously just sums up every feeling you've ever had. Like especially if you just met that person, or if you're even missing that person. That's honestly, and I also think it's one of like her hardest songs to sing. As simple as it is, just the way she sings it, it sounds like she doesn't take any breaths at all. I just think that song's like one of her most beautiful moments. So When I Saw You.
Thank you for choosing that song. Yeah, definitely a song that I don't see a lot of Lambs answer. So yeah, like it's definitely a beautiful song that I love to hear as well.
Thanks.
Yes. All right. Next up, we're gonna do Miss Afrosephone.
Oh my God, you said it right. Period. Thank you. So hi, Lambs. Hi, Lambily. What's going on? Miss Afro Stephanie from
Hey.
New York. Um, I I probably maybe a little bit older than a lot of you, but I've been listening to Mariah since I was 7 years old. Like when I think my first video memory of her was listening to Music Box in my dad's car, and that particular song has resonated with me so much because it's one of my favorite. um, it was my introduction to Mariah. Visually, it was Honey, obviously, because like, what else were you doing in 1997? Like, come on now. But I think the song that resonates with me the most, I don't know if it's already been said, but it's gotten me through really hard times, but it's Till the End of Time, the Emotions album. Like when I say that song is a journey from beginning to end, production to layered vocals, from the intention to the climax. Like it is by far the most well composed of Mariah's songs, and I have quite a few of those that I love. But Till the End of Time, especially like, as of recent, because I've been going through some turbulent times in my own relationship, darling. And like, it's been really helping me kind of like, mitigate my feelings, get them out. And so that song, even though like I have a ton of favorites, that one is particularly on my heart. So thank you, Lambs. Happy
Of course.
anniversary to Queen Mother.
Exactly. Thank you for sharing.
Yes.
I
We
appreciate
love
you,
it
you know,
till the end
telling
of
us.
time appreciation. I was just
Such an
appreciating the song
underrated
a few
song.
seconds ago. So like you have excellent taste. I love how it like fades in and like the build up. It's so ridiculously underrated. So you have taste. We love it. We love it.
Exactly. And I love that, you know, the song's helping you, you know, through the, you know, time that you're going through. Because also music, Mariah's music in general is very therapeutic, but that song specifically, I'm glad you mentioned that example. Like, it's just, like Anastasia said, very underrated, like, deserves more love in the Lambily land. Like, it's insane.
Yes,
Yes, we love it.
absolutely. Thank you guys so much for having this space.
Of course, we had to have a moment to appreciate Mariah and her anniversary, so we had to do it for her, of course. All right, next. I don't know how to pronounce this username. I'm not going to attempt to, but it's the one that has Kingdom in it. You're a speaker, so if you would like to go next, and then we can do Chris.
Alrighty, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak on here. I'm a really indecisive person, especially when it comes to music, but the one song that kept coming up in my head of all of the ones that Mariah has released, I would definitely have to say Breakdown. I know it was already discussed with two other speakers here, and I completely agree with what each of them had to say about it. I would just like to mention that I knew it was the one that I loved the most simply because of my reaction to it when I first heard it. I believe it was Jay who said, those first chords that we hear at the beginning of the song are just very impactful. They really transition the mindset that you have from wherever you are into the mindset of the song. I love the subtlety in her singing in the beginning, and then I love how she expresses herself dynamically with her acrobatic vocals towards the end of the track. I love the very consistent melodies and rhythms through the production, going with the piano and the bass and the beat. I love it. I love that mix between pop, R&B, and hip hop. I think it's really well done. Very beautiful lyrically as well. So yeah, that's all I would have to say on that. As I believe the other two speakers very much did cover what I would have liked to say. Thank you so much.
Yes, we love Breakdown praise. It, like I said, it's one of our best, so I love appreciation for Breakdown. We really love to see it. All right, next up is going to be Chris, and then I think we'll do RJ.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me in your festive anniversary space. I would like to send love to all of you, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak up and share my word. So, I actually love a lot of Mariah's, like, pretty much her whole discography is unmatched, and we can all agree on that. But what I actually really been in love with is the song Yours from Charm Bracelet. I mean, I don't know if it has been previously discussed in the space because I joined quite recently, but I feel like that song has like it has such a deep meaning, and it's just lyrically speaking very well done. It's such a cute little song that she's done, and overall Charm Bracelet the album has um like it's very lyrical, and the songs are quite well done. Some dislike it, I don't know why, but I genuinely love it. It's just so I could listen to it again and again and again. I wouldn't get tired. It's so mesmerizing. What are your thoughts on this?
We love yours. That's one of the best songs on Charm Bracelet. So you have excellent taste. You already know. You already know. So we love to hear that. Next up we'll do RJ, and then we can do Michaela.
Hey guys, I just want to say hi to all the New York Lambily in here. I'm glad that you're all showing up. And I always say if I have to pick, I'm gonna go with Anytime You Need a Friend, just because I guess I feel like Mariah's music can be a friend to you, and can be there for you, and that song has got me through. And that vocal performance, the remixes, I could go on, but I think you guys get my point. Love that song. And then honorable mentions to the songs that saved my life and continue to, like Close My Eyes, Petals, Through the Rain, Butterfly, Make It Happen. Yeah, there's too many, but I will go with Anytime You Need a Friend.
Yes, that's one of the best songs on the Music Box album. If not, like, that's probably the best song on that album. So I appreciate that and her gospel work so much, RJ. So we love that choice and the honorable mentions. Excellent taste. And next up, we'll do Michaela. You still there, Michaela? All right, hopefully she comes back. Okay, who do we can do Miguel and then we'll do Will next.
Yeah. I got. Hey, good afternoon, guys. Good. Well, it is afternoon. Hey, good afternoon, guys. I have to say, you guys, oh my land, you're so fucking gorgeous. Everyone in this space, you're celebrating the queen of vocals, queen of everything, producing, songwriting, one of the greatest person not to grace the planet Earth, and on top of that, she's gorgeous. You know, you can't forget that too. Um, One of my personal favorite album, I have to say, is Butterfly. Love, 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 love Butterfly. Um, Breakdown and Baby Doll is those. I mean, for now that's what I'm really digging right now. I love the whole album, but right now that's the type of vibe I'm on right now. Is Breakdown and Baby Doll because vocally the way she takes it on both songs and how she just do be with her background vocals, she's a fucking genius. I'm just so I don't understand how people don't give her the cred that she's due. She and Little Kim is one of the most disrespected legends on the world in the world, and I feel like people talk trash about them, and and it's so sad while they're here, they're doing this, but when they're gone, those same fake people is gonna like, oh, I love your music. I think you're phenomenal. You're great. And one thing I don't do is like being the person that shows fake love. I love showing real love. I'm gonna show it to you while you're alive, while you're living. I'm showing you that I appreciate you, and I truly appreciate her because she has gotten through a lot of hard times and good and tough times, and I appreciate her. And when I lost my brother, Bye 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 got me through. She's just a phenomenal artist. You feel me? All around, and I hope people see that. You feel me?
Yes, of course. We love appreciation for the Butterfly album. So next up we'll do Will and then we'll have Michaela.
Hello. I'm currently at work right now, but I'm on lunch, so I'll make it quick. Anyway, so my favorite song, it changes it sometimes, but right now it's irresistible. Something about that Ice Cube sample, you know how we do it, y'all don't know nothing about irresistible. But that's my favorite. Such a beautiful song, beautiful lyrics, the harmonies, the lyrics, just everything. So, y'all have a nice day.
Yes, we love more charm bracelet appreciation. And now on to Michaela.
Hey everyone, I just wanted to first of all say that Mariah Carey is the closest to God that any of us are going to see in real life. And that's not me being like a fan, like, this is actually for real. Like, this type of talent is once in a lifetime, period. Also, piggybacking off of what Miguel said, I agree 100%. Like, we are on the right side of history because guess what? Whenever that unfortunate day comes, and we're not going to speak on it, but people are going to act brand new and be like, no, Mariah Carey, she was such a legend. And it's like, yeah, and y'all weren't giving her respect while she was still here. Like, it's crazy that they put her on such a pedestal. And like, if she even breathes wrong, they try to discredit her entire, like, what, 40 years of work she's put in. So yeah, shout out to Mariah for literally coming from nothing and completely flipping her situation around. Like, this whole diva thing that people try to put on her, it couldn't be farther from the truth. Like, she really was from the streets. Like, she was so poor, it's crazy. She had a mother who didn't like her. It's everybody was trying to tear her down. Like, her mom was her op, like, you know what I'm saying. Also, I just want to say, like, charm bracelet, I love you so much. You're so iconic. One day we will get some merch for you, hopefully, and period.
Yes, I love how you did all of that just to not say your favorite song, Michaela.
Wait, okay. No, no, no. I actually put it in the chat like an hour ago, but my favorite is Mariah's theme. Like, it's just so raw and like It takes my breath away when I listen to it. It's just unbelievable. But every song that she does is like that. But wow, Mariah's theme is just goated.
Period. One of Mariah's best songs and most inspirational songs ever, and that is also one of my favorites too.
Yes, excellent taste. That's probably the best song on the Rainbow album. One of my favorites, probably a top 10 Mariah song for me. And then next up, we can do Baddest Summers.
Hey,
Hello.
hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can
Hi,
hear
Yeah, we
you.
can.
Queen. How are
Welcome.
you?
I'm finding you.
We good.
So my name is Riley Parks. I come from downtown LA, and I would say that my favorite song from Maria will be "We Belong Together" because it has been a song that has gotten me so many things in my life, and Maria, she's just so iconic, and to see another Black woman with all the success that she has, it has just been uplifting me as a child, as a colored woman, either. So yeah.
Yes, what a smash hit that We Belong Together was. We appreciate that song, of course. One of her most iconic records. Next up, we'll do Carlo, and then we'll do Sal.
Okay.
Hello, good morning. Happy anniversary, Labs.
Morning.
Yeah, it's very exciting to share the Queen's anniversary to my fellow Lambs. First off, I'm from the Philippines and I'm a Lamb since the 90s.
Period. Okay,
Yeah.
Philippines, let's go.
And the Butterfly album resonated with me. As a queer Filipino guy, it helped me with a lot of difficult moments in my life. Having said that, most of my uh, Mariah songs are from that album. But of course, I love her whole discography. Close My Eyes, Outside, Whenever You Call are my absolute favorites. And then Breakdown in the Roof are, I think, so ahead of its time. And it influenced a lot of what pop R&B is today. And then Everything Fades Away, Languishing, Portrait are my go-to songs when I feel like shit. So there, again, thank you for the opportunity to talk and happy anniversary again, guys. Thank you.
Yes, of course, we love those picks. Iconic, iconic. And next up, we'll have Sal.
Thank you, thank you. I just want to say this really quick because I'm on the call right now for work. But I just want to say, been a lamb for many years, seen Mariah 6 times, love her, love her. But I just want to say to the lambs as a collective, this woman, like, you will have a realization. I'm not sure how old everyone is. I'm in my mid 20s, but I just want to give you forewarning. Wait until you go through serious seasons of your life, because I went through like my first major breakup, very long term relationship, and this bitch really had me by the throat. She had me by the neck. You think you know these songs, and then you go back and listen to them, and you are effing gagged. Like, I have never really like reached for memoirs. I mean, I loved it, but that has brought me such new meaning. Same with Equals MC Squared. I mean, all of them. So yeah, love Mariah. Happy anniversary. And I just want to say to all the lambs, just wait until you go through it, because she'll have you by the throat. You'll be singing Hate You for fun, and then next thing you know, you'll be like weeping, like, oh my god, this woman knows. She truly writes for every single aspect of the human experience. And it's really earth shattering when you go through it and you're like, wow, she wrote this just for me. So love you all. Happy anniversary. You guys are all great. Love your page, Anastasia. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly or if it's
Anastasia.
Anastasia. Anastasia. Love your page, and I love you all. So thanks, lambs.
Thank you for
Yes, thanks
speaking,
so
Yes.
much.
Sal. I
We
appreciate you
appreciate
sharing
you.
your favorite songs. And of course, I
Yeah.
relate to that sentiment of, like using Mariah, to help me get through like, breakups, heartbreak. Because when I went through my first breakup, heartbreak, oh my God, I was a wreck. I was, singing Hate You, My All, We Belong Together. Like, I was going through it all, but Mariah had soundtracks to that, like, disastrous point in my life. And I appreciate my queen for that.
Yes, Michaela had something she wanted to say.
First of all, it's the fact that she has a song for every occasion. Like, she couldn't be basic if she tried. Sad for the girls, not sad for us. But I was actually wondering, for the other lambs, do y'all have a Mariah song that you listened to and you were like, oh, it's okay, like it's an okay song, but then afterwards you fell in love with it hard? Like, for me, it's Cry Baby, which, like, yes, I know. But do y'all have any songs like that?
Thank God that grew on you, Michaela. I had to do so much convincing. Oh my gosh.
Literally, it was a full-time job at one point. Like, you would check in and be like, okay, girl, how's the rainbow? How's Daydream? I'm like, I'm doing good. Like,
Michaela, to answer your question, I do have one. Side effects. It had to grow on me, but now I understand. Now I play it a lot. I was like, God, she was really going through it. I was like crying and like, oh my God, like that song grew on me. So yeah.
Yes. Okay, so next we have Miss Afrosephone who wants to speak, and then we'll do Chris.
Yeah, I just want to really jump in real quick because I wanted to respond to two things. For the person who is in their mid 20s talking about like wait till you or break up, as somebody in their 30s, wait until you made your life happens, like a major death in the family or a major like life change, then you'll see the real impact of like her whole discography, because her whole discography will then make sense, not just select songs or select albums, like, but the whole thing will apply some way somehow. um so yeah, wait till y'all get a little bit older. And to
I'm
answer the,
scared.
don't be scared, don't be scared,
she's
it's
here to
life,
guide
that's what
you. Mariah's
happens.
here to help you through it.
You're right. You're right.
Exactly. Like,
Yeah,
Mariah is like that crux. Like, don't worry about that. And like,
period.
shoot, like, like, and my old ass can say, yes, this is absolutely true. So you are absolutely right. And before I, like, take up too much time, but to answer your question, it has to be a more recent song, actually, eighth grade. Eighth grade, it took me a little bit to get into it, but once you get into it, she's that girl. She's totally that girl. Yes, and I'll just defer to the next speaker.
Eighth Grade is a classic, one of the best songs off Caution. No cap. But for me, I think an underrated song would probably be The Beautiful Ones. And I didn't really, like, I know, it's a cover and all, so it's usually further down people's list of her songs. But I didn't really, like, realize how masterful she handled it until I, like, just, like, it was way after I heard Butterfly in its totality. But, like, when I got older, I was just in my room, Spotify was on my PS5, and I'm just like, huh. And then, like, the Butterfly Reprise ends, and like the final beats of the reprise, kicks in, and then Beautiful One starts, and it's just like it's she, like, it's I can't even know what to say. It's just genius. Like, Prince is great, but she really made it her own, and yeah.
Period. We love that answer. The Beautiful Ones is such an
Yeah.
underrated song on the Butterfly album. And if y'all don't mind
Mhm.
quickly, I forgot to give my answer for a song that took a while to grow on me. And for me, it was Meteorite on Me I Am, Mariah. Like, I don't know why. It's just the song didn't gel with me for like the first like 4 or 5 years, like, after, like, when it got released, and then after, like, but all of a sudden, like 4 or 5 years later, I caught myself singing to Meteorite for no reason. I'm like, wait, why am I singing this? I'm not supposed to like this. What is this? But then I realized, oh wow, this song is great after all. Like, there are many great components to it, and I was just, someone that didn't see the vision at the time. But hey, I see it now, and I realize it's such a cunty, fabulous song, and it's just, I just love how much of a superstar I feel every time, like, I sing the song, dance the song. Like, just, it's a song that I rely on whenever I need a confidence boost. Because Mariah
Finally,
will
you
always
got
have
taste, Jay. Thank God, because I
been
worked so
having
hard to get
taste,
that
but
song to you, and thank
oh no
God,
no, I
like
told you, no, I told
it
you,
was
no, like,
looking rough. Like,
no, I started liking it, 3 or 4 years ago. I already told you, Anastasia, but, like, I used to not be into it.
well,
But yeah,
okay. So I wanted to say that I think Chris is next for sharing something else. So we'll do Chris next, and then we can ask the next question about Mariah songs that grew on you or whatever. I think there's a few people that wanted to answer the last question maybe that I want to get to first. So Chris is next, and then we'll do Rick.
Yes, hey, thank you for passing the mic. So I did want to add that what's Sal, I think, and Miss wait, I forgot the Miss Afrophone. Sorry, I cannot really pronounce the name. Um
Afrosephone.
Afrosephone, yes. English wasn't really my first language, but thank you. I really appreciate it. So, they were quite right about what they said. I mean, I might not be very old, and I might not have been through enough yet, but I, used to sleep on albums like Memoirs back then, and then I got into my first like teenage love quite late. So now I will be in my 20s, and I, used to sleep on that album, and then I, randomly came home and I was like, okay, so what's a really good like breakup album? And let's just dive like into Mariah's discography. And I was like, okay. And I started listening to her album, and I was like, damn, wait, let me hear this again because, yeah, let me just take a look at the lyrics. And then I realized, wow, like this lady right here, this genius woman of music, she's like, as somebody said, the Marie Curie of music, this pioneer has like she has written like so many songs that go with so what was that? That go with like such I don't know like serious they talk about serious topics, and it's just so scary how accurate they are, and how accurate like it hits so fucking close. And I was just very shocked. And then that's when like albums like Charm Bracelet or Memoirs grew on me, and I started liking them more and more for their deep lyricism, and also for their productions, because they're strong R&B influenced albums, and I really really like that. It's really nice. And as well, me, I am Mariah. I really started loving that album. It was like my least streamed, and now it's one of like my most streamed albums. So
Yes, we love that. We love that. Next up is going to be Rick.
Hey. So I wanted to answer the question about the songs that grew on me. Shout out to you, Jay, for Meteorite, cause like, come on, like, be for real. And I feel like that song is even more fresh today than it was then, with like the whole resurgence of like the '80s sound and '70s and disco and all of that. Like, that song could really go today. But y'all may whack me, and I don't care. Migrate is my. I don't want to curse, but Migrate is my song. Y'all just don't like to have fun. Y'all just don't get it. Like, one thing I love about Mariah is
You got tape.
Mariah. And come on now, let's take us back to
She should have put out a video and
okay, come
make it a single.
on.
That shit
Like,
was
y'all got
fire.
y'all got
I'm
to
with you
come
on
back
that.
with us to 2008 when T-Pain was that guy. Like, come on now. And one thing I love about Mariah is Mariah loves to have fun, y'all. Like, this is the same woman that made GTFO. Like, be for real. This is the same woman that said these chickens is ash and I'm lotion. Like, she like to have fun. So, Migrate. If y'all ain't ran that one back, run it back and just have fun with it. But yeah, thank you, Jay. Thank you, Octavia again, Anastasia again. Thank you so much.
Of course. Thank you so much for sharing your answer. I appreciate that. And of course, Migrate is such a bop, and I'm tired of people sleeping on it because honestly, it's hit worthy material. Like
Yes,
it's
one of my
definitely perfect for
favorites.
the club. And yeah, like let's manifest that it receives a TikTok resurgence.
And thank you for
Yeah.
coming. Thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate that. As far as like a song that grew on me, I mean, there's been like songs that I've liked, and I'm like, oh, this is a great record, and then I'm like, oh, this is one of my favorites. That's what happened to me long ago. Like, I always liked it, but now I'm like, that's one of my favorite songs in Daydream. Um, Maybe I could say like Reflections off of Glitter. I definitely appreciate that way more than I used to. So something like that, like songs like that, I would say. But yeah, I put that question on the Jumbotron. So again, if you guys want to quote retweet it, hit it up with those hashtags and answer that, then we can definitely do that for sure. But raise your hand if anybody wants to speak for songs that really grew on them, so I can add you guys to the mic, of course, because I want to hear everybody's thoughts on this because it's a great question. So I see Mariah raising her hand first, so you can be up next.
Okay, so it's not like
with this song, it's not like I listened to it first and then it had to grow on me. It's that I saw it talked about in like the Lambily like discourse. So the song is The Roof. And I saw everyone like talking about it. And I never really got around to listening to it until a few years ago. And when I listened to it, literally I had to pause it and walk away because I was like, Mariah, that was like a little bit too good for my ears. Like that was just amazing. All her songs are amazing, but that song like blew me away. And so I was really annoyed at myself for not listening to it earlier and for like postponing it. So I know it doesn't really answer that question, but it's just a song that I didn't really listen to until like a few years ago, and I just loved it straight away.
Yes, we
Great
love
taste.
that.
Great taste. It's a very poetic song. I feel like if you like poetry, I feel like that's the type of vibe it gives, like a very poetic type of sultry type of
Yeah.
song. So great taste.
One of my favorites as well. Thank you.
Yes, we love
Mariah.
it. We love it. All right, next up we will do Mariah Carey USA, and then Chase is next.
For me, mine is Hate You off of the Memoirs album. It just, I don't know, I didn't really like it at first. And then I kept playing the album and I found myself wanting to play Hate You again, even after the album was done. And I was like a little taken aback because it was one that I wasn't really thrilled with. But after playing it and really hearing it, and I don't know. It's just a really, really, really great song, but it was a little bit missed on me at first. And yeah, I'm just glad that it finally that I finally woke up or my ears woke up or something because I love it now and I play it a lot.
Yes, Hate You is one of my favorite songs on the Memoirs album. I think the vocal layering and the production is amazing. So I definitely love that one. So next up we'll do Chase, and then we will do Recipe.
Thank you. Yeah, I love Hate You. So two songs I think. More Than Just Friends. It took me a couple years to really fall in love with that song for some reason, but I would say that. And also, uh, Don't Kill Me. This is kind of blasphemy. The original Thank God I Found You. I always loved the remix of Joe, the video, Mariah Carey's hair. But I actually recently started falling in love again with the original with 98 Degrees and Joe. So that's my answer. Those two songs. Thank you.
Yes, really interesting picks, Chase. Next up is gonna be Recipe, and then we'll do Miguel.
Yeah. Okay. So this might be like a bit controversial, but like to me, the art of letting go. Like I listened to it like first time and I was like, oh okay. But then I listened to it again and I was like, oh, like she was angry. Like she had something to get off her chest. And then she went to the studio, sang the thing, wrote the song, and then like left. And that song to me, like to this day, like it does things to me that like I can like somehow for some reason I can relate to like 110%. So definitely like it's a very like an underrated jam.
Yes, that song is so powerful on the Me I Am Mariah album. It should have made a standard edition, but that's a combo for a different day. We love it. Next up's gonna be Miguel, and then we'll do Bianca.
I'm next.
Yes.
Um, you said what's a song that grows on me, right?
Yeah, a song that you didn't really appreciate as much, and then it grew on you.
What have you guys heard of Heat?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's
Have
I
we
wasn't
heard of
really
Heat?
yeah, like that wasn't really something that I was totally into, and it's probably one of the least favorite on EMC Square. Don't hate me, don't bash me, don't say you cut me out of the lambs now, but yeah, I wasn't really feeling it at first. I learned to
Yeah, you
appreciate
know
it
what? You
afterwards.
kind of spilled a lot with that one because now that you say that, I'm remembering that too. Because I remember seeing that for people using it for like edits on Twitter. And so it took a little bit, like it took a second for me to get it, and I think it was that, and also for real. But I really like both of those songs, so I think those were definitely growers for me. So next up, we'll have Bianca.
Hello again, darlings.
I just have to say to all of the Lameleys who have mentioned their age and have talked about how Mariah's music has sort of been there during very important and imperative times in their life. And you guys are making me chuckle because I'm probably older than everyone in this entire room. And, but what you have said is absolutely true, especially with Miss Miss Afrosephone. I'm actually I have a decade on you, darling. So I think that when you are dealing with things that happen in your life, seeking solace in Mariah's music is something we all have in common. And for you young kids, when you guys get up into your ages, songs will take on different meanings and they will grow with you and they'll be there for you. And that's one of the beautiful things about being a part of the Lambily and about having that amazing connection with Mariah and her music. So, you know, I've been listening this whole time. I can't believe I've been standing here listening for all this time, but it's just amazing to hear you guys talk about Mariah and keep everything up and alive. But I absolutely cannot choose a favorite song. I have been listening to her since 1990 and when I was a young kid, and so there is absolutely no way I can choose a favorite. But you know, I will say that after experiencing some life moments, the Memoirs of an Imperfect Angel album, every single song from start to finish literally happened to me in real time as that album was released and as that whole era unfolded. So that is so from Angel's Cry to Hate You, Bet You Gonna Know literally happened to me. So her music is a lifeline, and I'm sure all of you guys can relate in your own ways. And but love y'all, appreciate you, and thanks for letting me chat.
Of course,
Of
thank you for
course, of
speaking,
course.
Bianca. Like we appreciate you sharing, like your lamb story, like I said, yeah, like and of course how you relate to Mariah's music, especially as you were going through it simultaneously as you were hearing it. It's like, yeah, like you said, it's insane, like how like we can have like Mariah's music there as a soundtrack to our lives, especially as we're going through those life events simultaneously. It's like, wow, she really wrote it for us.
Yes. So next up, we will have Queen of Shade, and then we'll do RJ. And then again, if you want to speak, please raise your hand right now so I can throw you up on the mic, of course.
Period.
Yeah, so my favorite song by Mariah of all time would have to be Always Be My Baby. I know Anastasia and most of you guys already know this, but um, it's just the song, like I said, that it's my first memory of music growing up when I was around 5 or 6. I feel like it's like pop perfection, and it's just after all these years, it still remains my favorite song by her.
Yes, we love that song. It's a classic, one of her best, and one song I never tire of hearing her perform live.
Exactly. It
So
will always
we
be a
love that
forever
for you.
certified cultural classic.
Yes. All right. Next up's going to be RJ.
Yeah, so echoing off of what everyone else said, like once you go through it, you you then relate. Like, and I have to say, and don't hate me for this, but I've said like Me I Am Mariah was the only album that like really had to grow on me where I wasn't remembering the songs and lyrics. But then again, I was going through it at that time, so maybe it was a hard listen for me. But songs like Camouflage, that grew on me, and when you listen to those lyrics and you've been through it, like that song is heartbreaking and her pen game is impeccable. And I mean that can even speak to just the genius of Mariah, and that I feel that she was so ahead of her time with Me I Am Mariah. So that's part of it too, is like you play that album today and it is fresh. Like Faded, songs like that could be on the radio now. So I'm gonna go with Camouflage.
Yes, Camouflage is a great record. I really like that one. I mean, Me I Am Mariah's album is really great. So I appreciate that from you, RJ, of course. And then next up, we will have Hannah step up to the mic.
Hi, I actually want to second that. Camouflage is an amazing song. But what song really grew on me
was Music Box. When I first heard that song, I don't know, I just wasn't in love with it. But then listening it over the years was just like the melody, the lyrics, everything just kind of fit all up in one. So I'd definitely say Music Box is one of the songs that grew on me.
Yes, we love that song. That is such a gorgeous record, and I remember seeing an interview of her, and she was basically saying something about they were playing like the soundboard or whatever, and the sound was called Music Box, so that's why the song was named that. So I thought that that was cool, but that's a gorgeous, gorgeous record, very lush. So we love it. And Queen of Shade wanted to come back on because he wanted to answer the question about a song that grew on him.
Yeah, sorry guys. I was still on the last question about the favorite Mariah song. I totally answered the wrong question. Just quickly, the song I feel like that grew on me the most that I didn't like upon first listen would have to be One More Again on the Caution album. Um, I don't know. I loved the whole album, but I felt like One More Again was kind of like filler in my opinion the first like few times I listened to it, but now like today it's like one of my favorite songs on the album. So yeah, I definitely have to go with One More Again.
Yes, yes, that's a really great song on the album. So we appreciate that record. I mean, Caution itself, I think Caution's like a modern classic, and I don't think it gets the respect that it deserves. It definitely should have got more, but that's a different convo. So next up, we will have Kingdom to speak on. So we're asking like, what's a Mariah song that maybe you didn't, appreciate at first, but now it's like really grew on you.
Sorry, I'm next, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I would have to say the song that I didn't really like at first, but that definitely grew on me was one from the Emotions album, and it's Let Me Go. I just really appreciate the way that well, at first when I heard it, I thought it was kind of mellow, kind of like a song that was dragging on a little bit with the way that the melody was taking place. But then the more I listened to it, the more I understood that that was kind of the intention. The way that the melody was a little dragged out and the singing was purposely a little subdued, so that towards the end the vocals kind of went off, which I really like. And now I appreciate them more because when you look at the lyrics, it's this person who's frustrated, of course, and towards the end of the song they finally stop trying to be, calm about it, and they kind of let their frustrations about this relationship in the middle of turmoil out. So that's what those ad libs represent towards the end. I absolutely love that storytelling now. I think it's a really great song, one of my favorites from that album. So that would be the song that I would say is a grower for me.
Very interesting pick. Very interesting pick. And then, so John, you can go next if you would like.
Sure. So I'm kind of a weirdo, and I'm somebody who like I don't know. I think because I was a lamb at such like a young age that it was very hard for Mariah to release something that I didn't become obsessed with immediately. So I'll just go with like the first song that like I heard and wasn't too sure like how I felt about it, and it was Did I Do That on Rainbow? Now, I know a lot of people hate it and it gets a lot of flack or whatever, but I grew to like really like it during like the Rainbow era. But I would say that's probably the first song that when I listened to a Mariah album that I like kind of was a little bit like, oh, do I like this? Do I not? It's a little different, but I ended up loving it and I still listen to it today. So yeah, I would say probably Did I Do That?
Yeah, I'm glad to hear appreciation for that song because I remember whenever I first got into Mariah, like I always enjoyed that song. Like I always thought it was catchy. And so I remember finding
Yeah.
out that people didn't like that song. I was like, you guys don't like Did I Do That? Like y'all don't like Fun? Like be freaking for real. So I'm glad that somebody else, enjoys that record finally. And then next up we will have Danny step up to the mic and then we will do Hamza.
Hi, everybody. Happy anniversary. I want to
Hello.
say, really quick before I go back to work. My favorite song and one that grew on me recently is You're So Cold. I remember hearing it when I first heard it. I was like maybe 13 or 14. So it was like forever ago. I'm in my 30s, by the way. And it 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 almost reflects ghosting whenever I hear that now, and like present time is why I appreciate that one. It's one that if I'm relating it to stuff that I'm going through currently in my life, that would be one that kind of stands out right now. And it's one of many, but that's the one I could say has grown on me, and it also reflects a part of my life right now. That's it. I have plenty other ones, but yeah, that one resonates with me.
All right, interesting pick. Interesting pick. So next up, we'll do Hamza, and then we'll do Sal.
Hi everybody. Uh, so my song would be Baby Doll because when I was younger I was really into the ballads, so I kind of like I was like hardcore ballads. And then when I learned music and like I listened to it again as an adult, I really started to appreciate like the amount of work she's done in it, like the stacking and the harmonies and all of that. So it was it's like I listen to it like regularly until now, but I didn't like it at all in the beginning, and I think because I was like younger and I was like maybe a little bit more emotional than I am now. So that's yeah, so that's the song.
All right, interesting. And then next up, we'll do Sal.
I just want to say really quick, it's not that this one grew on me because I always loved it, but I feel like a lot of lambs don't. Um, to Be Around You from Emotions is a banger. I love that song. It kind of gives that, now that I know, all I live for, like just so 90s and so fun and just such a banger. And I always hate when people try and shade that song because it's so good.
Yes, To Be Around You is such an underrated up tempo, as people have said. So I'm glad to see that song getting a little bit more love. And then we can have Justice speak next.
Well, so am I next?
Yes,
Uh,
yes, we can hear you.
sorry,
You're next.
sorry. Sorry. This is my first time doing this on Twitter Space. I didn't know that. But hello everybody. My name is Justice. I am from California, and I just want to say, well, first of all, happy anniversary to MC, and uh, hope she has a great day and everything. But the first time I've ever heard Mariah Carey was when I was a little excuse me. I was a little boy, and I think my parents had, I think, her debut album on cassette. And I remember, when I was a little boy, I used to cry to the end of I Don't Want to Cry because, it was such a very, crying, tear jerking kind of ballad. Anybody agree with that?
Definitely.
And I think, I Don't Want to Cry and Vision of Love were the first Mariah songs I've heard as, a little boy. Well, I mean, I was born in 1994, so, and, but, but yeah. And so, and then I don't know if, when I was in middle school and high school, I forgot if they played any of her songs at the dances or anything, but then I started, you know, revisiting um her songs from her debut album, and when I went back, when I was listening to I Don't Want to Cry again, I was like, wait a minute, I recognize that song. And I was like, oh my god, I remember crying to the end of that song. And I just want to say that, excuse me, times two. I just want to say that, she's got brains in terms of songwriting, vocal styling, and producing as well. And, that's, and let me let me just give you a couple of my favorites from Mariah. Sorry if I'm stuttering right now. I'm just, I'm just kind of nervous right now. Um, I think I. Oh yeah, my favorite songs by her are. Let's see. I think yeah, Vision of Love. Uh, Make It Happen. Her Christmas song. All I Want for Christmas Is You. Yeah, yeah. I definitely like Fantasy. Underneath the Stars, One Sweet Day, Always Be My Baby, Long Ago, Melt Away. I love Melt Away very much. I also like Honey. I like My All, The Roof. 4th of July, Breakdown, Baby Doll, etc. From the Butterfly album, and there's some other songs, and but the ones that really help people get through trying times in their lives are would have to be Make It Happen and Hero and Can't Take That Away, and I'm pretty sure there's some other self-empowerment theme songs by Mariah out there, but yeah, there's plenty others that help people get through trying times. And
Yes, there's so many songs by her that, help and inspire so many people.
yeah, and
Exactly.
me as a biracial, as well as a biracial person, it kind of helped me also, because I mean, I really didn't have that much trying times in my life, but it was always good to listen to Mariah and you know like say to yourself, thank you, Mariah, for writing Hero and etc. whatnot.
Yeah, thank you so much for talking, and I appreciate you sharing your story.
Yeah,
So yeah,
yeah, yeah. And
um,
another thing, I
so
I, I figured, some. And again,
mhm.
this is my first time doing Twitter Space, and um, you, I was kind of nervous, or because I thought Mariah would chime in out of the blue, right here.
Yeah, but don't worry, we'll see what we can do. But
But
anyways,
thank
if
you.
you don't mind, we're gonna yeah, of course, we're gonna transition to another person. Anastasia, was there anyone else that had their hand up? I think Tyler had his hand up.
Yeah, I think Tyler's next, and then I think Chris wanted to speak. So you guys can speak on this topic, and then we will move on to the next question.
Okay, hey y'all, happy anniversary. I just want to say the one thing that did grew on me was definitely Me I Am Mariah, that whole album, but two songs in particular, because I was a bit of a late lamb. So I came when Caution came out, and of course I knew all her hits like We Belong Together, Always Be My Baby. But when Caution came out, I listened to it in full and I was like, whoa, she's writing like this. Let me go ahead and get into her. So I started from the beginning one night and I stayed up all night. I remember because I kept going through emotions, multiple. Like I went through that album like 4 or 5 times listening to all the songs. That anybody who knows me knows that that's my number one. But when I got to Me I Am Mariah, I kind of fell into like the Stan Twitter area where certain people would say, it's not really her best album, this, and that, blah, blah, blah. And I listened to it and I was like, yeah, I'm not really feeling this. But a year later, I listened to it in full and listened to the songs like in full. And the one that got me hooked was Faded. And then I was like, okay, let me go ahead and stream through this whole album. And then I listened to Dedicated. And that's a song that grew up into my top 5 Mariah songs of all time. Like, that album is crazy. Dedicated and Money, like, that's the album I have to say grew on me the most. Yeah, thank you.
Of course, thank you, and of course,
Yes, we love
nice to
that.
hear your voice, Tyler.
Period. All right, and then lastly, we'll have Chris for this topic, and then we will move on to the next question.
Hello, hi again, happy anniversary. In case I forgot to say it, so I actually forgot to mention songs that grew up on me, and I just mentioned albums instead. Like I said, Memoirs, and from Memoirs, I could say Hate You, Bet You Gonna Know. From Me, I Am Mariah, like actually Faded, Thirsty. I didn't really get them at first. It was quite weird for me to listen to them because I didn't know what she was talking about. And as my brother in this space mentioned recipe, the art of letting go, it's such a bop. And yeah, she was angry when she wrote that song, but it's like so like amazing. She amazes me so much, and today we celebrate her and we celebrate her legacy. um and yeah, thank you so much for having me here. I love you all, lambs. And thank you so much for letting me speak.
Of course, thank you so much
Yes,
for joining,
we
Chris.
love
We
that.
love you so much and
Yes.
are happy that you took the time to be here with us.
Of course. So now we will move on to the next question, which is going to be what is your favorite live performance that she's done? So I'm going to cheat and give two. So I love her performance of Love Takes Time that she did in Stockholm. I just think that it was phenomenal. I love it more than the record, the whistles, all that. She just like ate. And then I'll also do whenever she did Make It Live. I mean, not Make It Live, please. Make It Happen live at Madison Square Garden. You know, I like that more than the studio. And that's always the version I go to every single time. That's like a top five Mariah song all time. So I would definitely say those. And then I'm about to put the question out, and then I'll throw it on the Jumbotron. That way you guys can quote retweet it and use the hashtags and such. But we will move on to Kenny for this one because we finally got him as a speaker. So Kenny can go next.
Hey guys. I'll just keep it short. My favorite performance of her live is actually doing the Stevie Wonder tribute of You and I. That was
Yes.
So real for that.
vocal range and all that. So, yep.
All right, perfect. And then, of course, before I go everyone else, I'm going to say my favorite live performance of Mariah. It was so hard to choose because there's so many because Mariah's such a consistent live performer. But if I had to choose, I'm going to have to say either a tie between the Costa Mesa performance she did for the Try and Reset tour in 2003 for Can't Take That Away. Like, that was literally one of her best performances ever of that song and of the tour in general. Like, wow, she really let loose and really flew vocally. And then if I had to cheat and choose another one, I'm gonna have to say maybe the Hero, like Joy to the World performance that she did for, in December 2020. Like, I don't know, something about that performance captivates me every single time I like watch it. Like how free her vocals are and just how show offy she is. It's just like, wow, love her for that.
Yes, we love that. So next up, we'll do Octavia.
Okay, so my favorite performance is hard because she has so many, but my favorite one, a lot of people might not know this one, when she did iHeartRadio, when she did a special session with the fans, she performed Obsessed, and it was flawless. Like, I just loved the whole show, but my favorite ones were Obsessed and Always Be My Baby when she performed in
Yes, we love that.
2009.
All right, so next up, we'll do RJ and then Mariah.
Okay, so I'm gonna go with, we were talking about this earlier, If It's Over from SNL. I feel like that's a masterclass in singing. Like, if you watch that performance, you want to be a singer, you want to be a performer, watch that performance. And then I'm gonna cheat and do like basically the whole Tokyo Dome concert, let's be real, and Fantasy concert, and cheat again and say like a more recent performance. I'm gonna go with Endless Love from Vegas because she killed that, and yeah.
Yes, we love that. Also, like a recent one that I really love is whenever she did Vision of Love on GMA. I love, what she did with that vocally and the production and such. She just really ate that up. So that's like one of my more favorite recent performances that she's done. But next up, we'll do Mariah, and then we will do Trey, I believe.
Hi. So I think my favorite Mariah performance would have to be maybe Can't Let Go, SNL 1991. Though I really love her performance with Michael Bolton when she sang "We're Not Making Love" in 1990. Like that is just so good. But I might have to go with "Can't Let Go." The 1991 performance at SNL. I just loved it.
Yes, we love that performance for sure. Next up, we'll have Trey, and then we will do Chase.
Cool, thank you. My all-time favorite probably is when she did "If Only You Knew" Somewhere Over the Rainbow at the Patti LaBelle tribute. Like at the end of Somewhere Over the Rainbow on that run on Bluebirds Fly, literally gives me goosebumps every time. It's my most favorite performance. I would love to have other ways of listening to that all the time other than YouTube, but um, another little cheat here. Any My All performance after like 2013, I love it when she did it on her Caution tour. Just, I love that one. But the first one, If Only You Knew, all-time favorite.
Yes, you're so real for that one, Trey. I think that's an amazing performance because it really shows off her musicality with the runs and such, and just what she's able to come up with on the fly is just amazing. So that definitely is one of her best performances, and I'm glad she's appreciating it more because her saying "I didn't do good," like you ate that up, like other people could never. So we definitely have to have that moment. I'm gonna have Mariah step back up because she said the wrong one, so you can come back.
I'm so sorry. I think I was meant to say "If It's Over." Sorry, I just have all her performances in my head, but it's the "If It's Over" SNL 1991 performance. That one's my favorite. I'm so sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good. And then next up, we'll have Chase, and then we'll do John.
Okay, since everyone's cheating, I wrote a little list recently. I'm just gonna read it off really quick. If Only You Knew, Somewhere Over the Rainbow, Got to Be Real, Oh Holy Night, ABC Special, Make It Happen, I See You Up There, and Fantasy at Madison Square Garden, Hero, Tokyo Dome, We Belong Together, MTV Movie Awards, and of course the Grammys, We Belong Together, Fly Like a Bird. Thank you.
I love how you just said like 10 different performances. I live. But I was just thinking the
You do.
performance she did of Fantasy at the 96 AMAs, like she ate that up, the extra whistles and stuff. That's probably one of the best performances of Fantasy. So I was thinking about that one that's like a little underrated, at least as far as I know. I might be wrong. But so we'll definitely have that moment. And then next up, we will do John and then Michelle.
Hey, so I had one, and then after hearing everybody's, I kind of want to pick all of theirs. But I think I'm gonna go with. It's a tie between the BET 2005 like Blueprint Vision of Love, and then I really really like Make It Happen at Live 8. Like I was obsessed with that.
Yes, we love both those performances. Iconic. And I love whenever she does Vision of Love. Just like the way she changes up the ending and shows the musicality and the jazz riffs and stuff she does. It's really fun. It's really fun. So we love
Yes, I
that.
love when the music goes out and she like throws her arm down and like goes back into it.
Yes.
It's
I
fucking
love I
amazing.
love when she doesn't do the same thing every time. Like she just has the audience in the palm of her hand at the end every time. We love it. All right, so next up I believe was gonna be Michelle, and then I'm gonna do Recipe.
Hey guys, so my favorite live performance, of course, because it was here in my hometown of Queens, New York, in Kaufman Studios, but it was MTV Unplugged. And I can't really decide between Make It Happen or Emotions, but she really killed the naysayers. Darling, that's everybody said she couldn't sing and that she couldn't sing live, and she killed it. So that's my choice.
Yes, we love that. Someone in the comments of the post I made said "Just Be Good to Me," and oh my God, that is like one of my favorite Mariah covers ever. And we'll talk about that a little bit later, of course. But
Me
yeah,
too.
she devoured that. Like I love what she did with it.
Yeah.
So yes, I'm glad someone gave that song appreciation because it doesn't get enough. And that's another one
Thank
that grew on
you
me because
to
I was intrigued by
whoever.
that one. But then I listened to it more and I'm like, oh, this is like amazing. So yes, I'm glad we have appreciation for that. We love it. We love it. So next up, we're gonna do Recipe.
Yes, I do agree with like what everyone said, RJ and Chase. So one of my favorite performances would be the Australian tour in 2019 when she performed My All in Sydney. That's like one of my all-time favorite performances of My All of Mariah.
Yeah, she always tears up my All Live. We love it. We love it. All right, so next up we'll have Chris and then we'll do Do You Think of Me?
Hi. So I'll just make it quick because my phone is kind of dying. I really like a lot of performances of hers, old and new. Mostly, I really loved her stage presence and vocals during her TM era, and I'll just highlight a few of them, such as like the Live 8, which is one of the most popular, I believe, when she sang Make It Happen. She was running in those heels, honey. I mean, you could say it's a very local choice, but she was slaying it up and she absolutely devoured it. So, cheers to that. And actually liked a lot of them, like the A and Maze, I believe. Um, yes. I wait. Yeah. I like the GMA. I like when she brought the church with her at the Illuminati conference, at the Grammy, at the Scammys to be more precise. A lot of iconic performances were actually from that era, but there's also some precious hidden gems, such as when she sang I think Yours and Dream Lover at Rockefeller Street, I believe, and during Charm Bracelet era. And she also sang The One at some kind of television. I think it was a TV program, but it was
MTV
like
Shining
Mariah.
Through the Rain.
Yes. It was that. Thank you. So yeah, I actually enjoyed her vocals and overall her stage presence, and yeah, I loved hearing all of y'all's favorite performances.
Yes, I'm really glad to hear appreciation for that performance of The One. It is really popular to talk about that one on Stan Twitter and such, but like the musicality and all that stuff, like just really ate down. So I really liked that one as well. So next up, we're gonna have Do You Think of Me? And then we'll do RJ.
Hi there. How are you?
We're good. How are you?
Fine. Happy anniversary for Mariah and thanks for hosting the anniversary. My most favorite live performance is from the New York Music Box Tour, the Vanishing edition. It's only on YouTube by a channel that is named East West Sounds. The whole night concert is one of my favorites, but Vanishing is the top for me.
Yes, we love that. We love that. We love that. Of course. And so, yes. Okay, so next up, we're gonna do RJ, and then I will have Queen of Shade.
I just want to say, I don't know how I completely forgot a huge honorable mention to the whole Charm Bracelet tour, but especially, I don't know if I'm pronouncing the country right, but Zurich, Vision of Love, Make It Happen, all those, my God. And of course, the Caution tour, specifically in her hometown of New York City, and where she did the iconic groundbreaking Giving Me Life with Slick Rick. That was a huge moment and one of my favorite performances that I've witnessed in person.
Yes, Giving Me Life is a top five Mariah song for me, easily the best song. Caution, it kind of is reminding me of, like Breakdown or like The Roof. It's like very psychedelic with the guitars and such. So I really love that song. So I'm glad to hear some appreciation for that song, RJ. We love it. And next up, we're going to do Queen of Shade. And then we will do Def Club Mix next.
Yeah, so it's really hard to pick. Obviously, we all love Mariah's performances, but I would have to say probably my all-time favorite performance by Mariah is Anytime You Need a Friend at the Tokyo Dome. It's just one of those performances that I can always go back to and watch and just be blown away. Like the way, the ease of like the belts, her tone, it's just so flawless. The way she was walking the stage, it's just like masterclass in vocals. And I also feel like Anytime You Need a Friend personally is one of her like most vocally challenging songs. I just love that song. And then like for a recent performance, probably not a popular opinion, but I love the Your Mine performance at the BET Awards from 2014, I believe. I just love the ensemble, the stage presence, the movements on top of the piano, the vocals. It went down as like one of my favorite performances for sure.
Yes, those are both great performances. Also, the Anytime You Need a Friend at Tokyo Dome, iconic, legendary. We live for that. And of course, Your Mind at the BT Awards, such an underrated performance. I don't feel like we have enough people talk about the performance because it's just, she really came for blood in that performance. Like, my favorites too. Definitely my top 10 or top 20 Mariah performances. I don't know how far am I ranking, but it's pretty high.
Hello, I hope
I would
everybody
say.
can hear me okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, could everyone hear me? I just want confirmation.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great.
Yeah, you're up next.
Yes, so happy anniversary, Mariah. I've heard. Okay, great. I've heard everyone's choices, and they've all been amazing. I do want to spotlight a kind of obscure performance. It was the Baby Doll performance of 2016 in Monterey, I believe. And there was some amazing like ad libs that she's never done before. And a song like Baby Doll, which is already like amazing, you think, how can it get any better? And here she is, just like ad libbing for her life, and it just made the song 10 times better. And plus, I want to shout out the Jimmy Fallon performance that she did, the little improv one. I think like an underrated thing from like I want to say 2014 to 2017. She had some of the most like intricate, agile runs that I've ever heard her ever sing. And I think that little like off the cuff performance had some of the most amazing vocal moments. So I just wanted to spotlight those underrated gems.
Yes, I'm really glad to hear some appreciation for Baby Doll, of course. And I really like hearing some obscure performances and such. So we definitely love that. So next up is going to be Tyler, and then we'll do Bianca.
Okay, so my favorite performances, I really like If Only You Knew, Somewhere Over the Rainbow. But there's this one performance I don't really see people giving their credit to. It's the one performance she had on Jimmy Fallon. It was like a private impromptu performance. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but it was where she was like, "I like Trey, yeah, I like Trey."
Yeah, I know
Oh,
that
yeah,
one.
yeah, yeah. Where she did the
Yeah,
impromptu
we love
performance in
that one.
2013.
It was
Yeah.
just her, the
Yeah.
piano, and her diamond encrusted microphone. Yeah, those are probably my top two performances.
Period. We love it. We love it. So next up's going to be Bianca, and then we'll do Divine Juice Box.
Yes, again, hello, darlings. I wasn't able to hear Tyler, but I'm assuming he mentioned the Gold Coast performance where she sort of ad libbed an entirely new song. Am I correct in that?
I know he was mentioning the impromptu one that she did for Jimmy Fallon. I know
Oh,
he's
right,
talking
the
about
art of
that
letting
one.
go. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, my I have two actually. So my the where she sort of made up a song because her earpiece was incorrect at the Gold Coast concert. I think that was like 2013 or 14. Um, just incredible, and shows how multifaceted and so talented this woman is that she can just on the spot like musically go off and do it with such humor and such class. It's just so funny and a testament to how amazing and hilarious she is. Also, for those of you who haven't figured out yet, I am a queen. My entire existence comes from the Heartbreaker video. My name is Bianca. If you know, you know. And August 26th, 2016, front row at the Number Ones to Infinity tour in full gauche, and Mariah was singing directly to me, and I don't care what anyone says. That would also be my favorite live moment. So yeah, and I love hearing all of you guys go through all of these amazing live performances, because every single televised live performance of Mariah I have watched in real time and experienced it in real time. So goodness, what a day to be alive. Thank you again.
Yes, we love it. All right, next up's going to be Divine Juice Box. And then if you guys want to talk next, then please request to speak or raise your hand so I can throw you up there if you want to share your favorite one. Or you guys can just reply to my tweet in the Jumbotron and put it under there.
What's good? Thanks for letting me speak again. So since everyone's cheating, I think I'm gonna go with I Don't Wanna Cry at Tokyo Dome. I think that one is just her choices. The entire arrangement from the Daydream tour is top tier. I Stay in Love at the American Music Awards in 2008. Phenomenal. I know that it's kind of underrated in the fan base. Um, Make It Happen at Rotterdam, 1996, is probably my favorite performance of that song. Even though I love MSG, it's iconic the way she runs around the stage. But I don't know, Rotterdam, the white suit, it's just classic. And yeah, I think those are going to be mine. And of course, if it's over SNL, because it's just ridiculous. And then the second verse, that's the only time she performed the second verse of that song. It's just iconic. And yeah.
Yes, we love it. We love it. All right, next up is this is OC. I think that will be the last one for this, and then we will. Oh, and then Tyler wants to speak, and then we have the Mariah podcast. So I guess you guys can go, and then we'll go on to the next question. So this is OC's up first, and then Tyler.
Oh, hey again. I think what I can think of right now is the "We Belong Together" 2015 performance in Jamaica, and another 2015 performance, the "Without You" from the Israel concert. I was there. It's really touched me, and I can still relive it until today. And the other one, I don't know if it counts, but the "Christmas in New York" improvisation song that she did in 2016 or 2017, I think, in the Beacon Theater. I really like that one too.
Yes, great picks. We love it. We love it. All right, next up is going to be Tyler, and then we'll do the Mariah podcast.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm gonna be short, but I'm not sure if it counts as an actual performance. But I really like the backstage little performance a cappella that she did in SNL when she was singing "All in Your Mind" with her background singers. That I think about that.
Yes, we
I
love
think
it.
about that every day. That's all.
Period. All right, next up is going to be the Mariah podcast. You still there, Mariah podcast? Maybe they're speaking and they forgot to unmute their mic. So if you could unmute your mic, maybe that's what it is.
Yeah,
Or
unmute
maybe it's
yourself,
not
Mariah
working.
Podcast.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, unfortunately, but we can always come back to them for that question. And really quickly transitioning. So to those who don't know, I actually do make YouTube videos and such, and I have a lot of Mariah. My latest one is me doing a deep dive on her entire career throughout the 90s because she has a huge career. So it's in the Jumbotron. So if you guys have seen it and like it, then if you want to retweet it, that'd be great. But yeah, just like self promo moments because I worked so hard on this video. It's almost like 3 hours. So quick self promo moments, of course. And then now I guess we can just transition on to the next question. So for the next question, I wanted to ask you guys what is your favorite Mariah era? And we can talk about like favorite looks, for example. Like there's this one photo of her, she's like standing really close to a jet. It's like rainbow era. That's like one of my favorite pictures of her. So I wanted to ask you guys in terms of that. And then also favorite era, of course, I'll say butterfly, which is cliche, obviously, the creative control and whatever. But if we're talking something that's underrated, I would say rainbow era. I feel like that never gets the appreciation that it deserves as an album in era. So that's what I would go with. And then RJ can go next.
Yeah, I was sorry, guys. I was gonna go with Butterfly Era, but I was thinking it was cliche, and it kind of is. Then you said it, so I'm gonna go with you with the Rainbow Era because I just feel like Mariah's personality was really shining through in that era, the fashion and charm. Like I feel like Rainbow and Charm are kind of similar eras in terms of style and just Mariah being free and being happy. And that's where we really start to see how hilarious Mariah is and how she's really such a down to earth, fun person and like someone that would be cool to hang out with. So that's my answer.
Great answer, RJ. I love that. And I love Anastasia's answer too. And then if I can chime in quickly, my favorite Mariah era is Charm Bracelet. I feel like that is such an era that deserves more love because honestly, like I said, Charm Bracelet walked so Emancipation could run in terms of eras and like sound for albums. Like it's just Charm deserves all of her flowers and I will not stop until I get the Charm agenda pushed. And then favorite look. I would have to say this like blue like tracksuit jacket that she wore. Like I posted it in the comments, so if y'all want to take a look, go right ahead. It's just I don't know. It's a simplistic look with the jeans and like the sunglasses, but it's so chic at the same time. It's like I love it. I just love everything about it. It's the epitome of like the like chic like moments that she had during the Charm Bracelet era with her fashion. Like come through.
Oh, we're doing favorite look too?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll pick a charmy one then. I'll go with like the punk rock photo shoot and like the jersey dresses, that whole photo shoot.
Yes, we love it. We love it. So next up, we will have Octavia and then Chase.
Okay, my favorite era is Charm Bracelet era because that was the first album I ever heard from her, and I just appreciate that album so much, very much. My favorite look. Oh, that's so hard from the Charm Bracelet era. But if I had to pick, I would pick um it's actually from the Rainbow era. The butterfly um little tank top and the
Oh yeah, the
colorful
butterfly
jeans.
top. Yeah, that was
Like
iconic.
I love that. I love that look.
Yes, we love it. We love it. So next up is gonna be Chase, and then we'll do recipe.
Thank you. Butterfly for me. Um, can speak on that for days, months, years. But apart from Butterfly, I really got to say I loved Mariah's kind of personality in her interviews, her looks, her fashion, just her whole mood during the E equals MC squared era. Touch My Body and everything. Every single look was just giving me life. So that's my favorite in terms of that.
Yes, we love that, Chase. We love that. So next up, we'll do John.
Hey, so I would say my favorite era would probably be the Emancipation of Mimi era. On a personal note, I turned 21 during that era, and We Belong Together was the number one song, so that's like the best birthday gift anybody could have given me. Plus, it was just so vindicating to be a lamb at that point because it was like, ha, screw all of you. Like, she never went anywhere. She's actually better than she's ever been. So I would say, yeah, like it was very satisfying to be a lamb during the emancipation. Well, it always is, but the Emancipation of Mimi era was just like top notch.
Yes, we love that. We love that. Like with Rainbow Era, it's just it's so underrated as an era and an album, like I already said. But like, I love the blonde hair, the hair clips, like the interview with Charlie Rose. Like so many good moments, and it never gets
Yes,
enough. I fear so that's why I always have to give Rainbow the praise it deserves because nobody ever does.
yes. And an
So
outfit,
next,
I would go with, sorry, just real quick, the
yes,
outfit or look, all of it during Emancipation is stellar, but the Don't Forget About Us music video, she like killed everybody with that look. All of the looks in the video.
exactly, exactly. So next up, we will do this is OC, and then we'll do Divine Juice Box.
Hey, I guess that since I didn't witness a lot of eras, I mean, as I said, 2015 was when I was introduced to the Queen. But I gotta say, my favorite era so far is now because I love how comfortable she is. I love how easily she can express herself now, and I don't know. I feel like she has more trust in the public or us. But I really love how comfortable she is right now, and I cannot wait for what's coming.
Yeah, she's looking amazing now. We appreciate the looks and what she's been giving us during this time, absolutely. And next up is going to be Divine Juice Box, and then we'll do Recipe.
Yeah, so my favorite era, I think overall would probably be Charmed. Like the album itself is a masterpiece, and she seems so relaxed, after the glitter debacle and all the things, all the drama. She really just came back, maybe not commercially, but like publicly, like just in a really good place in like life, I guess. Even though she was still going through a lot, but I think that my favorite look might have to be, I don't know if y'all know the photo shoot in like Butterfly, like 1997, and she had like the blue eyeshadow. That's probably my favorite look. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really cool pick. We appreciate it. Next up is going to be Recipe.
Yes, outfits wise and eras, I would say Charm, because Charm like still has like a big chokehold on like the pop in culture like at the moment, as well as like back in the days and still going. I also have to say Caution era. I love the fits of Caution era as well. Yeah.
Yeah, she looks amazing during the Cautionary. I mean, she always does with the Cautionary. Just, what a moment. I really wish I would have started getting into her music during that time because it just seems like it would have been such a good time to be a part of Lambily. But Cautionary, like, she really came and she just devoured. And the album deserves so much better than it gets. So I appreciate that recognition Recipe. And Mariah, did you want to go next?
Thank you. I would say my favorite era. Sorry if you hear noise in the background, but my favorite era is the debut era. I think it is so criminally underrated, and I just love it so much, and I'll advocate for it forever. And my favorite look of the era, there's a picture of her laughing, and she's wearing like a long sleeved black top and blue jeans, and I just think it's just such a lovely like look in that era. And I know it's quite a common era to say, but I do love Butterfly as well. And I think my favorite look would be I think there's a performance where she's wearing like a pink bandeau top or something and like a skirt with a side slit. But I'm not sure if that's Butterfly or a bit sometime in the 90s. But I just wanted to mention that outfit because I loved it.
I
Yes, we
think
love
that's
it. We love it.
around the world.
All right, cool. We love it. We love it. Queen of Shade, would you like to go next?
So my favorite era would have to be Butterfly. I'm a huge Butterfly stan. That's like my favorite album. Um, but my favorite era for looks would have to be Charm Bracelet. I I love like the hair, the long golden hair with like the loose curls, like the outfits, the crop tops. It's definitely my favorite era for looks.
Yes, amazing picks, Queen of Shade. We love it. We love it. So next up, well, who wants to speak next up? Throw up your hand so I know who to put in the order and such, because I want to see who hasn't spoken yet. All right, so we'll do Hood Raya
Oh,
next.
all right. We'll come to the mic, Hood Raya.
Okay, hello. Um, so my favorite Mariah era. Now, commercially, not my favorite, but era altogether, like for that big idea she wanted, is the Elusive Chanteuse. I cannot get over that album. I'm hooked, and I can't get unhooked to this album. I don't know why. It's just like the grandness to have the beautiful nerve to name it "Me, I Am Mariah." Then just to, if you know what a chanteuse is, you just have the nerve to call yourself the elusive chanteuse. It's just I just love it so much, and it's just you know even though like she hurt herself, like she hurt her arm in this era, like she made the looks that what she needed to do work, like with the arm brace and stuff, like that slowly started going into her arm look. And like when she didn't even need the brace no more, she just kept it because she was like, might as well just keep it. So, but my favorite look from that era has to be, well, does I don't know. I think it still counts, but I like the little black little two-piece ensemble that she really had. I don't know. It just like it was very flowy. It was very open, so she could move around on stage, give you that stage presence, but it was always very classy. Like it kind of looks like the Megan Trainor type of like dress that she has in the Mama song. It's kind of like that dress, the BET-esque dress. I love it so much. But yeah, that's it.
Yes, I really appreciate that, Hood Raya. Some really nice picks there. So next up, we can probably have Scooter.
Yeah, so just real quick, the live performance, I think a fun one was the Love Hangover Heartbreaker remix she did on Divas with Diana Ross.
Yes,
I think that
eight.
one, yeah, she tore it up. And you're like, oh, that's a good remix that I never thought she would put together. So I think we were all surprised when she came out with that because she hadn't released that version of it yet until Divas Live. So it was shocking and amazing all at the same time. So, as far as what we're currently talking about now, I want to say like the Daydream era because she knew she had hits. Like she knew when that she released that album, like it was gonna. She was transitioning from one style to another, but she had to do it in her time based off of her surroundings and the way she was kind of captured in her own world. But I think when she was on the Madison Square Garden Live, I remember watching it, as a kid on the TV, and just she was just happy and free, and she sang her ass off, and it was amazing. Um, and I want to say the Memoirs album, which I love people throughout this giving love to this album. It's sad that I think It's a Rap had to kind of reinvent people listening to the album, but I'm glad people are. But I think that era where she redid her looks from previous eras, I thought that was very tastefully done. And so
Mm-hmm.
I like her photo shoots where she reenacted her album covers from the past. So
Yeah, the back cover of debut, and then the butterfly moment, and all that stuff was really cool. And I really liked what you said about the Daydream era. The Daydream era, like whenever I think about like main pop girl eras, like that's one of the first ones that comes to my mind. Like just so many good looks. There was this one photo shoot that she did for W magazine, and I'm gonna find it and post it on the Jumbotron for you guys. That's like one of my favorite photo shoots that she's ever done. I love the hair, I love the outfits. Like that was just such a moment. That was such a moment, and all the hits that she had during that time as well was definitely something to marvel at and be very impressed. I mean, Once We Day was #1 for like 16 weeks. I mean, only Mariah would be able to pull something like that off. Um,
and
so I
and,
definitely appreciated that era a lot.
and Anastasia, remember too, this era is really what set the tone and the popularity of pop stars doing crossovers with rappers.
Yes, with the pop
Now,
rap, with the fantasy remix collab with ODB, of
now
course.
it's not that it hasn't been done in the past, but this is where it really went mainstream. It went #1. Then
Yes.
artists started to do it, and now it's like you can't hear a pop song on the radio without an R&B, even today, right? With a rapper connected to it. So uh, Mariah knew she had an album full of hits, and she was breaking barriers, and the industry wasn't ready for it yet, but they were ready at the same time. So it was a great era.
Thank you
Yeah,
so
we
much
love
for
that. We
speaking.
love that. Yeah, so I in the Jumbotron I put up that one look I was talking about during Rainbow Era that I love of her standing near the jet. There's like two different pictures that I like, so I put that one up. And then I put up the photo shoot for W Magazine in '96 that I was talking about, which is also one of my favorite photos from Daydream. So those are up if you guys wanted to see what I was talking about. So next up we'll have Bianca.
Hello again. I'm so happy to go after Scooter. Scooter, darling, we need to follow each other. I feel like we could chat for hours and hours and hours along with everyone in this room. But, Mariah's looks are so incredible and so amazing, but I really love it when she kind of goes out of the box, and that whole photo shoot where she sort of was Marie Antoinette swinging, the photo shoot where she was like that, um, where she was like that hard rocker and she had the guitar. I think that was Charm Bracelet era. There's also the first time that I visually saw her as a brunette, like a true brunette. I think that was like Vibe magazine, 1998 or 1997, something like that. And you know, a lot of my alter ego sort of was created as these eras were happening. So in the 90s, and so yeah, I mean, love this question. These questions are hard. You're really putting us through it, Anastasia. But I thank you for that, and thanks for letting me chat.
Of course, of course. Did anyone else want to step up and say what their favorite Mariah look or era was? If so, please raise your hand or request as a speaker because I want to make sure everyone who wants to talk is getting that opportunity. So I'll give you guys a second to do that and I'll just like look through. So you guys can request or you guys can just send me a DM or whatever. Okay, so we have this is OC, so you can speak next.
Yeah, I gotta say, I crushed really hard on Mariah in the music box era. I mean, with the, I don't know if they're not called braids, the the way she did her hair and the clothes and everything. It's definitely a life goal.
Yes, yes, we love it. We love it. All right. And so this person just requested Pinky Arrow 38. So maybe they will have something they want to say.
Yeah, just let him on the mic.
Yeah, he's on the mic. Did you want to share your favorite Mariah era look with us?
Oh, is this me? Oh, sorry. I've never used spaces before. But I was gonna say Emancipation of Mimi. I mean, Charm Bracelet as well. But Emancipation of Mimi was when I became a real fan and I would just see her music videos, especially the Say Something video. She's wearing like a swimsuit in the Louis Vuitton store with the trench coat and it was matching her hair. She looks so gorgeous. I just love the whole vibe and look of that era.
Yes, we love that. The Emancipation era definitely is one of her best eras. She was just really glowing during that time. I love the aesthetics. I love the photo shoots, all that. So I definitely would agree with that. Anybody else have anything they wanted to say in regards to this topic? If so, please raise your hand. But if not, then we can move on to the next thing. So I just want to make sure. So raise your hand and request as a speaker if you guys have anything else you would like to say. I'm just looking through. All right. I think we're good to move on to the next thing. So next up, someone inspired me because I had this question. What is your favorite music video that she's done and why? So for me, I definitely have to go with Breakdown because I always liked that record. I thought it was fantastic, obviously. But then I was kind of paying more attention to like the cadence and the beat of the song and the production rather than what she was saying, which is ironic. And then I watched her All Around the World tour and then at the end they put the breakdown video and I usually have closed captions on for everything because that's just how I do it. And they came on and I was like, oh wow, this is actually like what she's saying in the song or whatever. And then like watching it I was like, wow, this is brilliant. And I love the color palettes, and specifically it's reminding me of Janet Jackson's the Velvet Rope era. And I really love that album, and Janet's one of my favorites of all time. I wish they would have collaborated then. I think that would have been amazing. But the aesthetics of the video and just like all the different sets, and she looks amazing and all that stuff. And Diane Martell working together and all that, like hands down, easily. I think it's her best and my favorite. So I go Breakdown. And next up is RJ.
Yeah, Breakdown is definitely in my top 5. It's hard to pick a number 1. So since you picked Breakdown, I'm going to go with The Roof, another Mariah and Diane Martell collaboration. I just think that the video, it's my favorite, definitely. It fits the song perfectly. The choice of colors, every scene, like best video to me, period.
Period. We love both those choices. Some of her best work ever, visually and sonically. But yeah, for my favorite music video, I know this may sound like a local choice, but I'm gonna say it, Obsessed. Like it's just such a great music video. It's so funny, like how she, like came for blood on that song and ended, of course, that man we don't know. And like, she made a parody out of him. It was just so funny. It was just like the way she's so comical with like, her like choices in that music video of like how she depicted him. Like it was just amazing. And the ending scene of Obsessed where
the stalker man, he gets hit by a bus, like obviously to replicate that scene from the Mean Girls movie where Regina George gets hit by a bus when she's like arguing with Katie. I like literally died laughing for 3 hours straight after like watching that video, and it was like such a like monumental part of my fifth grade experience, seeing the Obsessed video and hearing that song. I just love it, and of course that video was like literally half my. It's the reason why I have like such a like blunt, like brutal personality, I would say, like when it comes to like being a little great at comebacks. I would say Mariah's the reason why I am able to have a good comeback. So thank you, Queen, for inspiring me with Obsessed.
Yes, we love it. Obsessed was just iconic as a song and video, and the video I think really just shows off her sense of humor. I mean, who else could pull off a video like that? What she did was really history, and she did what she had to do. So I really am glad that you shouted out the Obsessed video because I really like it. I think it's a good moment.
Of course,
So
any
next
day of the
up,
week.
we will do John, and then we'll do Octavia.
Thank you. I would say my favorite Mariah music video is Boy, I Need You. I really love all of the outfits. The aesthetic is gorgeous. I'm a huge fighting game fan, and it like ended in with like arcades and like a fighting game, and yeah, I was just obsessed with it. Plus, the song is amazing. So yeah, and those orange boots are like everything. And Bianca's in the video too. She makes her second uh, appearance in the music video. So yeah, I don't know. I really like Boy, I Need You.
Yes, I love the aesthetics in that video. Like people said, she was so ahead of her time, and we really love that for her, period.
Is that my turn? Okay.
Yeah.
My favorite video of all times have to be Heartbreaker because that video is hilarious. At the very end, when she pours the drink in his lap, I just laugh every time. And I also have a second video, the roof. Like that is so sexy and erotic, and it's just like amazing. Both of them are, and I just love her humor and um Heartbreaker, and I just love her to death.
Yeah, the Heartbreaker video was great. I just really liked it. It was fun. I liked, the cutoff jeans and stuff that she was able to popularize and the top and all that. And $2.5 million, which was, deserved at that time, for that video 8. And then I really liked the remix video with Missy and Debrat as well. So I definitely would agree in terms of that. It's a really great video. So next up, we will do, I think Chris was next, and then we'll have Mariah.
Oh, so it's my turn? I actually just left the space, so hello everybody yet again. My phone died, so I rejoined and I missed a few questions, but I believe you guys were talking about favorite Mariah music video, and I also just want to say that there's actually pretty much a bunch of eras and a bunch of like different directive paths that she took and she experienced, from being controlled to what she was wearing, from like not having any kind of freedom, like she barely did have and started having during Daydream. And we really appreciate little, local, you might call me local, but like fantasy moment. I really, really loved when she released that Underneath the Stars music video. It was quite cute. um but I definitely loved the music videos from Butterfly, I believe. And again, even though I might get called very local, that era has a significance in her life, and as we all know it, she just started having um, much more free directive kind of like rights in terms of directing her own music videos and just doing what she wanted. And I can give examples. I really, really loved Honey. It was such a cultural reset. I mean, everybody might say that. Yes, it was like during the revenge dress era. It's just like she was serving body, she was serving voice, vocals, she was back. And I love the butterfly music video. I think it was really fun for her to shoot. And I watched some like behind the videos from like different interviews or different documentaries, and she seemed like she had a lot of fun just recording and just creating that album from scratch. So yes, butterfly is one of my favorite eras. I really really loved it. And previously mentioned, I also like loved hearing like Boy I Need You. That was such a like another cultural reset. I really loved the like it was very Y2K, very like very cute and aesthetically pleasing, and so was Obsessed. I really really loved the explanation Jay made about like the Mean Girl references and her being a Mean Girls fan. And yeah, that's my answer. Thank you so much for having me here.
Yeah,
Yes, of course, Chris. We love
yeah.
the
Thank you so much
multiple
for talking.
references. Yes. All right, so I think Mariah's next, and then we'll do Tyler.
I have to say, the Always Be My Baby music video will always have a special place in my heart. It's just so sweet, and it was my favorite video when I was little, and it just has to be the same now. Like, younger me really had some taste, I can't lie. And the Honey Bad Boy remix video, it has to be second place because it just looks so cool and fun. Like, I just love that video as well. But I have to give first place to Always Be My Baby.
Yes, we love that. And fun fact to those who don't know, she actually directed the video for Always Be My Baby, which like blew my mind. Like the fact that she, wrote the song, sang it, and directed the video, like I mean, who else? Like nobody. Like it's really crazy. She also directed the video for Fantasy as well, which was her directorial debut. I'm still floored. How was that your first time directing a music video? Like she just ate. So definitely appreciation for that. So excellent taste. We really love to see it. And then I think next up is going to be Tyler, and then we'll do Chase.
Okay, so I have to say my favorite video has to be Vision of Love, only because of the simplicity of it. I think it works. It's very effective. It shows where she starts. She looks like a literal vision in that video, and I love it. And it's so 90s, and the lighting and everything just I love to watch it. And I also have to go with Touch My Body. That's another very fun video. Shows her humorous side. I laugh every time I see it. And um the Geek Squad guy, I forgot his name in real life, but I think it was a great job in hiring him to be in the video. So that's my answer.
Yeah, the Touch My Body music video was really, really fun, and she looked amazing in that. So I really liked her sense of humor in that video, and it went really well with the song. So absolutely eight, her 18th number one. We really do love to see it. So let us see some appreciation for Touch My Body, of course. And next up is going to be Chase.
Yeah, thank you. I'm actually going to piggyback off you, Anastasia. Breakdown, apart from being my favorite song, is also my favorite video. I mean, I think everything about that song visually, I mean, from music video, visually, orally, everything. And you talked about the color palette. I think that's an amazing point. What I really love about the video breakdown is how, the song is about abandonment, finding her own voice through song, which is very interesting. But she's often filmed in like these solitary positions where she turns to look at the camera with this like really heartbroken, like soulful, wistful look in her eyes, this gaze. And if you remember, she's on the chair and with the red background in the corner, and then she's on that gambling table. It's almost like she's a prop in her own song, and she doesn't know how to uh, be take control of her own life and her own vision, her own voice, which to me is like a metaphor. So I found that to be brilliant. Also, just aesthetically brilliant as well, like Anastasia said. I think the roof, like Octavia said, is sublime. Nothing can touch the roof, the video. And a personal favorite of mine is Touch My Body. I think that's was a point in her career where she's like, F you to the haters. She embraced everything about herself. She kind of like, it was so playful and fun. It was just the embodiment of a pure joy. And she looked flaming hot. I have to say, she looked like a true queen. So those three.
Yes, we love that, Chase. We love it. We love it. Next up is going to be Trey, and then it'll be Michelle.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna echo what touched my body. It's just when that came out, like I was in my sister and I, we were in our YouTube Kid era. Like we just loved watching music videos of all of our favorite artists and what touched my body and obsessed. I just remember my dad always catching me watching those and getting mad at me because they were too sexy, but no regrets. You know, she really was just serving all the great looks and gorgeous, so fun and just all of the above. I just loved it so much.
Yes, we love that for you, Trey. Period. She just really ate so many good looks in the music videos and such. And I believe Michelle is next, and then we will do Adrian.
Hey, so I agree with Anastasia. Breakdown is amazing. The song, the video, probably one of my favorites of all time. But of course, the one that sent me to become a lamb, Honey. Honey is my favorite video of all time. Um, Everything about it, I feel like she had the most fun making that video. It was truly when she had come out of her shell and become the person that she is today. And I had just turned 21 at the time, and Mariah became the standard woman for me.
Period. The Honey music video was so iconic and stuff, and it just like really was different for her like at the time in terms of like the imaging and stuff. And yeah, you're right. She really did come into her own during that era because she wasn't married to Tommy anymore, so she could finally wear what she wanted and everything and the looks. And yeah, it's interesting with the color grading because they revealed this past year that they color graded the video and the original footage is different. So I would love for her to release what the original video looks like. But Honey's an amazing pick. I love that record. So next up is going to be Adrian, and then we'll do Scooter.
Hey again. Yeah, I just want to echo firstly before I go to my curveball that the Honey video, the fact that she was doing choreo after obviously being so insecure about it after obviously in the memoir we know a lot more why. I think it's just it was a real freedom moment in that video. Love it. So my possible curveball, I don't know, I would go with the I Still Believe video because I feel like that was the moment Mariah got to embody her idol. We all know how she loves Marilyn, and you can just see this joy in her of being able to recreate the looks of Marilyn and the moments and stuff, and she just looks absolutely stunning. Something about the color grading on that video is amazing when she's like spinning around on the runway in the sunset, and running off. I think it's just visually stunning, and you can just see the joy of her being able to create the Marilyn moments. That's mine.
Yes, the I Still Believe music video is amazing, and I like how you brought up how she paid homage to Marilyn Monroe. I believe she said something about like the dress she's wearing in the video. The person who made Marilyn's dresses came on and like fitted on her and stuff. She so yeah, I really thought that was cool. But yeah, she looked amazing in that video, so I love that one.
All right, so I was, oh Lord, fourth grade. I'm old. Okay, fourth grade talent show. Someday I learned to do the Running Man, even though Mariah hates the video because of her Running Man version. But I loved that video as a kid. I even hit the high note on the mic, just so you know, Jay, FYI. But I do also love the Heartbreaker video because she worked so hard on that video to get a Moon Man and never did. And she even like after she was finished with it, I think in an interview she was like, "What the frick do I have to do to win a frickin' Moon Man?" Right? And so she still didn't win it, but she literally set out for Heartbreaker to win an MTV Music Video Award for sure, and never happened. But those are probably the two that I enjoy the most.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Those are
she
great
definitely needs
choices.
to get a Video Vanguard award. I'm pretty sure she has one in Asia from MTV. I sort of saw like footage of that. But she definitely needs one in the US because she has so many iconic videos. So she definitely deserves that distinction for sure. So I would definitely say that. And then next up we can have Divine Juice Box step up to the mic. Hello?
Yikes. Nah, I was muted, my fault. One that I really appreciate is Dream Lover. I don't know. I just love the simplicity of it all. I know she hates the flannel, but it adds a charm. And then on top of that, the behind the scenes, how she fell from the sky in the hot air balloon and landed in the ocean, in the lake, and then that turned into the beginning scene. I think that's kind of iconic. How she kind of finessed that. Also, the One You Believe video, her and Whitney. I think the dynamic was really, I don't know, powerful, and she just looked so elegant in that video. Her poise, like the way she was flicking her hair around was a serve. And then also Sweetheart, the video for that, the looks, top tier, like the whole thing, the cat, it's just classic, very, very chic, darling, very chic.
Yes, the When You Believe video with Whitney was great and a great collaboration, and I'm really glad that they got to do that. In my opinion, they're the two best singers of all time, so I'm glad that they got to have that moment. I wish they would have done
Period.
another collab, like on Butterfly or something, like a song Mariah had written. I think that would have been nice, but I'm so glad they even got to do a song together because they were both, so huge at the time. So I appreciated that moment. Queen of Shade, did you want to go next?
So my video that I would have to choose, Scooter already kind of touched on it, but it's also Heartbreaker. I just think that that video is so fun, and there's choreo, there's a storyline. I definitely believe she should have won a Moon Man for it, but Honey would be a close second contender, but it'd have to be Heartbreaker for me for sure.
Such great
Yeah,
choices, and of
love
course,
it.
love all the iconic videos.
Anyone else want to share what their favorite music videos by her? If so, request to speak right now or raise your hand. I want to make sure that everyone gets this opportunity to speak. All right, so I don't see anybody else raising their hand to oh wait, hold on. Hello, did you want to share your favorite Mariah music video with us? Hello?
Hey, can I speak? Yeah,
Yes.
it's actually the one on the top. Yeah, sorry guys. I wanted to say that one of my favorite music videos is Butterfly. Not Butterfly. I'm sorry. Hashtag Beautiful. Sorry. I really
Yeah, that
like
was
his
a great
spirit in it.
video.
It's from that entrance actually. Hey guys, sorry.
Yes, we love it. All right, Susie wants to go next.
Hi. Yeah. So my favorite music video. I love all of them, but my most favorite one has to be the her most recent one. All I Want for Christmas Is You. The newer version. I think the whole concept of her like being like a mannequin, and then at the very end she manifests as a real person, and she kind of winks at the little girl, like little Mariah. And I like how she has like her children rock and roll there in the music video, and it's just very festive and very fun, and it looks like she had a great time in that music video. And also her makeup, that was I think my favorite part. The outfits, they were kind of cute, and the choreo was very fun. Yeah, that was it.
Yes, we love that one. We love that one. So I guess we can move on to the next question, which is going to be, what is your favorite cover that Mariah has done? This can be like live or it can be in the studio. For me, I go with her performance of "You and I" that she did as a tribute to Stevie Wonder. Kenny was touching on this earlier, but you listen to something that's so beautiful and you start like tearing up. That's like me almost every time I play it. Because it's really nice to hear the whistle notes and stuff that she does. Of course, she's renowned for that, but she also really tastefully uses her lower register on that performance, and it was just, I really feel she added on to that song with her musicality. And so I wish that she would have like professionally recorded that and put it on Charm Bracelet. I think that would have been a nice moment, but that is definitely my favorite cover she's done.
Period. Okay, so objectively speaking, against all odds, it's her best cover. Like she just
ain't so love, like respectfully, like it's just so great. But in terms of my personal favorite cover, it's I'll Be There. You know, her rendition of the Jackson 5 song. It's just so beautiful. Like I love the emotion behind the song. I love how she sings it, like the lyrics and everything. Like it's a song like I cherish and grew up loving, like both the Jackson 5 version and Mariah's version. So yeah, like, and of course I have a personal attachment to the song because it's a song I dedicate to like my godfather, who has since, passed away. May he rest in peace. Yeah, and it's a song that, was one of his favorite songs too. So it's a song that I will always cherish and will never get tired of every time I hear it. And yeah, like just oof. I don't know what else I could say without crying, but yeah, thank you, Mariah, for making that awesome addition. Like it will always be a part of me and will stay in my heart forever.
Yes, I'm glad that that song can resonate so deeply with you, her rendition of it, and I appreciate what she does with her covers in general for sure, Jay. John next, and then we'll do Bianca.
As we all know, Mariah covers the song. It's now her song. The original no longer exists. But I think that I Still Believe is my favorite cover from her, mainly because one, I didn't know it was a cover at first, and all the other songs I knew she was covering, so it was fun to find out after the fact that it wasn't a Mariah song. Um, but yeah, I would say I Still Believe. She just, made it her own, and it's obviously leaps and bounds better than Brenda's. But yeah, I really like the I Still Believe cover. And the remix, like with the Pure Imagination, like fantastic.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning the remix, John, because that's probably my favorite remix that she's ever done, with the Brat and Crazy Bone. I just made a tweet about that a few days ago, actually, and I feel like it's very underrated. But, just her thinking to do the Willy Wonka sample and put all that stuff together just truly shows what a genius that she is, and it's such a vibe. So I really love the remix. So I'm glad you were showing that some love. Next up, we will have Bianca.
Hello again, darling. So, I love this question because it's obviously she's so many minutes into her career at this point, and she's really the first artist that I realized was doing covers, and obviously I think that obviously started with her "I'll Be There" success, but interesting like notes of information about her is if you were to take every single cover, which I have done this already in my Apple Music playlist, but if you were to take every single cover and make it an album, this album would have a number one on it, a number two on it, a number three on it, and a number four on it, plus multiple remixes have hit number one on the dance chart. So it's incredible how amazing this woman's music is, and I just love that no matter which variety of her songs you put together, there's always something for everyone. But the cover that she really just goes off on is that bringing on the heartbreak cover, and proof that the woman can sing anything. She should release a gospel album, a rock album, a country album, a jazz album. She should literally shut down everyone in the music industry and just give us everything that she can do, because she's got nothing left to prove at this point. But that cover of the "Bringing on the Heartbreak" is just otherworldly, and also honorable mention to the George Michael cover. So haunting, so gorgeous, so beautiful, and so yeah, I love George Michael as well, and I just love the fact that she went there. So thanks again.
Of course. Thank you so much for speaking, Bianca. Like, I love your answers. Bringing on the Heartbreak definitely is sister as one of her best covers as well. And I love that she got to a rock bag and had a whistle that replicated like the guitar riff. Like, wow, like only she would be able to do that. And of course, thank you for
Oh
mentioning
my God,
One More Try.
100%. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And thank you for mentioning One More Try, because it's such an underrated cover and deserves way more love than it gets.
100. Yep.
Yeah, I was waiting on someone to mention One More Try, because I always say every time people talk about the Mia and Mariah album, they always skip over that song or, covers. They never give it what it deserves. And I just think that that album in particular, it's one of her most, has some of her most emotive vocal performances, with Cry and One More Try and, records like that. So I'm finally glad someone else is giving it appreciation, because it's also one of, my favorite covers that she's done as well. All right, so next up we'll do Octavia and then Chase.
Okay, my favorite cover from her. Wow, this is hard. Well, I will have to go with a sweetheart because I love that song. It should have been on one of her albums because that would have been number one for sure. Like, till this day, I love that song. She makes covers her own. Like you said, it's no longer their song anymore. Sorry. Sorry, but not sorry.
Exactly, exactly. And appreciation for bringing on the heartbreak for just a second, because, yeah, that, whistle that she hits with the guitar showing off her musicality. And, like it was said, she really can sing like any genre, and she doesn't get enough credit for how versatile that she is as a vocalist. So definitely want to have appreciation in that moment. And next up is going to be Chase, and then we'll do Susie.
Yeah, thank you. So you guys said this, bringing on the heartbreak for sure. I don't know if you guys have heard. If you guys have heard, once she did a live cover of part of the song "As Soon as I Get Home" by Faith Evans. To me, that is just gorgeous. I wish she did the whole song. And you guys mentioned this as well. I Still Believe Pure Imagination remix has to be, for me, one of the all-time covers. So thank you. Anastasia, this space is amazing. Octavia, Jay, thanks for hosting it. Really, I'm enjoying it so much.
Of course. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. Like, it means the world that you can be here with us to talk about Mariah and give her flowers and just bond with us, lambs. Like, it's just thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys are
Thank
enjoying
you,
the space. I'm
Chase.
enjoying hearing everyone's different responses to the questions and such.
Oh, can I add one more, Anastasia? I recently heard her take of Going Up Yonder, like a gospel song. And it's only a clip,
Yes,
but
I love that one. Yes.
yes, that one hits home for me as well. I wanted to mention that as well.
Yeah, that's a great pick. I appreciate that one a lot. So next up we'll do Susie, and then we will do Trey.
Yeah, so my favorite cover would have to be in her Rarities album, Out Here on My Own. That song is like very personal in a way. It reminds me of her Butterfly era. The song Outside. It's just like a very sad song, and it kind of puts you like in your own bubble, and like when you lose focus and you are in your own world, you start thinking um, about the lyrics. And yeah, I really like the song, and it almost made me think that she wrote the song because of the way it's written. Just like many of the covers that she sings, it makes me think that she actually wrote them. But once I hear, like on Twitter, certain lambs, they're like, oh, like The Beautiful Ones was by Prince, and it just shocked me that that she didn't write that song. But I really like the song, and also it's one of my favorites mainly because I can sing it, like it's in my range. So it's one of the few songs that I can sing in my range without having to like you know, go low, or because she mainly sings like pretty high, so I have to change the chords in a little bit in a way to kind of like sing it in my voice as much as I can. But yeah, Out Here on My Own is one of my favorite covers. It was a grower for sure because at first it was too slow for me, but the piano and just her tone during that time, 1993, it just really I really
Out Here
liked
on
it.
My Own was 2000.
Oh, 2000. Okay, well, yeah. Either way, it's one of my favorite ones.
Yeah, her tone during '93, the music box era was iconic as well. I'm glad to hear some appreciation for Out Here on My Own. I think that she sounded amazing on that. I love how it progresses, and yeah, I agree. Like a lot of the stuff, you listen to and you're like, wow, this is a cover just because of her musicality, and it was really powerful moment. So I really like what she did with that. So I loved hearing how the song grew on you and what it meant to you and stuff. And I'm glad to hear appreciation for that moment. Next up we'll do Trey, and then we'll do Scooter.
Thank you. Yeah, so many great points and things pointed out. Like I love Against All Odds. I love Bring On the Heartbreak. One of my favorite covers that I feel like never gets appreciated is Don't Play That Song. I love how she did that. It was super early on in her career, just kind of gave you a glimpse of like what songs she did cover and perform like before her career started. I would have just loved to be in that club and just listen to her sing that song. Just raw vocals, everything about really that whole little live EP she put out. I love everything about that, but that's one of my favorite covers that I never see anyone talk about.
Yes, Trey, I'm glad to hear appreciation for that. Some people think Aretha Franklin originally did that song, but that was actually Benny King, I believe, who did that one. I'm pretty sure he's the one who did it. And actually, Respects by Aretha is also a cover that was Otis Redding. But Aretha was pretty infamous for doing covers and just like making it popular to where people thought it was hers. So yeah, like Mariah did it, and she was like, I'm not trying, like, because she obviously idolized Aretha, and she was just saying, this is just, to pay tribute to her. And obviously I can't do it, exactly how she's done it, but I like her and Aretha's version a lot, a lot. I think both of them are amazing, and I've been getting into Aretha recently, and I've been appreciating her talents as a singer, a writer, a piano player. So Aretha's amazing. So I'd highly recommend checking out her music if you haven't already. She's been so inspirational to Mariah and everyone, and her birthday was just recently, so we love that, of course. Next up, we'll have Mariah.
I was actually going to mention Don't Play That Song for Me as well, because that was an amazing cover. But I also really like I'll Be There, because not only does it sound so good, but I just love the Jackson 5 and I love MJ. So when you combine the two, it's just excellent. But then again, like, I really love Oh Holy Night and Jesus What a Wonderful Child, because, like, praise God, we love that. And she literally took everyone to church. And I literally named like 4 songs. So if I have to pick one, I have to go with Jesus What a Wonderful Child, because, like, that whole song was great. But the beginning that she did, that they all did, and then the ending, it literally just, like, sent me to heaven. Like, they were all so amazing on that track. I just loved it.
Yes, I love Jesus, Oh What a Wonderful Child. And that was one that I like appreciated, like hearing that Merry Christmas album. I was like, oh, this is a great song. But like the past year I was like, oh, this is like one of the best songs on the album, and I love the way that she's like riffing at the end. And I mean, the Merry Christmas album, in my opinion, is like the best Christmas album of all time. I do not care. The vocal arrangements alone, unlike Oh Holy Night or Joy to the World, like that alone sets her apart. And vocally some of her best, but that's like my favorite Christmas album, and I do listen to it all the way throughout the year, and all her other Christmas music, because it's iconic, obviously, and I love Christmas music, so I'm really glad you gave that one a nod, because that one was amazing. Next up we'll do Scooter, and then we'll do Kenny.
Hey, shout out to Anastasia and her YouTube channel where she gives huge praises to Mariah Carey owning the 90s, as well as a recent video where she does review Aretha Franklin's. So if you guys do not or have not seen the YouTube channel, I definitely recommend you show some love, like it, and share it. So there's my selfish plug for my girl Anastasia. But I will tell you, as far as remakes, I remember a kid sitting on my floor with my VHS playing and recording her live Here Is Mariah Carey concert on TV, and I was sucked in to her and just amazed by the vocals, just as those people in the front row when they heard Hero for the first time, but without you. She sang that song and just made it her own the moment that aired on television. And it did fantastic on the charts. And there's other obviously remakes as well too, but she ate and did an amazing arrangement with Without You.
Yeah, that's my favorite. Yes.
Yes,
Hi.
we love that one.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, this is Amy Hampton, and I'm really say I enjoy watching some of Mariah Carey videos on TV and YouTube, which is still they got some amazing songs here though. And my favorite one is I'll Be There covers one of my favorites too though. And she really nailed it in MTV Unplugged, and she is fantastic. And I have to agree about Mariah Carey album. This is one of the best Mariah Carey albums in the world to this day. So I love this to it every year. I used to listen to it every year after Thanksgiving, and I listen through Christmas Day. So it's so huge. And I don't think it's still one of the huge songs everywhere it went to a high spot. It was one of the best the month for here. So it's really good.
Yes, Without You was really good. I'm glad that you mentioned that one, Scooter. Yeah, she just ate them up. Like it's just really no
Mhm.
contest what she was able to do with that, and so powerful and so resonant. So I really liked Without You. So I'm glad to see it having a nod.
Mhm.
All right, next up is gonna be Kenny.
Hey guys, obviously my favorite is Stevie Wonder, but I'll give an honorable mention to Mariah Carey and John Legend doing "With You I'm Born Again," representing Billy Preston. I just thought that was a really good, version of that song.
Yes, another good
Hmm.
one.
Yes, we love that for you, Kenny. We really appreciate you always have good taste, Kenny. We appreciate you. All right. So next up, Queen of Shade, have you went yet? Please. All right, Adrian, you can go next.
Oh hey, yes, I don't know if this counts. It's like a half, so maybe I'll do like a 1.5. I'll break a rule. Okay, anyway, so the Maya will stay a while. So the stay a while part by Loose Ends. I love that. Like I love how they kind of just took that and just added that on to the halfway through into My All. I love her vocal on that. Just love how she just plays around with her voice and that. I think that's really awesome. And my other one, and I'm not sure if you're going to go into duets, but it's a cover and it's live. So it's Got to Be Real with Patti LaBelle. I just love the whole energy of that, and I love the whole Mariah, get your flowers, girl. I love all that. That's just like a great moment. And then just to sneak it in, even though it's not actually been officially released, her version of "Help Me Make It Through the Night," like Mariah with an acoustic guitar, is just like I need a whole album of that as well. We need a whole album of every genre basically, but yeah, acoustic Mariah, country Mariah, I love it.
Yes, I love to hear appreciation for Gods to Be Real. That was such a fun, like live moment, and you can tell that they were just thriving off of each other's energy. And I just love the vocal moments and stuff. In my playlist of my favorite Mariah songs, I put that right next to Emotions because it kind of reminds me of the chords and the production. So I'm glad to see that one get a shout out for real.
Thanks.
Of course. Next up is going to be Michelle.
So I'm a huge fan of Charmy. So Bringing on the Heartbreak is definitely one of my favorite covers. I wish we can get more of Rock Raya. Um, and in between that was I used to be I am a huge fan of Foreigner, and I want to know what love is. Ever since Mariah came out with it, I probably never listened to the Foreigner version ever again. But yeah, Mariah makes every cover truly her own song.
Yes, I love to hear the praise for I Want to Know What Love Is. That is an amazing, amazing cover. And I really like how she like modernized it and stuff. It's just a magical moment. So it's probably like one of my favorite Mariah covers as well. So I'm glad to hear praise for that because I always feel like that doesn't get the appreciation that it deserves.
27 weeks at #1 in Brazil, by the way.
Period. We love it. We love it.
Exactly. Like it's a worldwide hit for a reason.
All right, Hood Raya, you can go next.
Hi, okay, so now my favorite cover that Mariah has ever done is has to be Heavenly. Like the way I can give up now, like there is no way you can, even if you're not even like a religious person, and you can listen to that song and say Mariah did not. I don't know what was going through her head vocally that day, but the man was eating down again. Like to have the whistles and have them harmonize that high. Like, mind you, this is 2013. She's way into her career, and she's still giving you great vocal acrobatics. She could have just put it out, and no, but she actually picked apart the song and rebuilt it, and that's what I love about Mariah, because she's not going to just give you the same song back to back to back. She will pick that song apart, add everything new, and that's why it becomes her own. Is because she puts her own spin onto it, and she puts herself in that moment, even if she hasn't even had the moment, or even if she did. It's hers. It is what it is.
Yes, we love that for you, Hood Riot. Period. Bianca, have you went yet?
Yeah, I went on that whole tirade about she could create an entire album of nothing but covers, and then on that album there would be a number 1 single, a number 2 single, a number 3 single, a number 4 single with
Yes.
I'll Be
Yes.
There, Endless Love, the duet with Luther Vandross. Rest in peace, but what a moment.
Yes.
What an
I'm glad to hear
absolute moment.
appreciation for Endless Love, because that
Yeah.
I always preferred that more than the original and stuff. I just really feel like they both have stunning voices, and just like the way the textures of their voices go together, it was
Yeah.
beautiful. So I'm
The
glad to hear
arrangement, the arrangement was so
yeah.
lush and rich. It was just so gorgeous, and
Mhm.
without you, I love the hearing about the Without You love that hit number 3. I Still Believe and hit number 4. I mean, like, this woman is untouchable.
Period. Divine Juice Box, would you like to go next?
I mean, my favorite cover, probably, I love Open Arms. And I love the live performances of Open Arms too. Bring On the Heartbreak, as someone said before. I'll Be There, especially the one she did at MSG with Wanye from Boyz II Men. Like, the arrangement she did was so different from the one she did at MTV, but it gave such a new flavor to it. What else? What else? What else? There's so many good ones, great ones that I can't even. When she did Don't Play That Song for Me at the Tattoo Club in 1990, that was a great one also. So yeah, those would be my picks.
Yes, really great picks. This is OC. Have you win yet?
No, I haven't. I wanted to say the two previous ones that you have already mentioned, Endless Love and Open Arms, are amazing. And another one, Christmas Wrappings from the Christmas special. It was really good. It was really new and some kind of a fun teaser, I think.
Yeah, that was a key moment. I really appreciated that for sure. And I do not know how to pronounce this one, but Pinky Arrow 838, you can go and share your favorite one.
Okay, thank you. I love all the answers. I especially love Without You and Open Arms. Those are my favorite. Echoing everyone else's sentiment, I forget who originally sang a lot of these songs. So it's incredible, and these songs are her covers are so timeless. And one note about I Still Believe, I love that she did that as an homage to Brenda, who helped her out with her career. I thought that was really sweet, and all the remixes are incredible.
Yes, we love it. We love it. Period. Anybody else want to share their favorite cover Mariah's done? If so, please raise your hand or request to be speaker so I can get you up here, because I would love to discuss more covers. Because I really like the obscure picks and stuff that you guys are doing. I love it.
That's because we feel really comfortable with each other.
And I'm glad that we can have a space to do that and everyone's having fun. That's very important. So I don't see anybody else raising their hand in this moment. So I'll move on to the next thing, which is like, what is your favorite Mariah album? So for me, obviously I have to go Butterfly. Yes, it's a popular answer, but it's popular for a reason. She really came into her own after, she left Tommy and was able to do not only what she wanted to sonically, with incorporating the hip hop even more into her music, because yeah, she wanted to do it with Dream Lover, but she was whitewashed, and the Fantasy remix was amazing, but then she went even more into it on the Butterfly album. And I really liked, it was cool for her working with, like Puffy and Q-Tip and stuff. So I liked sonically, and she was able to do that with the imaging, like we were talking about the Honey music video, wearing what she wanted to in the photo shoots. Like she's really glowing during that time as well. I think the vocals, it's like her best in terms of like the vocal layering purely on here, and the background vocals and the harmonies on like Fourth of July, for example, or Outside, which is very powerful, and I definitely relate to that. Being biracial myself, so I love that record. Production is amazing. Her songwriting, I think, is her strongest, more personal, like My All, Close My Eyes, The Roof, and such. And yeah, it's my favorite album of all time, and I hold it in very high regard. I love the album cover, so I would definitely say Butterfly is my favorite and her best work.
Yeah, honestly, I would agree and say Butterfly is also my favorite album. Oh, see, I know, like, yeah, like it's a common answer, but it's just yeah, like just it really is her magnet opus for a reason, and she really artistically and creatively like had one of her biggest peaks here, and just I love how the song Outside, like really changed my life and helped me, navigate, growing up as a gay brown Mexican American man, and realizing if she could, I there's someone that related to growing up being an outsider. When I wrote it from perspective being biracial, but I applied it to my experiences of being a gay brown Mexican American man. But if I had to be like represent for the Charm stands real quick, right? My second favorite album from Mariah is Charm Bracelet because literally it has some of her best like R&B hip hop production on there. Like it really is such a consistent body of work. Vocally, one of her best eras, and it's just really lyrically so inspirational. Like Through the Rain, that song has gotten me through so much in my life. Like it's gotten me through like the darkest and most traumatic times of my life. And I'm glad I had that song as my saving grace because I don't know where I would be without Butterfly, Charm, or Rainbow today. Because I don't think I'd be here honestly. But yeah, no, just thank the Lord for Charm Bracelet. And like I said, without Charm Bracelet, if it weren't for Charm Bracelet walking, Emancipation wouldn't be able to run.
Period. Honestly, Butterfly and Charm are like top three, in my top three, but my number one has to be Daydream. Her tone during that album, and then it's like she's had songs prior to that where it was personal, but I think that with looking in, it was like her first step into really letting the fans into her world emotionally. And so, and on top of it, you have like my three favorite songs ever in One Sweet Day, Underneath the Stars, and Melt Away, and then Long Ago. It's just like a masterpiece in its totality, and the concept of it with it, the whole daydream fantasy thing, and the prior to the daydream interlude, and then that being when she wakes up from the fantasy, and then we get reality. It's really deep and really telling of what she was going through. So that's mine.
Yeah, I appreciate the Daydream praise. That's like probably my second favorite album, and I liked you talking about the concepts or whatever, because that's what people have said. Like, oh, it's kind of a concept what you're talking about with that, and it's just like really brilliant, and it's a very lush production as well. The vocals are amazing, the songwriting is strong. I feel like it was a huge step up from Music Box, because of course there's a Christmas album, but she only written like 3 songs on that, and the rest of it was covers. So I think it was a huge step up in terms of the writing, in terms of the vocals, and that is like one of my pop Bibles. Like when I think of pop girls, pop era is like my favorite pop albums. I always say Daydream. It's a very strong moment in the discography, so I'm glad to hear some Daydream praise. And next up, we'll do Octavia, and then we'll do John.
I'm sorry about that. It was a little sketchy, and I couldn't hardly hear that well. Anastasia, can you give me co-host again?
Yeah.
But my favorite album is Charm Bracelet, of course. That's my number one favorite album. And Subtle Invitation, I'm just gonna say this, is a masterpiece. Masterpiece. I can listen to the whole album from top to bottom. No skips, no nothing. It's just perfect. The same with Rainbow, but Charm Bracelet is my number one.
Yes, glad to hear some Charm Bracelet praise. We love it. We love it. And next up is going to be John.
Okay, so this is a really hard question because there is either a song, a moment, whatever from each Mariah album that has saved me, changed me, shaped me. I mean, I can't not mention Butterfly. I wouldn't be here without it. But I think ultimately, my favorite Mariah album that I always go back to and listen from start to finish, I love listening to it on vinyl, is probably Emotions.
Ooh, Emotions is very underrated in her discography. It never really gets the praise that I feel like it deserves. You know, she was more creatively
It's so
involved in that
good.
after the first album. Yes, I'm glad to hear that, especially like what I was saying with like The Wind. Nobody ever talks about The Wind, and I'm like, what a
Till the
shame,
End
you
of
know, 'cause
time. Someone
till the
said
end of
So Blessed
time.
earlier. I started crying. That song is
Yes.
so
To be
good.
around you, yes.
Yes, 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 yes. Can't
The
let go.
soul, the
Like all of it.
gospel, all those
Hmm.
moments. So I'm glad to hear some praise for the Emotions album because it doesn't get enough. And the next up, we will do Trey.
Thank you. Yeah, those who know me know that I am a Charmy girl. I love Charm Bracelet. It's my top favorite album. But I really wanted to like give the flowers that Daydream, rightfully gets. I just love the concept. It's probably my most favorite concept album of hers. Like you hear songs like When I Saw You, Forever, um, what's the other one? I Am Free, and you're like, oh wow, she's so happy. And then after the interlude, she does Looking In, and it's like you take a step back. It's like, okay, those songs were not her reality. That's so heartbreaking. On their own, those songs, of course, are like, great love, great wedding songs. But as a concept, like hearing those songs and just like realizing that like that's not her reality breaks my heart. I love it. If I want to feel something, I listen to Daydream. I just really, really, really love the concept of it all.
Yes, we love that for you, Trey. And on I wanted to say really quickly, Caution is definitely something that stays pretty heavily in my rotation. For her to put that out, like, you know, all that years into her career and whatever, because we don't acknowledge time. I thought it was amazing, and you know, she just really adapted with the times, and that's one of my favorite things about her music and whatever. So I love the Caution album a lot. So I wanted to have this moment for that. And next up we can do Amy, and then we'll do RJ.
Hi, everybody. This is Amy Hampton. We just want to say happy anniversary to our queen of goddess, singer, songwriter, producer, and actress. And I think my favorite album was Between Daydream Butterfly and After Agree Trumpet is one of the most underrated songs. And my favorite one from the Trumpet Braces is My Saving Grace. So she takes it to church that song. So and my being emotions, it should be most recognizable albums of the song because my favorite was Make It Happen and that goes to take it to the church. Yeah, my mom, I love hearing that song here. So this one the best. So yes. Yes. Conscious one and the most critical acclaim and should be recognizable too. So yes, I can't wait for her to get a new album soon. But I got all her albums, but now I would choose Miss Patient Meme. She's made a huge return into the top of the charts here in a long time here, and that's why I choose that one.
Yes, we love that appreciation for you in that moment. Next up, we'll do
Mhm.
RJ.
Okay.
Okay, so kind of echoing off of what Anastasia said, like Caution is so underrated. It is probably my most played Mariah album currently. Uh it's in the top 5, but and then Emotions again does not get enough credit. It's her most soulful album, I feel, and definitely one of her best. But I'm gonna have to go with Daydream and Butterfly as my absolute favorites, just because everything is interchangeable depending what you're going through, what you're relating to at the moment. But I feel like those are sister albums, one, and just with Looking In, and the way it's like a continuation. You pick up from there, and then you move on to Butterfly. And I can't say anything that hasn't already been said about, I'm sure, the vocal layering, the songwriting, the production, just even the visuals that go along with both of those eras. So that's my answer.
Yes, we love that for you, RJ. Daydream of Butterfly, definitely my top two for sure. And next up, we'll do Chase, and then we'll have Susie.
Yeah, thanks. A Butterfly, of course, for me, number one. But a personal fave is Memoirs of an Imperfect Angel. Almost every single track on that song I can listen to on repeat. I don't know. It's one of her albums for me. There's so many. Also, really love Caution. Eighth Grade. I think someone mentioned that song earlier. That's one of my go-tos. I think those three are my trinity at the moment. Butterfly Forever, but those other two right now.
Yes, we love that. We love that. And what do you think? I think Susie's next, so we'll have Susie next.
Yeah, so my favorite album, I kept interchanging, but finally my favorite album of all time would be Emotions. I love the cover and also like her for like when they took photos of her. Um I just really like the color and the changes that they did to it, and the dress was very pretty. And I also like how she currently is still singing one of the songs or two of the songs on when she's touring. Um, I think my favorite song is Still the Wind. It's not many people's favorites, many lambs' favorites, but I also like it when people appreciate it, especially because it's jazz. I love that genre, and also the transition from Till the End of Time to The Wind. Um, I think, and also You're So Cold, the song, like the beginning, the first 40 seconds. I think that is um one of the hardest things that I've heard her sing, because she's gradually changing from scale to scale, and she's also increasing her voice, like she's getting louder and louder, and it almost sounds like she's like yelling, but it doesn't sound bad either. um uh I do wish Can't Let Go was, on Billboard 100, but it's still one of my favorite albums to this moment.
Yes, I'm loving all the emotions appreciation I'm seeing in this space. What a nice moment. Next up, we'll do Michelle, and then we'll have Queen of Shade.
So, as I've stated several times, Butterfly is always top for me because that's when I became a lamb. Charmy is my heart. And one that's right up there that a lot of people don't agree with, but Einstein, E equals MC squared is it for me. Produced her 18th record breaking number one. Migrate and Side Effects is probably one of the two most played songs in my Apple tunes. Um, her bonus track Heat is crazy. Bye Bye, and my favorite off of that, which I really wish she would have released it as a single, is For the Record. But yeah, Einstein, Mariah was definitely Einstein for that one.
Yes, love to hear appreciation for the record. I think the songwriting on that was great. The bridge, her referencing her past songs, and she does it in a way that's not cringy. Because some people do that, and it's like, okay, like you're just referencing on when you used to be hot, nobody cares. But when Mariah did it, like she actually ate, so I really liked that moment with it. So I really loved hearing some appreciation for that as well. I really appreciate that, Michelle. And for the record, that was one that kind of grew on me a little bit, because I mean I thought it was good, but it was I think the bridge started to hit me more or something. I don't know, but I really like For the Record, so I love to hear that moment. And next up, we're gonna do Queen of Shade, and then we'll do Scooter.
Wait, did you say me next?
Yeah, you're
Oh, okay.
next.
So most people already said, but Butterfly and Daydream, like I could like never choose between the two. They're my favorite albums, like of all time. Um, it just depends on my mood, I guess. But Daydream is such a solid body of work, as well as Close My Eyes. Both of those albums I grew up on, reminds me of my childhood. So yeah, those would definitely have to be my two albums.
Yes, we love that for you, Queen of Shade. And next up is gonna be Scooter.
Hello. Hey, Michelle. I love you, my friend, first off. Let's get that cleared and on the record. Haha, you see how I did that? But I want to thank you for saying, showing love to MC, E equals MC squared. A lot of us, a lot of people will say that it is a Emancipation 2.0, which, yeah, I get it. But having gone through love and heartbreak and just being abused and put in a hospital and just a lot of stuff, right? Like I stay in love, I can feel that. Side effects reminds me of when I was a kid, right, and going through stuff, right? Mariah was bold for going there, and love story into last kiss into thanks for nothing, like those songs, and then to end it with I wish you well. Like this album is a fantastic album. Now it's not my favorite, but as we talked about earlier on this journey that we've been on for the last couple hours, like you will go through seasons of life and albums will hit you and you'll go, dang, I remember this. Like this, I was in such a relationship that I would die for this person, right? And then, thanks for nothing, right? And just certain songs. And right now, like, memoirs, I love how people are giving love to memoirs. That is, as an adult, as I've seasoned, right, and gotten older, her lyrics for that album, the vocals, just the concept was fantastic, and I that's what I probably listened to the most as of 2023. Um, but and Daydream was when I was in high school, just going through life and dealing with the secrets that I hadn't told anybody, right? So every album has its concept, but thanks, Michelle, for bringing E equals MC squared into it, because man, it played a part in my growth as a Mariah fan and as an adult in life. So, what about you, Anastasia? What was the album that you can relate to currently now too?
I mean, that I can relate to. I mean, I feel like I can't relate to most of Mariah's songs. I think they're like wonderful and like they're just like well constructed, so I appreciate them. So I don't know if there's one I could say like, oh, I'm like really relating to it like at this moment, at least like not one that's coming to mind. But Butterfly is always like my absolute favorite all time, and then Caution stays in my rotation pretty heavily, and like Charm Bracelet. It depends on like what I want to listen to, but it's usually like those three I kind of like alternate in between. So yeah. All right. Do you want to go next, Kenny?
Where is she?
I don't know. Do you want to go, Michael?
Yeah, I guess I'll go. Yeah. Oh, I know I haven't been on here in a long time. I know y'all been talking for like a whole. I know y'all been talking for a long time, but my favorite album so far of Mariah is Charm Bracelet, because not only because it sounds good, but I think to me it compresses all the elements of R&B and hip hop, because you have her and the different rappers into it, like Cameron and the Brat. I think she was on there. Yeah, peace out. But yeah, um, that's why my favorite album so far is Charm Basis, because I think it composes different genres and it fuses it in together. And I think Mariah does a wonderful job of doing that, and that's why it makes the album so great.
Yes, we love the Charm
Yes.
Bracelet appreciation.
Thank you to everyone answering Charm Bracelet. Finally, my Charm Bracelet agenda is like working, because I'm the number one Charm Bracelet stan, and like any time I can spread the
Half
agenda,
the
like
Lambily on Twitter stands Charm Bracelet.
I
Jay,
know,
what are
but
you
like
talking about?
if
It's
there's
so
any,
popular on here to be a Charm Bracelet stan. You know how
I
hard
don't
it is to be a
care.
Rainbow stan? You know how hard it is to be a Rainbow stan, Jay? We never get to eat. Oh my god.
Well, y'all deserve to eat, but
Every
like I'm
day.
Yep.
saying, like,
Never get to eat.
but us Charmy stands do.
People.
Yeah. Charm, charm, charm. Love
Rainbow
it.
stands ain't for the weak. Every time I tell people I stand Rainbow, they like, really? I'm like, yes, I love Rainbow. What are you talking about? Rainbow's
And
one
I
I'm
of my
glad
like
you love it,
favorites.
because
Rainbow.
I
I
love it
like
too.
Rainbow.
It's
I
one of
stand
my
I stand Butterfly, Daydream, Debut, Merry Christmas, and Rainbow. Rainbow. Like I really do. Like Rainbow's so underrated. Ugh, never gets the praise it deserves.
Yeah, I literally just got school. Literally just ended a couple minutes ago because I know Octavia wanted me to be here, and I got here the second that they ended. So
Y'all heard Raya says y'all know how hard it is being a Mia and Mariah stan. Oh, y'all going through it.
Mhm.
Y'all going through it. Unfortunately,
yeah.
we have to bond. But I'm always gonna appreciate Rainbow giving its tens, and that's period. Anyone else want to share their favorite Mariah album that hasn't spoken yet? If so, then if you do want to speak, then please raise your hand. Because there's probably a few more people that want to speak.
Did
In regards to this.
did my girl Octavia
Hello.
go?
Yeah, I think she did. Oh, wait, hold on.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, it's me, Amy again. Hey, I enjoyed and I chat with you guys about we're celebrating. I'm glad Charlie is one of the most underrated albums today. Yeah, I think Rainbow should be recognized it too. Yeah, last time she released her album, Rainbow Under Columbia, it was the last one. She had to leave because of Tommy. So it should be recognizable too. Though, what do you guys think? And one more thing I gotta ask you, Anastasia, how long y'all been a fan of Mariah?
Oh, I've been a fan for it'll be 3 years this year, so a little over 2 years.
3 years,
Yeah.
okay. I was a fan of hers.
Yeah.
I was in elementary school. It's between back in the 90s and then I got the album Butterfly and I've been had all her albums since I started being a fan when I was a little kid growing up though. So it's bringing like great memories and so I'm still a fan of her to this day though. So I'm glad I did though.
I'm glad.
Yes,
Thank you
we
for
love that.
sharing. Yeah, and then I've been a fan for 18 years since the Emancipation era. Yeah, love Mariah.
Literally
My
almost
favorite
everybody I
album.
meet has been a fan of her for like their entire life, and then I'm like one of the newer fans, whatever. So it's rare I find somebody who, like, I think Trey like got into her like a little bit before I did. I'm like, finally everyone else is like, I've been standing her since I was in the womb. I'm like, oh my god. So yeah, it's like only been a few years and whatever, and I just have a lot of knowledge because I've watched a lot of interviews and read the book, and like I've really done intense research on her. So some people, like, they're like, wow, it's only been that sort of time. Like, well, yes, because actually you made research on people. So yeah, it's coming up on 3 years in December, which is
Yeah.
All right,
what a moment.
congratulations. Congratulations.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but this new user, I think the ad is M Rink wants to speak. So definitely share your favorite Mariah album with us.
Hello, Lambily. Happy anniversary to our queen. My name is Eddie, aka Mariah Mania, aka the elusive Fantus, since I rarely engage on social media. But I wanted to backtrack real quick, please, to the best era question. I'm at work, so I'm behind. But I genuinely love everything Mariah does, and so I'm not really that fun when it comes to these kinds of discussions. But her debut era is definitely the most consequential to me because I was 17 when Vision of Love came out, and that song literally saved my life. But beyond that, to hear Mariah's voice at the same time as the rest of the whole world was discovering her is a moment that, as a lamb, can never be rivaled. Besides that fact, this era helped spawn many of the artists who consider her one of their influences. But anyway, I'm enjoying listening to all of the lambs share their stories and their opinions, and I appreciate how you moderate this space. So thank you. Take care, everyone.
Of course. Thanks for sharing so much. And on debut, I mean, Vision of Love is arguably like the most influential debut single of all time because it influenced, Beyonce, Christina Aguilera. I know Ariana Grande wasn't directly influenced by that, but she's been influenced by Mariah in general.
Yeah, and
So I
then
mean,
Kelly
that's
Clarkson
really
said she was
the
also.
name.
Yeah, Kelly Clarkson
Yes,
also
Kelly
said she was
Clarkson.
influenced.
Period. And we love Kelly Clarkson over here. So yeah, she just influenced so many singers. I mean, the Magna Carta of Melisba is what it was dubbed. So yeah, that song was just so influential, and I really love the debut era. So I'm glad to hear some more appreciation for those moments for sure. But we have a new speaker on here. I see Maximoff if you want to come up and share your favorite Mariah album with us.
Okay, thank you. So, this question about the album, I really think I really enjoy the Emotions one. I know people said that a lot. It's a favorite. So that one I really like the R&B like elements and how she like has a very like live like atmosphere, and also the songwriting is very very good, one of her best. So I really that's probably like one of my most played albums by her.
Yes, we love that. Period.
I love that. I can agree with that.
All right, did everyone get a chance to say their favorite album from Mariah?
I think we're all good. I think we can probably move on to the next question that we should ask. And let
Okay.
me see what I want to ask. Okay, so this will be a good one. I wanted to ask like what are your favorites some of your favorite Mariah lyrics, you know? These can be just lyrics you're like, "Oh, I think that was just amazing songwriting there," or maybe it's something that you're like, "Oh, like this lyric or this song or moment, it's something that touched me really deeply and, you know, it stays with me." So like kind of like all that. So for favorite lyric, I mean, gosh, there's so many. I mean, Make It Happen lyrically is amazing. Um, I also really quite enjoy Can't Take That Away. I think those are songs that like specifically helped me through my life, you know, like going through difficult things and such and being like, you know, just like listening to those, it just makes me feel like, you know, everything's in this moment, it's gonna be good. And I can like make it through. So I think those songs like lyrically stood out to me. I love in Baby Doll when she says, but do you care for me beyond idolization? That's one of my favorite lyrics as well. So yeah, I just wanted to take a second to appreciate Mariah the songwriter because as we know, she never gets the appreciation that she deserves.
Yes, exactly. And then favorite song lyrically, it's gonna have to be a tie between The Roof because literally it's a poetic masterpiece. Like literally Shakespeare was found shaking and he was found unconscious on the floor when he heard Mariah do The Roof. Like, wow. She's literally the most poetic, creative artist we have ever witnessed. But then of course the personal favorite is Through the Rain because obviously, like I said, like it has gotten me through the hardest times of my life and especially the bridge, that's like what like motivates me, what keeps me on my feet whenever I'm at my lowest. So it's just like wow, like I could not survive without Through the Rain, and can't take that away as well.
I like how Mariah just uses like unique and big words. I know Octavia kind of mentioned that. I think she did, but I just like how she used the big words. Like, I think she probably like reads a thesaurus probably almost every day, and then she incorporates those words in her songs. That's what I like.
Yes, whenever she just rhapsodized and Did I Do That, and then she also does it in Melt Away and like Trepidation and stuff. That's really cool.
I should probably
All right. What'd you say? You're going?
use that in some of my songs too. Like maybe like use like big words and stuff like that to make it sound interesting. You know.
Yes, I think Mariah's probably inspired a lot of songwriters and stuff, and she never gets the appreciation that she deserves, which is why I'm glad that she got inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame and such for sure. So we definitely have that moment. But we can have Octavia go next.
Yes, Octavia.
Mm, okay. Hi. So my favorite lyrics are from Close Up My Eyes and from Outside because those two songs get me very in my feelings. Those two songs, when I need to hear them, they're always on repeat. So, and one of the lyrics I said I will get tattooed on my arm. It's hard for me to say it because I always cry, so I'm not gonna say it. But you guys know the lyrics from outside. I'm not gonna cry because I love that woman to death.
Yeah, I'm glad you have a moment for outside praise, and I just realized I forgot to praise it, which is such a freaking shame. But yeah, that's definitely one that meant a lot for me because, like I said, I am biracial. I'm half black. So outside was definitely something that hit deep for me, like when I first got into her music and whatever. And I felt like getting into Mariah was finally like seeing someone who was biracial that was like, yes, I finally have someone to look up to, and that was like really monumental for me, and it definitely is challenging growing up biracial for so many different reasons and such. So outside will definitely hit deep for me always, and it's one of my favorites off of the Butterfly album for sure. So next up we'll do Amy Hampton.
Hi, I'm here. What's up?
Hey.
Hi, how you doing? You know, my favorite one of the lyrics of the song that I agree, what you talked about earlier, it's called "Can't Take That Away From Me," and it is just been referring to. Remember I talked about Oprah and about growing up biracial. It was the most toughest time trying to do racism as a child growing up here, and it was really, really hard, but his song would help people go through this with their biracial. Like you in stage yourself, you're in biracial yourself too. So I gotta say, this is one of the most racial songs here all the time. So it's one of the best. So that's why I chose. They take that away. So this is why I choose. Yeah.
Yes, I love that for you. So next up we will do John, and then we'll do Mimi Folklore.
Okay, so I would say Close My Eyes. It's probably the song where I would say is the lyrics that had the biggest impact on me. I didn't have the greatest childhood and pretty hard life in general, so I feel like I really relate to the song. I actually have it tattooed on my body. So yeah, most of Butterfly, but I would say Close My Eyes specifically.
Yeah, Close My Eyes lyrically definitely is some of her best work, talking about growing up. And the fact that she wrote that over 4 years is insane because you would think writing a song for that long and putting it together, like, it just would not make sense. And you'd be like, what is this? But, she was very intentional with how she wrote it and stuff, and just, yeah, very personal. So I really love Close My Eyes, and definitely one of the best songs on Butterfly. I mean, Butterfly lyrically definitely is her best work, in my personal opinion, in terms of just pure lyrics, and everything else is amazing. But now we're on to Mimi Folklore.
Okay, so I have a couple. I mean, obviously, it's pretty difficult to pick favorites, especially for me. Um, but I think some of her songs that kind of stand out to me are "The Art of Letting Go." Just in terms of connecting, like, with the lyrics. Also, "Side Effects" from E equals MC squared, "Portrait," and of course, a fan favorite, or I guess everyone's favorite, "Anytime You Need a Friend."
Yes, I'm glad to see appreciation for Portrait because people always pay that song dust. And I'm like, you guys just don't get it. Because to me, I always saw that and Looking In as like sister songs. Like, Looking In was, obviously her saying, yes, I'm a celebrity. It looks like I have everything on the outside. But obviously, we know she was miserable in her marriage to Tommy and she was going through it. I mean, it's bone chilling, especially, that last verse, her saying, well, here I am. For all of them to bleed, but they can't take my heart from me and they can't bring me to my knees. They'll never know the real me. I mean, that's like insane. Like, she just really went off on that and wrote it in 15 minutes. So that was like her most personal song at that moment. And then Portrait, it was kind of giving me like her seeing it from like a different perspective, and now that she's grown. So I've always connected those songs, and I just hate that Portrait never gets the respect it deserves. So I'm glad to hear that, and then especially for side effects. And yeah, that was also very real at that moment and stuff. So I appreciated that. And we love Art of Letting Go, and very powerful, like I was saying earlier. What do you want to say, Mimi Folklore?
I just wanted to say, I know this is not like an emotional ballad or something, but it's still a song that I feel like has some substance, even though we kind of like see it as more of like a joking matter. I feel like GTFO deserves some appreciation. I think it's somebody finally deciding to like stand up and advocate for themselves. And I just love her lyric, like, I ain't the type to play the martyr. I don't know. There's something heartfelt about it, even though the song, you know, it's more lighthearted than the others.
GTFO was so much fun. And that again doesn't get what it deserves. Like, it's just a good moment. Not everything has to be all serious and whatever. And that's what I love with GTFO. Like, it was the fire starter moment for that. She ate in the music video. Like, people always pay that one dust as well. So I'm glad to hear appreciation for that. And next up, we will do, I think Chase is next, and then we'll do RJ.
Gosh, and it's like these questions you're asking are so good. I'm trying to rack my brain to come up with some decent answer, but break down again, you know, just how it starts. You called yesterday to basically say that you care for me, but that you're just not in love, and how it keeps going and going, how she's nonchalant about it, and then the verse where she's asking the question. So what do you do when somebody you're so devoted to suddenly just stops loving you, and it seems they haven't got a clue of the pain that rejection is putting you through? Do you do you cling to your pride and sing I will survive? Do you lash out and say, how dare you leave this way? Do you hold on in vain as they just slip away? I mean, gosh, it's like these are like serious questions that, like, a child asks about death to their parents for the first time. That's how I feel it. You know, it's like she's so vulnerable and it's just raw and beautiful. So breakdown, I love everything about that. We Belong Together, I think, I don't know if that gets enough lyrical credit. There's no major hit that is as multifaceted in music, in my opinion. That was number one. Sorry if there's some noise in the background. What I really love about We Belong Together lyrically is she takes you on this journey. You know, she's alone. She's like cry. You know, I get the vibe like Crybaby, right? She's up late at night thinking about her long lost lover. But she kind of breaks the fourth wall because she talks about, you know, flipping on the radio, and she talks about other music in the song, and then she goes back to the audience, back to us. So the point of view in We Belong Together, it transitions a lot. I don't have the lyrics right in front of me, but I'm sure you guys all know most of them. But I think We Belong Together is really high up there lyrically. The Roof, there's one lyric that pops in my head. How does it go? And so we finished the Moet, started feeling liberated. I don't know how a person can get. How can a person rhyme those two words? You know, she took the most incongruous words possible and made them rhyme, and made them something so poetic. Like you guys were talking about how I think Jay was saying how the roof is poetry incarnate. I would totally agree. Gosh, I could just keep going. This question is impossible to answer for me, really, because like all of her songs, like even like when it's cheeky, like more than just friends, you know, Plug This Thing Like a Cello. What's that one song when she goes like, you go down low and my voice goes really high. Can't remember the exact
One and
phrase.
only, right?
Yeah, where you
Yeah.
hit the soprano or
Yeah.
something like that.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
love that.
So
Mhm.
yeah, I could just go on and on, but yeah, I hope that makes some sense. I love her, lyrically, like there's deep Mariah, there's like, gosh, like Abandoned Heartbroken, like creates the heaviest love songs of all time, in my opinion. Like the deepest heartbreak. And I think that's why we can connect to her on so many different levels. But then she has these songs about joy and just like mirth and complete, like being completely triumphant. You know, so much. Then there's Bye Bye. Then, you know, there's so many shades of Mariah. So I could literally, I think we could all answer this question for quite a long while, but I'll cede my time. Thanks for listening to me.
Of course,
Yes,
thank
thank
you
you
so
so
much for
much,
giving it
Chase.
such a descriptive answer. Because honestly, it is so hard to like answer because she has so many great songs lyrically. It's like you could choose a huge selection. It's just like we could go on all day. But yeah, thank you for giving that descriptive list, and yeah, loved all your choices.
All right, so next up, I think is RJ, and then I'm going to do Hood Raya.
Yeah, going off of that, Anastasia, once again, always asking the hard questions because we could probably go on and on forever just because, like Chase was saying, Mariah has a song for every life experience, whether you're happy, sad, mad, depressed, whatever it is. But I try to focus and I'll always go to the songs that kind of change my life or the lyrics that helped me through hard times because this woman has literally helped me through and saved my life many times. So I'm gonna go with something like "Close My Eyes." I was a wayward child with the way of the world I held deep inside. Petals. Favorite line is probably "I've missed a lot of life, but I'll recover." Although I know you'd like to see me suffer. And my saving grace. I've loved a lot. I've heard a lot. Been burned a lot through my life and times, etc., etc.
Yes, we love all those picks, RJ. Like, there's just so many different lyrics that you could go with and stuff, and I loved hearing appreciation for like breakdown lyrically and stuff. I think it's brilliant, like that juxtaposition of the vocal delivery and stuff over the instrumental, and then the lyrics, like I was saying, with "Do You Care for Me" beyond idolization. So the songs are layered in so many different ways, I think, which is really cool. But next up, I believe, is going to be Hood Raya.
Hi, yo. Um, it took me a second to think about this because, like, Mariah's lyrics is transcending, and you know, I'm not the type of person to like talk about my feelings or like just put my feelings out here because I didn't use Twitter a lot, so like whenever Twitter is for people expressing their feelings, so I'm just like, even though I have stuff going on, I could vent about it. I just go to Mariah instead to like, to see if that will help me. Now, I listened to Camouflage way too many times over. The lyrics and the song just hit me. Like I remember so many nights in the bed alone, wondering how could I muster the strength in the bitter cold. Like that's so. There's been moments like I felt like I felt alone. Because granted, I don't want to burden people with my problems, but like listening to that song, just like okay, Mariah, she went through the same exact experience that now I feel now. So now I don't feel alone in this type of situation. So I don't know. It just gives a little bit more strength to my how do I put it to my ego a little bit now. Now that I know sometimes it's okay to ask even though that's not what the song is saying, but like now I know I can ask for some more help, get some more insight because just from that little lyric of that song could open so much more possibilities of somebody that doesn't know from the not know.
Yeah, exactly. Her songs can just help so many different people through a lot of situations and stuff. And yeah, it's just interesting hearing people say like, "Oh, this is a song that helped me" and whatever. So I love moments like these where we can all bond and stuff. And her lyrics are very, deep, and people don't realize that because they think she's surface level because they just focus on the imaging. And it's like, no, you guys don't even listen to her music for real because you can't listen to Butterfly, and then come out of it and be like, "Oh, I didn't get anything from this." It's very substantial, and it was a big deal for her in the moment. So definitely appreciation for that as well.
And I and I would
Next
like
up
to
we'll do Divine Juice Box. Oh, did you have anything else you wanted to say, Hoodariah, really quick?
well very like just very quickly like um that song is more of like a personality of my whole entire life instead of like a moment that I want to break down if that makes any sense. Like it's like my whole personality is camouflage compared to like a moment from right here, and that's it.
Yes, we love that. We love that. So, Divine Juice Box is next, and then we will do Bianca.
Yo, what's up? So I think that one of the main things with Mariah's lyricism is her ability to paint like a picture. Like you have songs like Underneath the Stars, Fourth of July, The Roof, obviously, and Lullaby, where like you can literally see, like imagine what she's singing about. And then even so, like even beyond that, her ability to like convey an emotion, like when I'm in my bag, I listen to songs like "And You Don't Remember," of course, "Camouflage," "I Wish You Well," "There for Me," and they help me like let people go, and "Butterfly," let things go or like forgive people, even if they don't deserve it. And then like if I had to choose like a favorite line specifically from like just like a lyrical perspective, it would be like probably the second verse of "All I've Ever Wanted," when she's like, "Oh, if you were my own to caress and hold, I would shower you with love and drown in your soul." Like I don't understand how she came up with that, but it's poetry. And even like outside, like beyond just the personal connection that I feel to it, that song helped me get like a good grade in ninth grade. Like I was in ninth grade in 2017, and I was like, what? I don't know how old. I'm 21 now, and my English teacher was like, "Oh, I need you guys to find a poem and find a verse from a poem and write it down and explain what it means." And I couldn't find what I liked on the website, so I chose the lyrics from outside to put in the paper. And I just put unknown because I figured if I put Mariah Carey, then I wouldn't get a good grade, but whatever. And so I used her lyrics and I got a 100. I'm like, her songwriting is transcendental in so many different ways, and like I'm glad that the general public is starting to see it more often now, because even she's complained countless times about how much she's unappreciated as a lyricist, but in general she deserves more flowers. So yeah.
Yes, we love that. We love that. And next up is going to be Bianca.
Yes, hello again, darlings. Oh my God, you kids are putting me through it today. Um, Thank you so much for all of your amazing stories. They're so incredible. I can feel wholeheartedly in my soul every single time Hood Raya talks about camouflage. Boy, it's deep with you, and I really appreciate that because we can feel it. And one of the beautiful things about being the Lambily is that like even though none of us have probably ever met in person, I guarantee if we were to run into each other in person and know who we were, we would immediately feel connected and feel familial. So that's one of the beautiful things about being a Lamely. This question is very hard, Anastasia. How dare you, girl? But in terms of the lyrics, obviously Butterfly, the magnum opus, true lambs, as we all are, know the Butterfly is the magnum opus. All the albums are incredible. It's impossible to choose a favorite for me, just like with songs. But Butterfly was. I'm not going to age myself, darling. I'm 33 minutes old, and I'm going to stay on that. But the Butterfly title track, spread your wings and prepare to fly. For anyone who um, needs needed a moment of personal freedom, that lyric should have set you free. But one lyric I loved and I always go back to is in the Fly Away reprise. Uh, the lyric is "Fly away, don't let your spirit die." And one theme that I hear over and over and over again with you guys is that Mariah has helped you with not letting your spirit die, even though we have been through it. Um, and so fly away, don't let your spirit die. I mean, if you are able to go forward in life, always remember that because it takes me everywhere I need to go. Thank you again.
Yes, I love you appreciating that lyric. Spread your wings and prepare to fly, for you have become a butterfly. Like I love Butterfly the song. Like that's like one of my favorite Mariah songs, like all time. Probably my favorite on the Butterfly album. Like I remember getting into Mariah's music, and I would be like driving in my car, listening to that song play, and it's just like otherworldly. It's very powerful, especially with the background vocals. It just like is amazing, and I love the lyrics and her saying like, "Oh, I wish this is what Tommy would have said to me," and just that album is very important. But that song, it never gets the appreciation I feel like it deserves. So it's definitely one of my favorites. So I love that you highlighted that moment. Um, and then with the reprise, she was basically saying that she was like getting ready to leave Sing Sing, and she saw this little like mantle she had, and they carved in a butterfly for her, and she didn't ask for it. And
Yep.
that was like,
Yep.
I think that like inspired her to write the reprise, or that was after she had written it or something. So I thought that that was a neat link, and we know how much she loves butterflies in general. So
Yeah.
I love both. I think it's a nice moment. And then next up, I believe is going to be Queen of Shade, and then we'll do Susie.
Yeah, so Close My Eyes is probably like my most personal Mariah song to my life. But in the sake of it already being mentioned, I would go with Petals, specifically the bridge of Petals. So many I had considered closest to me turned on a dime and sold me out dutifully. Although the knife was chipping away at me, they turned their heads and went home to sleep. Like, I feel like that lyric resonates so much with me in my life, being that, I've been on my own since I was 18. I've always been kind of an outcast of my family. I've had to like work hard and fight to get where I am today now in my life. So yeah, that lyric definitely speaks to my soul.
I'm glad that those songs like Close My Eyes and specifically Pedal like have helped you through those times, and of course speaks to your soul. And it's like crazy how much music can heal the soul, like especially when you have someone like Mariah that really understands what you're going through. Like just with the song lyrics alone, it's like, wow, like she knows my whole life story, and she doesn't, without needing to know like the whole life story. So it's just, yeah, thank you for sharing your story, Queen of Shade, and yeah, like much appreciated.
And then I think Susie's next, and then we'll do Scooter.
Yeah, so I have many of them, like 5 songs, and I'll just talk about the last one. But the first one, it has to be a remix from "Can't Take That Away." It's there's a light that shines inside of me, nobody can touch, no matter what they try to do, no matter what they try to say. Keep that in mind when people try to bring you down, because they can take it away from you, because they cannot take it away from you. And then the next one would have to be from Thousands. It's a Charmy era, Clown. Consequently, you're a puppet show, and the little boy inside often sits home alone and cries, cries, cries. And then there's some like with Clown, there's some, I don't know what it's called, but like she sings under the main lyrics, and then she says, "Yeah, so you better think twice, better play nice." Um, and then going to the 90s of Rainbow Era, Petals, where she said, "I was resigned to spend my life within a maze of misery. And I stayed so long, but finally I fled to save my sanity." And then with Petals, you can find out about what she's saying in the book once you read it. Like there's a whole chapter on it. And then the final one would have to be Memoirs Era, where she's talking about languishing. She says, "If you could only see that I was not put here for you to judge me and dispute my innermost truth." And that is such a vulnerable lyric, very like insecure lyric to tell anybody, because we come across people that they think just by, by appearance or whatever opinion that you may have, they think that they can, put a label on you. But she says that, "I'm not put here for you to judge me." And it connects to "Can't Take That Away," the the theme. That's it.
Yes, I love those parallels. Thank you so much for bringing that up, Susie. It's just, yeah, she just has so many songs that are like just like so great lyrically, and that we can all connect to for so many different reasons for sure. And I like that there's so many interpretations that you can have of her songs or of, a lyric or such. I think that that's really cool. Does anyone else want to have a moment to share? I think Scooter's next. So I think Scooter.
Yeah, hey, thanks for sharing that, Susie. I think one album that a lot of people don't necessarily reflect lyrics on or even talked about today is Glitter. I would say Reflections. That whole song is just heartbreaking um, in general. But I do want to give Rainbow, or not Rainbow, but Glitter, and that song, it's Flowers for sure. Where she talks about, I know there's a rainbow for me to follow to get beyond my sorrow. Thunder precedes sunlight, so I'll be all right if I can find the rainbow's end.
Yeah, I love all of these lyrics. I think Susie said one that really hit home for me that I think about a lot. One that I forgot to mention was, I forget what song it is, but spent precious years wrapped up in fears. Do you guys know what song that is?
My
If
Saving
not,
Grace, right?
oh yeah.
Yeah.
My Saving Grace. Also Runway. I know it's like a deep cut from Caution, originally just released in Japan, but I love how she samples Butterfly and the lyrics. You can fly like a hummingbird if you want to. What else? Let love be your runway. There is a higher place. Just embrace that feeling when you're rising and your face is kissing the horizon. And if they count you out, let go and watch you drown. Just shake off those demons that you're fighting. When it rains, you keep kissing the horizon. I mean, gosh, simple but profound to me, and that's what I love about Mariah's lyricism. Her ability to, write really complex lyrics with complex background vocals to really complement them and bring them to the forefront. But sometimes she just outright says like profound stuff, writes profound lyrics that just really speak to us all individually. And I think that's what's so special about Mariah. There's a song for everything, for every moment, event, occasion, person in your life, good and bad. And I don't think she gets, I don't think she gets the credit she deserves. I'm happy she was inducted in the Songwriters Hall of Fame finally. But something that really fascinates me about her is that she's not scared to explore her writing. Her repertoire really has, in my opinion, an amazing balance of like deeply complex. Like we were talking about the roof earlier, how extremely poetic it is, and how some of their songs are just like simply poetic, like Runway, in my opinion. So that was just another one I wanted to bring up.
Yes, I loved you giving Runway its moment, because that's definitely something that's underrated, and I appreciate that song. I know that that was a Japan bonus track, like you were talking about, so I love that moment. And I see that Pink Arrow 838 wants to speak, so you're next.
Oh, hi. I love all these answers. I was going to say 4th of July, I really love lyrically. I remember seeing this tweet that was saying that other artists will say it rained, but Mariah Carey will be like, thunderclouds hung around so threateningly, ominously hovering. Like, she just is so poetic, as someone said earlier. Shakespeare found dead. Like, I don't even know where she comes up with these words and these sentences. And also Vision of Love, just with the context of that song being her debut single. I love the lyrics, and I think at the time some people thought she was referencing a lover, but she was more so referencing like a higher power. And I'm rereading her memoir right now, and just thinking of the context of that song, the journey that she was on leading up to it, and really her debut album, like all the energy and effort she put into those lyrics and those melodies is just so incredible to think about. And much love to everyone in this space who has really carried through times in their lives through Mariah's music. I think we can all relate to that. So yeah.
Yes, I really love to hear your appreciation for 4th of July lyrically, because I think that it is brilliant, especially with you talking about the bridge. That's definitely, my favorite part of that song, and definitely one of my favorite songs off the Butterfly album. So I love that moment. And then next up, we're gonna have Michelle. And if anyone else wants to speak about lyrics that hasn't, or a Mariah song that's helped them, then please raise your hand, or request a speaker and whatever.
So Can't Take That Away is obviously personal for me. As people who are on these spaces that we've talked, when I came out back in 97, 98, was a little bit hard for me and my family. So Can't Take That Away kind of hits home for me. I do like Mariah's lyrics in Looking In. I think that it's very personal for her. A lot of people didn't know who she was. Everybody just assumed she came from Long Island, from a good family, and this and that. They never really knew her background. So I feel like she was kind of giving everybody a little hint as a little background to her. And I got to give the glitter love. Reflections is one of my favorite. I love the glitter era. I really wish it was given a lot more, it really deserved more than it was a bad time here. And that's that.
Yes, I loved hearing how that was able to help you through that moment. And like I said, it's like that song and Make It Happen for me that's like helped me the most through tough times and such. So I'm glad to have this moment. And then Mimi Folklore said, has something to say.
Yeah, I want to thank Michelle so much for mentioning Reflections. I think if any of you have a turbulent relationship with your mother, or any parental figure, or anyone really, that song is just it just perfectly captures the feeling of not being wanted or cared for, or valued by somebody who's supposed to care for you. And I know Mariah has said, obviously, it's a soundtrack and it doesn't come from an autobiographical place. But Mariah in her memoirs talked about, some challenges she's had with like family and other relationships. So I feel like it's still very close to her heart. And I really, really love that song. So thank you, Michelle.
All right. If anybody else wants to speak on this topic, please raise your hand or request to be speaker because I want everyone who wants to speak about it to come up because this is a very a lot of people have a lot of moments. So if you want to share, then definitely request or whatever because I want everyone to have this moment. Why is it taking so long to connect? Is there like an issue with the connection or whatever? It usually doesn't take this long. Hopefully it connects. Like,
Oh yeah, it was taking a while to connect for me. I think it might be on my end. Oh, sorry, was it my turn to answer the question?
I think so.
Okay.
yeah, I think she'll have to hold on. I'm gonna remove it really quick and then I'm gonna bring it back because usually it doesn't take this long to connect. So I don't know if it's a connection issue on her end or if it's my internet. But I just gave you speaker again. So yeah, accept it and let's see if it works.
Can you hear me now? Okay. I love all her lyrics, but something that's just like prominent in my mind like right now that's telling me to share it is in
Yeah, I don't know why it's not working. Maybe you can leave or restart your phone or something like that. And come back. I don't know why it's not working. That's a shame. But we can always come back around to you for the question, so don't worry. We will ask again for that question. And then I guess we can ask like what is your
Could you not hear me,
favorite
Anastasia?
It's not connecting. It's like taking forever to connect. Like it just won't
Yeah,
connect
we
at all.
can
Maybe they can try that
we can
I
that
could
trick
all
I,
that worked for
I
me.
could hear her.
yeah, we can all hear her. Yeah,
You
we can
guys
all
can
hear
hear
her.
her and I can't?
Yeah.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
was.
Okay, hold
Yeah.
on. She's back again. I'm inviting her to speak again. Hold on.
And while she's waiting, what do you can you remember? There's got to be a way from her debut album. That
Oh yeah, I was gonna mention that, Scooter. I completely forgot to talk about that. Like, yeah,
is
because
that
sometimes one of you guys have a point that you say, and I want to like go on it, and then I forget what it is. So yeah, I wanted to mention that. That definitely was, socially conscious for the time because that was like 1990. So thanks for mentioning that.
yeah, and then I feel like she could have released it to like in 2023 and it would still be relevant, right? It's amazing how she wrote that song.
Yeah, it is. It kind of reminds me of Janet Jackson's Rhythm Nation 1814 album, which was out in like 89. And it was like an entire thing of her being like, I want to push things forward. I want to help society, like, and do what I can. And unfortunately, we haven't progressed as much as a society that we would have liked. So it's still very relatable in this moment. It still says Mariah's connecting for me. Can you guys hear her? Is she speaking? Like, what's the deal with that?
We could hear her earlier, but I don't hear anything right now, so.
Yeah, I'm not hearing
Can you
anything now. I hope it lets her connect or whatever. If it lets her connect and she's speaking and I can't hear it, then I can just let her speak or whatever, and then you guys can just tell me when she's done and we can move on. But I don't know why it's not working. It's very weird.
can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can
Yep,
hear you.
we can.
Thank you. Yeah, no, sometimes Spaces has like issues where sometimes the host
Y'all
can't
can
hear
hear her right
someone.
now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear
Yes,
her.
Anastasia.
Yeah, I
Okay, I'm
hear
gonna
nothing,
quickly.
so I'll just let her speak and then you guys just tell me when she's done and we'll move on to the next topic.
Thank you. So I was gonna choose My All, because I mean there's so many lyrics to choose from, but that's just like in my head right now saying just mention that. So the part of the song which I really like is Baby Can You Feel Me? Imagining I'm looking in your eyes, I can see you clearly. Vividly emblazoned in my mind, and yet you're so far like a distant star. I'm wishing on tonight. I just really love those lyrics, and like I tend to have crushes a lot, and I could just relate to that. And also, when I was doing my GCSEs, when I like many years ago, well, not like when I was 16, I'm 21 now. I used the word emblazoned in my creative writing thing, and I got a good grade. So I credit Mariah to giving me an A in one of my exams.
Okay, Mariah's done speaking, Anastasia. And she talked about, just to reiterate, she talked about My All and how her favorite lyrics are, I believe, like the second verse that goes, Baby, can you feel me? Blah, blah, blah. And she also talked about how she used the word emblazoned in an assignment and got a good grade. And she credits Mariah for it, and we love that. So, yeah.
Period. Yeah, it still says it's just connecting for me, so I wish I could hear you. I feel so bad. But yeah, thank you so much for sharing that about My All. My All is a really great song. What do you want to say, Mimi Folklore?
Yeah, I just wanted to also shout out the song For the Record, which if I'm not mistaken, I think she said that she wrote that for the fans as a sort of like, I don't know, moment of gratitude or whatever. And I've also always felt like even though The Distance is a love song, it could also apply to how Lambs have been with Mariah through thick and thin, and we have such a beautiful and endearing relationship with her. So I really, really appreciate those two songs in particular. I think they're very nostalgic and just very heartfelt and sweet.
Yeah, we were praising that song earlier and just like I was saying, I think it's cool her referencing her past songs and stuff and it's not like corny, like it actually works. So I really appreciated that moment, but I think everyone who wanted to speak for this topic has, at least I hope so, and if not, we can always broach back on the subject later. But I guess shifting gears a little bit, like, what is your favorite movie that Mariah has starred in, and all that stuff? I have not seen all of them myself yet. I've only watched Glitter, so I can't really comment, but I'd love to hear the rest of you guys' picks and why.
Okay, so I haven't watched Mariah's movies. Of course, she's pretty consistent for movies, and I do love them. But I'm gonna have to say, I love what she did in Precious. Like, it really showed like her versatility as an actress, and really showed that she was able to, in certain films, not only be funny but also serious when she needed to be. And like, obviously, yeah, that's a very like dark, like sad, like movie that she was in. But yeah, nonetheless, like I just loved like how she was able to play the receptionist like that and play that role real good and like transform herself like physically and when it came to her looks and like her mannerisms. Like I could not recognize Mariah, like of course in the best way possible, because she really played the role that she did in the best way possible. And she of course should have gotten that supporting actress Oscar nomination. But that's just me speaking.
Okay, I think Octavia's next, right?
Yes. My favorite movie, I have two. So it's Tennessee and Wise Girls. Yes, Wise Girls. I watched it 40 times. I still can't get over the part where she had to put her fingers up the dude's nose and she was like, no, can someone else do it? It was so hilarious and I just love her sense of humor and she just kills me every time when I watch that movie. And Tennessee is very difficult to watch because Mariah is very vulnerable and it breaks my soul. When he was putting his hands around her neck, I wanted to bash his head, but I wish I was in that movie to bash his head in. But that movie, she is so fantastic in that movie, and that movie doesn't get a lot of credit. You know, that's it.
Yes, we love that for you. I really need to finish watching the rest of her movies. I've been meaning to get around to it and I just haven't already. So like I said, I saw Glitter and I really enjoyed that. So who wants to go next? Mimi Folklore, do you want to go next?
I mean, I feel like my answer is pretty boring compared to everyone else's, but I was gonna say Glitter. When I first watched the movie, I don't think I was as familiar with like how much people were really tearing that movie down and being so critical of her acting. But it was like her acting debut, and I thought she did really well. And I really connected with the movie, not as an aspiring pop star, but someone who's had a very difficult relationship with my parents and particularly my mother, which is why Reflections is like one of my favorite songs of all time by her. I think she did really great. Um, Also, I think we should keep in mind that, aside from um, basically coming to theaters on a very tragic day. Um, I think she said something about how the script was edited and it was not to her liking. I think they changed it for whatever reason. So I've always been curious about what Glitter would look like if it had been made the way she wanted it to be made. Um, and also, I really wish that, like, the only thing I wish they did differently with that movie is um, focused less on Billy's relationship with Dice. Is it? I believe his name is Dice. And just,
Yes.
yeah, and just allowed us to see or get to know Billy the person in a more intimate way, and just had like moments when she was away from the spotlight so we can see how she's processing her rise to fame. But Glitter is one of my favorite movies of all time, one of my favorite soundtrack albums of all time, and it deserves a lot of love.
Yes, we love that. In regards to what you were saying about like the script, she basically said she wrote it with the same person who did What's Love Got to Do with It, Kate Lanier, and I think Kate Lanier also did Set It Off. So she was like really excited about it, but basically it was connected to Tommy in a roundabout way because I think the people who were producing the movie and stuff. And so she wanted it to be like a lot grittier in terms of that. But basically Tommy went and he like alterated it and changed it so many times, whatever. And she talked about doing glitter, like she was like already talking about the soundtrack Butterfly Time, and the glitter didn't come out till 2001. So that just shows you how much it got delayed because of Tommy. And then she wanted Terrence Howard to be in the lead with her, and he didn't want that. So then it was Max Beasley who was the lead with her. So he changed it a lot from what it was supposed to actually be. So I definitely would have liked to, see her original vision for it. And yeah, the circumstances around it are just very unfortunate, but I liked Glitter. People like hated on it so much. I'm like, this movie is not that bad. Y'all are so over dramatic. I've seen a lot worse movies than Glitter, and at least it has a good soundtrack, like be for real. But I think RJ is next.
Hey, so I'm gonna say it's really sad that the whole glitter fiasco happened, but what can we do? We can't go back in time and change things, to quote Mariah. Because Mariah is a phenomenal actress, and I definitely don't stand for anyone that brings her down as an actress based off of one movie that was, if done the way she wanted, would have done much better and been more widely received. But still, as it is, I think it's a great movie. Moving on to my favorite movie by Mariah, it's gonna be Wise Girls, just because I feel like it's like almost like a pilot for what she can do as an actress in terms of like she can be funny, she's hysterical in that movie, she can do sad scenes, she can do serious scenes. And yeah, I love her personality in that movie. Obviously, Precious is a huge highlight and a proud moment for her. I'm sure it's now on HBO Max. Just they just added it, so if you guys want to watch it. And Tennessee, I have to mention because she was phenomenal in that as well. And rest in peace to Lance Redrick, I believe his name is. He was the husband in the movie, and he just passed away last week. So that'd be a good one to revisit this week in honor of him.
Yeah, thanks so much for your picks, RJ. Really quickly, I wanted to say this. So my app just crashed, and thank God the space still went and it let me reconnect it. So if like the space crashes randomly or like something happens, just hold tight and stay on my profile. I will restart the space. Luckily, we're still going good. So that's just like what happens to me just now. Like my entire app crashed and I had to come back on and we're good. But yeah, if it happens again, just like come back to my profile. I will start a new space if need be. But I wanted to address that really quickly. But thanks so much for your input at this time,
Yeah.
RJ. Next
Thank
up,
you so much for addressing that, RJ.
yeah, next up we're gonna
Yeah,
go
and then of
on
course, real
to.
quick.
Oh, what do you want to say?
Yeah, real quick. My bad. I did not mean to refer to Mariah's character impression as the receptionist. I meant to refer to her as the social worker. Oh my gosh, I had an airhead moment on accident. I am so sorry. I know my Mariah stuff. I promise. I'm not a fake lamb.
Yeah, it's all good, Jay. I completely forgot about that anyway, so don't stress. Next up we're gonna do Chase, and then I
Thank
think
you.
it's gonna be John.
Yeah, glitter for sure. For me, particularly the final scene, I believe it is. I haven't seen the movie in a while, but when she finally comes back and meets her mother when she's an adult, um, and she kind of has a little breakdown. I cried. uh, so for anyone to say she doesn't have acting range and range and acting range is, I don't know where they get that, but yeah, that scene I can watch it over and over again. And what's striking to me about that movie and about so many Mariah songs in general, and Reflections in particular, Mimi's Folklore, thanks for bringing this up, is we're sharing a lot of personal stuff in this space, and I talked about being in foster care and being abandoned by my parents, and I had throughout my life, and I still do, questions for my mother that I'll never be able to ask her, my biological mother, but questions I've always phrased in my head. And it's so strange in the most beautiful way possible that an artist like Mariah Carey can like know what it's like to be in that position, because I feel like I'm looking at the lyrics now. Reflections of your love have come to wither. I thought I'd done my best to memorize. A picture fades of you and I together. So how I interpreted that is a figure in your life that you care about. So if your mother or father leaves you, right, people who are supposed to protect you, as a young child, you kind of like idolize them in a weird way, because at least I did. I thought like I didn't really know what happened. I thought just that my mother couldn't be there for me. So I almost collated certain images I had of her from photographs and some memories, and I built up this whole persona of who she was. But as time passed and like the song goes, those memories kind of faded, and they lost their strength, and they kind of withered at the seams. And there's another powerful lyric, kind of to talk about film and lyric. This is the soundtrack, but she says, if I'm not quite good enough or somehow undeserving of a mother's love, you could have had the decency to give me up before you gave me life. And I know that may be dark for some people, but these are questions I literally have had. I mean, I've wanted to ask my biological parents, why put me and my sister through such difficult situations, and with not loving people, why just not like let us go? And it's very difficult to talk about, but what I want to say is that she, in that song, I feel like she hits the nail on the head, and what it's really like to try to care for someone that you're supposed to love, that's not there. And when she performs that song, wow. Yeah, so I wanted to say that, and then again, reiterate the final scene of Glitter. I thought amazing acting, and when she cried, it's like, wow, heartbreaking. And yes, to piggyback off Jay, yes, Precious, her role as the social worker, incredible. I really think if they had given her a few more minutes of dialogue, that she would have gotten at least a nomination at the Oscars for supporting actress. I mean, I don't see how it could have been overlooked. It was overlooked. It was just incredible, complete transformation, incredible acting. But one thing is, I believe she did win an award, an acting award for that movie. I can't remember which award. I think it was in Florida, but yeah.
Yeah, thanks so much, Chase, for being open and sharing your story with us. I'm sure that it's very difficult to just process in general, but be vulnerable in this moment and share it with us. We deeply, deeply appreciate that,
We
and
deeply
hearing
appreciate
your
you. We love you for being
interpretation,
open, and
we love that.
it's like just yeah, because it's not easy to open up about stuff like this. But I thank you and everyone else that has opened up about their stories, feeling comfortable enough to be vulnerable and share with us. Because at the end of the day, it is a safe space for us lambs to like express our like personal stories and talk about how Mariah has like personally touched our lives and got us through like the roughest times and helped us overcome them. So yeah, just thank you again. I much appreciate it.
No, thank you. Thanks for listening. And I think, this just speaks to how incredible Mariah Carey is as a person, not just as an artist, as a musician. She weaves all of these experiences and thoughts into her music, and I think that's why we connect with her so deeply. At least I do, because it transcends her life experience goes through her music, and it's transcendent. It transcends to all of us, and we're all here, different ages, different walks of life, different states or countries, talking about one artist who's had such a vast repertoire and continues extending it. So, yeah. thanks for this amazing space and to be able to talk about her and her art and her legacy and her just how much we love her art.
Yes, there's just so much more to Mariah than people realize, and she's a lot deeper than she's given credit for. So I'm glad doing this space and, for us to talk about what Mariah means to us and all the stuff and just to appreciate what she's done. It's been a good moment, so I love chatting with you guys so much so far. So next up's going to be John.
Hey, I also really love Glitter. Glitter is one of my all-time favorite movies. I think on a selfish tangent, I had tickets for opening weekend and then they took it out of the theater the week before, so I'm still really sad that I never had the opportunity to see Glitter on the big screen. But I think ultimately my favorite Mariah movie is probably Wise Girls. I felt like I really agree with what RJ said. It showed so much of the range that Mariah can do as an actress, and she seemed very comfortable in the role. And you can tell that she made it her own, and it was a lot of fun and it was exciting. I had a viewing party. I think it was on maybe Showtime or Cinemax. I can't remember where it debuted. But I had a little viewing party at my apartment, and yeah, it was fun. I really like Wise Girls.
Oh, and let's not forget, sorry to interrupt, but let's not forget the acting that she's done in her music videos, right? There's so many moments that are just wholesome, funny, deep. If you think about all the music videos she's done, she's acted in quite a few of them.
Yeah, for sure. Like you guys are saying, she's a good actress. People hate so much and whatever. And it's just not deserved. And I wish she would have been able to start acting earlier. She said she wanted to, but Tommy was controlling and he wasn't gonna let it happen. I just imagine if Daydream era, Daydream would have came out and she would have had a movie come out at the same time. That would have been amazing. I'm just Tommy ruined so much for her and I really do hate that and it very much irritates me. But anyone else want to speak about their favorite movie that Mariah has been in? Do you want to go next, Recipe? What do you want to say, Mimi Folklore?
Okay, this is not a movie. This was more of a guest appearance, but I think she was on an episode of I'm so sorry if I'm getting the name wrong cuz I only watched that episode. Is it Family Guy or something? Or
Wasn't
no.
it American Dad?
So okay, yeah. One of those
It was
animated
American Dad.
bits.
It was
Yeah.
American Dad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I loved her appearance and the cartoon of her was just so gorgeous. So, yeah.
Yeah, and it's interesting just because whenever she did the voice acting, she completely changed how she sounded, so people don't even know that that's her for real. So that was a cool little nod. So I appreciate you mentioning that. Anybody else want to talk about their favorite movie Mariah's been in, or do you guys want to move on to the next question? All right, I don't see anyone raising their hand, so I think we're okay to move on to the next question. So I think this will be a good one. What songs by her do you think are very underrated? You never see people talking about them, and you think they just deserve a lot more love. So, I love "Never Forget You" off of the Music Box album. That is one of my favorite songs by her. It's a very lush affair. I think it's just a gorgeous record, and nobody ever talks about that song. And I'm like, what a shame. Or also you could talk about The Wind from Emotions, which is amazing. I Still Believe, Pure Imagination remix with The Brat and Crazy Bones. So those are a few I think never get the appreciation that they deserve.
Ooh, that's a good question for most underrated song I think in Mariah's discography. But I don't know if it does get a lot of praise or attention. Oh, sorry, my dog is too loud. But anyways, Joyride from the Emancipation of Mimi album, I don't see enough people for my liking talking about it because it's just it's such a beautifully produced song. The fact that it was only produced and written and recorded 2 weeks before the album, even more impressive. And it's just vocally she went off. I love the lyrics and it's just the perfect love song. and it's gonna be my wedding song. So for one day, whenever a certain guy wants to, get on one knee, propose to me, that's gonna be our wedding song.
Nice
And whether you
shooting
like
a
it or not,
shot on the face, Jay. I'm dead. Oh my god. Like,
sorry, I just wanted to put it out there.
you get me so like you made me laugh, Jay, for real. Okay,
Thank
so
you.
next up's gonna be Chase.
Yeah, I think I spoke about this 8th grade. I think it's the bomb track from Caution. Everything about it, the lyrics, the she's really that girl in that song to me. A couple other ones. Octavia, I think that you said this was your favorite song long ago. I feel like that's not talked about enough.
Yes.
Yeah, long
Yeah,
ago.
Long Ago is very underrated. It gets paid dust. Like, oh my god.
Right, long ago, and with long ago, I also couple that in my mind with Slipping Away. Um, I love that song my whole life. Like second I heard it, I don't know why it wasn't released as a main single. I think it was released as like a B track or a B side.
What song were you talking about? Slipping Away?
Slipping Away, yeah.
Yeah, it was a B-side to Always Be My Baby.
Yeah, that song to me is just like it's a perfect song, just like long ago. I think, yeah, those three songs just pop in my head immediately. 8th grade, Slipping Away, long ago.
Yes, 8th grade is so underrated as well. It's like my second favorite song on the Caution album. I'm pretty sure she did that one with Timbaland. And Timbaland's probably one of my favorite producers of all time. You know, Legend has so many classics to his name, obviously, and I love it, especially like the lyrical sentiments and just basically saying like when you're in 8th grade, everything feels like it's gonna be the end of the world. And it's really not, but when you're in that situation and such. So I love, love, love that record. So I'm glad to hear some praise for that and the other songs. I definitely agree. So I believe that Octavia is next, and then we'll do Mariah.
Okay, so my favorite is Inseparable. A lot of people don't give that enough credit, but her vocals and the lyrics, oh my god. Come on, that's the best. So whenever I mention that song, they be like, "You like that song?" I'll be like, "Yeah, it's
How
not
could they
bad at
say that? I'm
all."
sorry. The lyrics of that are crazy. No one could deny it. We were flying like united, that we never be divided. Because the we having sex
Yes,
was inseparable. She's lit.
dude,
She's lit. I'm sorry. She went to the studio. She ate. How people say, "Oh, how do you like this song?" I'm sorry. That song ate. I'm sorry. That's my favorite song on Memoirs as well. And we bonded
thank
over
you,
that.
sis.
We also bonded over Candy Bling as well. I remember when we first met, and I
Candy
was like,
Bling.
Candy Bling is one of my favorite Mariah songs. And you were like, "Oh my god, I love Candy Bling too." It's like, ugh, period.
Yeah, they don't give that one enough attention, and another one they don't give enough attention to is More Than Just Friends. Like, it's a bop. That could have been number one in my book. Like,
Yes, More Than Just Friends is so good. I love the lyric. Like in the Memoirs album lyrically, because we were talking about lyrics, it's just like it was so fun and also not in a cringy way because people like to write lyrics that are just like lighthearted and stuff like that, but it almost always comes off as cringy. But with what Mariah did with that song and also like The Impossible, saying and now I love you like summertime, like a preacher loves Sunday and like all those lyrics, like it's funny, like and
yes.
whatever, but it's not cringy. Saying, "Oh, we can catch up like tomato." I mean, who comes up with that? And it's not cringy. Like that's a miracle. I'm sorry, but continue.
Yeah. And it's like they don't give that enough attention. Like, I will play that song on loop like 100 times over. But our girl is just amazing at what she does, and this is why we are here.
Yes, Octavia, I'm really glad you had those picks. Sorry for cutting you off. It's just we're so passionate about the
No,
same
no,
songs, and
no.
I
You
had to
can
give it
cut me
those
off
moments too.
anytime.
Period. Period. We love it. We love it. Okay, so I think Mariah's next, and then we will do John.
Hey, is my sound better now?
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay, thank you. For me, I feel like the debut album and the Emotions album have the most underrated songs. And I think from the debut album, Prisoner, All in Your Mind, and Alone in Love are like the most underrated. And for the Emotions album, So Cold, So Blessed, and To Be Around You are just my favorites. And I also have to mention Here We Go Around Again on the rarities. Like, it just gives me Jackson 5 vibes. I just love that. And the Loverboy song, I mean, the one that she released, as well as the one that she put on the Rarities album, the original one.
Oh, the firecracker, yeah.
Yeah, and the lyrics are like low key, high key, very wild. But she's really the queen of double entendres. Like, we love to see it. Oh my gosh! And shout out, sorry, I'm so sorry. Shout out to Migrate, and it's like that. Like, I'm waiting for those songs to go viral on TikTok because they have TikTok sound potential. But yeah, love all of those songs.
Yes. If we're talking about songs that need to go viral on TikTok really quickly, Giving Me Life, like the part, it wasn't really much at all. I'm sorry, that has viral potential. I've been thinking this, so I just want to have that out there that this is my idea, period. But yeah, the Prisoner praise, like finally we get to freaking eat because some people hate on Prisoner, and it's just like, how, like, do you hate fun? I don't, like, be for real.
Yeah,
So I'm
like
glad to hear that praise. You
she's
always have taste.
yeah, she's like the best MC, for real, literally.
Period. Okay, I think John is next.
Thank you. I think there are quite a few, but I'll just name the top three that I think of all the time. Candy Bling for sure. I agree with you guys completely. Ribbon, and then gets GTFO. That is my most listened to song of all time, and I think should have been number one for like 25 weeks.
Yeah, Candy Bling is just amazing. It really is, and that never gets its moment. So I'm really glad to hear some more Candy Bling love. It's definitely one of the best songs on Memoirs, and just the flows, all of it. Like, she just really devoured. Next up, I think is gonna be Hood Raya, and then we'll do Bianca.
Oh, wait. Oh, my turn, right? I didn't hear that correctly, right? I'm on the pedestal. I assume that I am. Okay,
Yeah,
so, okay. Standing O is a song that's been stuck in my head for the longest time. And the ending part, or like the climax part of that song, when she's in her whistle, I could just imagine Mariah on the stage just emoting that live. Like, like with the high whistles back to back, that was just so like strong and so emotive for me in that song. So that's what I feel. This is very underrated.
Yes, thanks to thank you for the standing O praise. So standing O lovers finally get to eat. Thank you.
I'm glad you and Jay are bonding on Standing O. We love to see it.
Oh, I didn't even know he said that. Ooh.
And all right. Next up is gonna be Bianca, and then we'll do Divine Juice Box.
Well, we'll keep that standing O love going because I literally was going to say that. Hood Ryer, you must be in my head. But actually, every single person who brought up a song, that was going to be a song I said. Octavia, the Inseparable moment is incredible. I mean, Me I Am, or Memoirs of an Imperfect Angel, lyrically is probably top tier, and almost every single song should have been received much better. But uh, from the Box album, the song "Now That I Know" is so incredible and so amazing. And half of the time, people don't even realize that that's Mariah. The Prisoner Love, I sign on to that 100%. The girl was rapping before she knew what rapping was. Well, no, she knew what rapping was, but like to hear a voice like that be able to wrap her voice around being able to sing so quickly and do it so effortlessly. I mean, I feel in my bones that if she were to release Prisoner today, it would be better. I mean, it would just rocket up the charts. It would be so incredible. So
Period.
I mean, it's every single song you guys have brought up. I mean, Melt Away from Daydream, Long Ago from Daydream. I know, Octavia, that's one of yours. But let me tell you that the Melt Away song is, I mean, she hits the highest note ever recorded and the lowest note ever recorded in that song. It is unbelievable what this woman can do. And, underrated songs are sometimes some of the best songs for any artist, and she definitely, like, her underrated songs rival some of her best songs, and it's just incredible.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like the attention to detail that she puts into like her album cuts and just making like good solid albums means a lot. Cause like half the albums you listen to now, it like some people said it just sounds like rejected singles or throwaways. It's like you really could have kept like half of this album if we're honest. But listening to the albums, you can just tell how much effort she puts into every aspect about it,
Yeah.
and that's what I really appreciate about her as an artist. So I love us appreciating these songs, of course, and having these moments. I think next up is gonna be Divine Juice Box, and then we'll do Mimi Folklore.
Yeah, so piggybacking the Inseparable Praise, my joint, Candy Bling, like the entire Memoirs album, as y'all said, is top tier. Prisoner is my jam, probably my favorite song from the debut, aside from Alone in Love. But a song that we haven't mentioned yet is Make You Look Good from Mia and Mariah. One of the best
Yes.
on that album. Like the Stevie Wonder playing the harmonica. I know that like she was in her, her producer chair, screaming at the top of her lungs because that's her favorite artist. And what else? What else? Y'all said, "Oh, the Hate You remix is just it's good."
Oh, yeah, I would like that officially released. I'll say that.
Mm,
But on for like Make It Look Good, that's literally my favorite song off Me I Am Mariah, and that is so like and I was just listening to it a few weeks ago, and then I was hearing all these backgrounds that I didn't remember being on with the vocals and the harmonica for me to even the lyrics. It's so catchy.
yeah,
Could have been single material. Ugh. I'm so glad to hear praise for that song. Finally we get to eat right.
definitely. And Lullaby. Oh my, yeah, I can't.
Yes, thank you for the lullaby praise because people always mention how that's kind of like part two to the roof, and I like how she connects that to the roof. So I really like that moment, and yes, you had some really strong picks, so I
Yes.
appreciate you.
Yeah, I love you praising Making It Look Good and Lullaby, both songs that deserve all the best in the world, like and deserve so much better. Especially Lullaby, like oh my gosh, like any slander, like real quick towards Lullaby, like I will clock you. Like for me there every song on Charm Base is good and Lullaby is definitely one of those as well. So it's just like how could you not like fun? Like come on.
I was literally on a space for
I
her
love that
talking
one,
about Charm
brother.
Bracelet,
Good
and I
one.
had to fight for my life to defend Lullaby. Nobody was seeing the vision. Everybody was
I
against
know.
me.
Well yeah,
They're like, "Oh,
I
this song
couldn't
ain't
come to the
for real." Like I fought so hard. If Jay would have been
I
there with
know,
me,
and
he
I
would have
wish
been
I was there
stepping
to
with
like
me,
be
but he wasn't
I know
there.
because
Yeah.
I had to be like in Southern California at the time, so I couldn't join the Trumpets space. So, but like, wow, like if I was there, oh, I would have fought tooth and nail
If
with
I
you.
was there with you, I would definitely defend it because that's one of my favorite songs from
Yeah,
childhood.
I feel like
Exactly.
Charm and Memoirs are like kind of very similar, like in the same vein in her discography. Also, I Only Wanted.
That's how I feel about Memoirs and Caution.
Mm,
Like I always let those are like the same vibes for me, or maybe just those three. I don't know.
yeah,
Like when I want something chill to listen to, I usually listen to one of those three.
yeah, they're vibey. But I Only Wanted. I don't think anyone mentioned that yet in the space so far.
No, I don't think they have either. Oh yeah, that's a good record. I like that one. I think Mimi Folklore is next.
Okay, so if you guys don't mind, I decided to go through her catalog and just make a very short list of the songs that I think are underrated, and I'll just try to delve into a couple of them. So the songs that I picked are Someday, and I'm gonna talk about Someday because the way Mariah and even some Lambs be talking about Someday, it's just not right. Music Box, the song, Melt Away, all her interludes like the Rainbow interlude, the Daydream interlude, Languishing, all of those like mini songs that are really good and would have been fan favorites if they were full songs. Faded, Dedicated, One More Try. As you can see, there are a lot of Me I Am songs because that album is underrated. And of course, all of her wonderful remixes. Special shout out to the Always Be My Baby remix with the Brat and JD and Escape and the Thank God I Found You remix, which is one of my personal favorites. So back to Someday. Someday is an incredible song. It's a number one for a reason. Um, I will respect that it's not Mariah's favorite song, but it's one of my favorites from debut. I think she really embodied the energy of her astrological placements in that song. She is an Aries sun, Scorpio moon, and Taurus rising, and I feel like people with those placements, when they're in love with somebody, they're very devoted and very loyal, and they give it their all. Um, but when you do them dirty, just know that karma's gonna get you. It's gonna hunt you down, and I feel like that's what she was
Not a
embodying.
Taylor Swift reference. I caught that. You're not slick. I saw you.
Well, I mean,
Snuck in
it's
Taylor Swift
true.
and thought I wasn't gonna notice. I like Taylor Swift a lot, for the
You are
record,
the
but
only person to
thought I wasn't
notice,
gonna notice.
Anastasia.
Yeah, because I actually do
Um,
listen to Taylor's music. Period. Like,
as you should. But Someday, I don't know. I really love that song. I feel like there was something so beautiful and so adorable about a 20-year-old Mariah or a 19-year-old Mariah, at least when the song came out, being so confident and full of fire. It's one of her most like feisty songs, and you can feel the energy in the music video. And I think there's just something so cute about it, and I think that we should appreciate Someday more. Another one of my favorites, Faded. One of my favorite lyrics from that song, um, always somewhere, but you're not there for me. Um, and of course, you come and you go, you're just an echo, a whisper in my ear, but in the morning, you're not here, so intangible, just like an echo. I think it's really beautiful. We love Dedicated because it's very nostalgic. Um, and yeah, I think those are some of my underrated favorites.
yeah, you had a lot of good picks. Faded is definitely a fan favorite. People always talk about how much they love that song and that it's like one of their favorites on the album. Dedicated has always been one of my favorites. You could tell that they were definitely going for an old school feel and stuff and vibe with the lyrics and instrumentation and such. We love Someday. It's a great record, especially when she did it live at the AMAs in '91, I believe. That's when she did it live, and she
Let's
hits that
talk
whistle.
about the whistle
It
in the outro. One of her
That's
best like
literally what I was
vocal
just saying.
moments.
Yeah, because on the studio version it fades out, but I think in the music video, I think it's a different mix, and then that you hear it, and then at the AMAs, it's like a very piercing whistle. So we love Someday. So you had like a lot of good picks. I don't remember all of them, but you were eating. So I think Adrian is next.
Hey, hello. Yes, I think most of the folk have covered some of the ones that I would have absolutely agreed with. Make It Look Good was in there. So I'm going to just throw a couple others in there. Miss You, from I guess a special edition of Charm Bracelet. Um, Absolutely love that track. I wish it was a formal album track on there. But you know, I wouldn't remove anything because it's a masterpiece. But I wanted to throw in one that doesn't really fit in a category because I think it's the only song that she didn't write herself that isn't a cover, which is All My Life from Glitter, which Rick James wrote for her. But obviously she produced that, and that is a banger of a track, incredible vocal, incredible arrangement, just yeah, funky as hell. Love it.
Yeah, All My Life is a great record. I really appreciate that one. It's really fun. It's definitely something that's grown on me more. I think the entire Glitter album has grown on me like quite a bit since I first listened to it. And then when we're talking about favorite covers, one of her covers that's underrated is Didn't Mean to Turn You On off the Glitter soundtrack that she did with
Yes.
Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis. So I loved that moment. I thought it was really, really good. And that's like one of my faves that I like constantly listen to. It's in my rotation. And yeah, Michelle, have you went yet? Michelle, you there?
I'm here. I'm just listening for a second. You guys got to give me a second. I'm in the middle of something.
Period.
Um, yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay, who would like to go next? Scooter, have you went?
No. I think we've, I've talked in spaces with you about. Um, I think "I Stand Love" was underrated. I think that it was released late in the album. Release dates for M equals MC squared. Um, just the single release from her label was just not there. But then on Memoirs, I felt like there was a few there that could have been released as well, underplayed songs as well. But I think really, like, if I think about it, like, I think "I Stay in Love" is probably the one that kind of sticks out to me. That was underutilized by the label. That could
Yeah,
have
I
been
love "I Will
potentially a
Stay
hit
in
on
Love."
radio.
That's one of my favorite songs off of E equals MC squared. And yeah, I think it's a really great record. I just really love it. I really really do. And it having its moment on TikTok was pretty cool. So I definitely love that
Yeah, and I
moment.
think that
And
and the video was good too, right? The black and white. It's just it got released
yeah,
too
that was
late into
cool.
the album, so it just got
Yeah,
released too late.
yeah. Pinky Arrow 838 wanted to speak next.
Oh, I love that some people said Candy Bling. I love that song. I also think The Impossible is underrated. I also think that song can have some TikTok potential with all the metaphors. I just love that song. And also the remixes. Pretty much all of the remixes she's done, she's such a genius, but especially the Dream Lover remix, the Def Club remix. I just wish that I was like old enough to be a club rat in the 90s so I could really hear that song in the proper way, like at a club. But I'm too young. And I just got those that album of remixes on vinyl, so I'm super excited to listen to that. Yeah, I think David Morales is a genius, and I love how she just reworks songs and does remixes properly. I think they're all super underrated.
Yes, yes. And speaking of like remixes and whatever, the Anytime You Need a Friend Soul Convention mix is amazing. I love what she did with that and how she switched it up and very soulful moment and such. So I really liked that one. But I thought it was cool you were talking about, like her house mixes and stuff like that, because I have a lot of mutuals. Like there's so many different Mariah Carey fans. There's people who love the remixes, there's people who love the ballads and up tempos and all that kind of stuff, but there's like specific mutuals I follow that like the club music, like that is their stuff. They're like these, like I love this remix and this is my thing, this is my jam. So I guess that kind of leads me on to asking a question I wasn't expecting, but do you guys have any favorite like house mixes that she's done, like dance music, stuff like that, like any specific ones? I'd love to
Yes,
discuss.
and then yes, and then I'll say my answer quickly because I wanted to segue into how I got to talk to David Morales. So like my favorite one will always be house remix of all time will be like I don't know if it is the common answer, most likely is, but My All remix is just so good. It's just like so vibey. I love like the production on it and how the songs reworked. Obviously, the first half having the original melody, and then the second half like having the more alternative melody. It's just perfect, perfectly fits on a house track. And then yeah, I virtually met David Morales on a Zoom call for like a class that I was a part of back in October. And yeah, like I got to ask him a question about what his favorite Mariah remix he ever worked on her with. And obviously, he was talking about how like Mariah's, like jack of all trades and, master of all of them, and how she like wears so many hats when in the studio and literally does it all and is in all of her. But yeah, to answer your question about what his favorite house remixes that he's ever done for her, it was Can't Take That Away because of the emotional, like, me, significance behind the song and how uplifting it is. And it's, yeah, like if you haven't gotten a chance to listen to David Morales' remix of Can't Take That Away, please do. It's also really good and also in like my top three. So yeah, just wanted to share that little tidbit right there.
Yes, we love that for you. I think John is next, and then we'll do Michelle.
I love a lot of Mariah's dance remixes. I agree about wanting to be at the age of being able to go out to a club and dance to like Dream Lover dance remix or Fantasy dance remix. I think my favorite dance Mariah dance remix though is I can't remember the exact one, but it's a Loverboy dance remix. There's two different ones, I think. It was like a purple single. But yeah, it's when I figure it out, I'll tweet it. But it's a Loverboy dance remix.
Yes, we love that. We love that. I think Michelle is next. So we'll have Michelle.
Yeah, so sorry about before. So my old Morales remix, I would agree with Jay. It's probably the dance remix. Back in the day here in New York City, like you couldn't go to any nightclub and not hear that mix. Like that was definitely Mariah is the queen of remix as well, to add to all her other queen titles. But my top three, of course, is my all, and then the Emotions Club mix that I used on my video that I made today, and also the Fantasy Def Club mix, the one that she used as her opening for the Sweet Fantasy tour. That's probably my top three dance club mix.
Yes, we love that. We love that. And then I think I'll do RJ next because he most likely has an answer to John's question because he knows all the remixes and stuff like that. So I have him next.
It's the MJ Cole
What
mix.
was John's question? I missed it.
I figured it out. It's the MJ Cole remix for Loverboy. It's fantastic.
Love that one. Okay, so I came back in the middle of all this, but I'm thinking we're doing top three Mariah dance remixes. So I want to echo off of what Michelle was saying, and yeah, my all the dance remix is definitely like very popular or was very popular in the club scene, and to this day, actually, the ones I guess you would say the kids are playing in the clubs these days, strange enough, are like the I Still Believe dance remix. And also, I hear that on Fire Island a lot, Michelle. And also the I Stay in Love dance remix. But on to the point, my favorites are the Heartbreaker If You Should Ever Be Lonely dance remix, the Anytime You Need a Friend. You can pick whichever one you want from the remixes. I kind of like that if I want all like really get into the vocals, but I like the edit as well, like in the music video. Not everyone knows it has a music video, so check that out if you don't. And the third, oh, this is so hard because they're all so good. Um, my God. I'm gonna go with a rare, obscure one, just because it's rare and obscure, and I have memories with it that I told Anastasia about, which is the I Still Believe Kings remix, which is on the MC30 EP.
Yes, I love that you went with so many different obscure ones, RJ and such. And I just really like hearing people talk about these specific ones because I have a lot of mutuals who like it. So next up we'll do Mimi Folklore.
Okay. Oh my god, it took me a moment to figure out what I was gonna say. Apologies. Um, but okay, so my favorite dance remixes would have to be the Heartbreaker If You Should Ever Be Lonely remix.
Yes.
I really love that one. And then of course the Fantasy Deaf Club mix. She performed it at one of the shows I went to for the Caution Tour, and it was a nice surprise. Um, I like the Dream Lover Deaf Club mix as well, and the what is it called? I believe it's the Honey classic mix. So those are some of my favorites.
Oh, those are
And
really nice.
I don't even really like dance remixes that much, so but I was really impressed with these remixes.
Yeah, I appreciate how a lot of times with Mariah's remixes, she goes in, she actually like re-sings her vocals and like adds a lot and stuff, and just like makes it something that's like worth listening to. A lot of artists now are too lazy to do that, and I really appreciate her work with David Morales, and I feel like he never really gets the credit that he deserves, for what he's been able to do with her, and like Daydream Interlude and Flyaway Reprise and all the other obscure mixes that they've done. So I like that we're getting this moment to appreciate not only what he's done but just like the house mixes and stuff in general. I think it's like pretty cool. So I love that for us. Next up we'll do Octavia.
My favorite mix is Anytime You Need a Friend CNC extended mix, because I play that on loop. Like, it gets me into the mood. I just love it. Like, that's one of my favorites of all time. And I have another one, but I forgot the name of it. Like, I need to listen to her mixes more, but that's one of them. And I'll come back with the other one.
Okay, next up we will do Scooter and then Bianca.
Hey, Mimi, you get me, man. You surprise me all the time. Let me just tell you, you little Taylor Swifty. Um, the Heartbreaker um, remix that you had mentioned, the dance, that was a fun single. And again, it all goes down to like her just having fun and recreating vocals. And it was just in '99. Like I remember working at Camelot Music, opening her CD when we had demo songs to play in the store. But you better believe like every Mariah song was being played when I was on shift. So I always kind of broke the rules. So if you ever bought a CD, which all y'all are like, what the hell is a CD? But if you ever bought a CD and it was already opened and pre-wrapped,
Scooter, we know what a CD is. Come
I
on.
don't know. I don't know. No, but if you bought one and it was like pre-opened and it was like sealed with like a little sticky thing, then that's you probably bought it from my store. But so that one. But really, like when I was in high school, it was the Fantasy Def Jam, or not Def Jam. The girl, what is it called? We
Def
talked about
Club.
it. Yeah. So where it like it goes fast, 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 and then it slows down to like the I'm in Heaven piece, and then you hear the sirens, and then it like picks back up, and then she like hits that note that Jay tries every night in the shower to do, and she holds it like forever and forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever.
Not Jay
Um,
catching strays. Oh my god.
For me attempting a note.
Jake, he knows,
You
he
did me
But
knows.
at least
dirt.
most of the
Nothing
What did
time I
but
I
stay
love.
on
do?
key.
Like, oh my
Exactly. I
god.
know it's nothing but love. Don't worry.
Jay knows
Unlike some
it's
other
nothing
people,
but
I do
love, Jay. You
stay
know
on
that.
key most of the time, so it's all good. I know that
No,
it's
I
all
know,
love. Don't
boy. You
worry.
be
I
hitting
got you,
that. You be
Scooter.
hitting that note in the shower, boy. I got you. But that song is just so much
Yeah,
fun.
exactly.
It's so much fun. It is such a fun remix, and just the way that it starts off, fast, and then goes slow, and then picks back up, and then it's just like you're freaking like just on fire by the end of it. It's just such a good fun track for sure. Back in the '90s.
Yes, we love that so much. Next up, I'll let Octavia speak again really quick.
Oh, I just remembered it was the Fantasy a Puff remix, and that's another one of my favorites too. Even though it's very long, I like listening to that as well.
Yeah, I like those mixes, the ones on the remixes album. So it's like Fantasy, Dream Lover, Honey, like the 10-minute ones. I listen to
Yeah.
those sometimes if I'm like in the mood for those, but it depends on like what mood I'm in. But I really like her dance stuff. The Daydream interlude, by the way, is very underrated. Every time people want to be
Yes,
like,
very.
"Oh, what's my least favorite on Daydream?" They always pick that song. I'm like, y'all pick that song out of every song on the album? Be freaking for real! Like that song is really really good. I love what she did.
Hi.
Hey, Glitter.
Hey, I just want to say, like, well, I just got off work, so I'm sorry, I'm just like randomly jumping in. But I think a lot of people see the word interlude and like don't listen to it. Like they don't realize that it's like her interludes are real songs. So I think they say that because it's a skit for them because they're like, oh, interlude, and then like don't realize that like it's a masterpiece. You know what I mean? So yeah, like because I noticed like even when we randomly quote the Daydream interlude, a lot of people are like, what is that from? Like, you know, so I think that's the reason why people use that as like, you know, oh, this is my least favorite, like my throwaway or whatever.
You speak so real because honestly, like it's such a good song to have on the album. Like, yeah, even though it says in her like still, so it's just like you said, like even with the shorter songs that Mariah make, they will still feel like real quality songs because obviously Mariah knows nothing but quality, and obviously, you know, she's a top tier quality queen when it comes to music and production and all that stuff.
Yeah, so right now, Glitter, we're just talking about the our favorite
Hi,
house and dance
Glitter.
remixes that she's done so far.
Oh, nice. Hey,
Yes.
Octavia. I'm sorry I'm super late. I just got off work.
No, don't worry. I
Oh no,
appreciate you
it's fine.
coming here.
We're gonna be on here like all day. So people can come and leave and we'll probably still be here and it's nothing new. So it's all good. I think Mimi's folk wait, hold on. I think Bianca's next actually. Let's do Bianca next and then
Come to the
Divine and
mic,
Jukebox because
Bianca.
I think they've had their hands up for the longest.
Hello again, darlings. How are you? How's everybody doing?
Good.
We're good.
Excellent. So, to sort of piggyback off what Scooter said, yes, I'm a lady of a certain age, and I experienced Mariah's club era in real time. Nothing is better than waiting in line to get into the club and hearing a Mariah dance mix pumping and wanting to get in on the dance floor as soon as possible. I had moments with Dream Lover. I had moments with Honey. I had moments with Heartbreaker, moments with Fantasy, all in their peak at the club. And it's a time of my life that will never be matched. So Mariah's dance mixes hold a very special place in my heart. It's around the time I came out. It's around the time I found myself. So those songs are everything. And the fact that she is so brilliant and so talented and so masterful in the reproduction and the resung vocals, and her and David piecing together basically brand new songs. No one has ever done that. I don't think anyone could ever touch that. So we really truly have a collection of club mixes that are top tier, will never be duplicated. Often imitated, but never duplicated for sure. And a couple of standouts. Every single mix that you guys have brought up has been incredible. But can we just talk a little bit about the unreleased version of the Always Be My Baby Morales mix that did get released with the MC30? But that is an 11-minute long out of body experience. Same with the Say Something remixes. Her taking those high notes and scatting over a couple of minutes is just, I mean, talk about being lifted out of your body. Those club mixes are just incredible. She does the same thing on Dream Lover. She does the same thing with the Anytime You Need a Friend. I mean, so good. I mean, and I love music in general, but dance music, and it holds a special place in my heart. And so the fact that we not only get R&B Mariah, we not only get pop Mariah, but we have such a big showing of dance club Mariah. I will, like this woman is cemented as a fixture in my life forever. So thank you for letting me chat again.
Yes, we love it. We love it. Really quickly, I wanted to say if you guys can like share the space, like make your own tweets or just like retweet mine. That way we can get this out to as many lambs as possible because I want us all to come together and enjoy this moment. I would very much appreciate that. Also using the hashtags Happy Anniversary Mariah and Mariah327. That way this can gain traction. That would be very nice. I think Divine
Exactly,
Juice
and
Box is
hopefully,
next.
if it does get enough traction, we could also have Mariah come. Obviously, we can't make any promises, but of course, if we do get enough traction, we can get Mariah on. So, like, if you all can tag her, like, that would also be great too. Like of course, like reasonably tag her, but yeah, yeah, it would be great to get her attention and
Yeah,
of
we
course get
would
her
really
on.
appreciate that.
Yeah, can I just say real quickly? I just want to say, especially for the people that aren't able to speak or aren't speaking, it would be great. Like, let's all try and be interactive with Anastasia's um, post. Although we're answering these questions in the space, it's a great way if you add the hashtag to the answers, like to get it trending. And again, like hopefully you can even tag Mariah, like my favorite at Mariah Carey, whatever, with the hashtag. So hopefully that'll help her find the space and join.
Yes, we would appreciate that so much. I think next up is going to be Divine Juice Box, and then we're going to go to Mimi Folklore.
Yeah, my favorite club mixes, probably, well, for number one, anytime you get a friend, extended club, as Octavia said earlier. It's just 10 minutes and 54 seconds of just vocal ridiculousness, can't be matched. Also, for Always Be My Baby Groove Pella remix, it's not as long as the one that Bianca said earlier, but it's like, short, it's condensed. But, just the way that her, Kelly, Sean Ray, and Melanie were on the, doing the background vocals and the harmonies was just amazing, out of body experience type. And also, yeah, I guess I gotta go for Heartbreaker.
Mm-hmm.
If you only remix, I think those would be my top three.
Yes, we love that. We love that. All right, so next up is going to be Mimi Folklore.
Okay, I wanted to go back to what Glitterbomb was saying earlier about the interludes and really talk about how good, like, obviously the interludes are, but more specifically the songwriting on those songs or interludes were. Like, if you look at Daydream interlude, which I feel like is probably her most underrated um interlude, her, like, the last verse, she says, or she sings, and daydream is all that I can do. I feel raptured over you. In silence I keep it to myself. Come and take me, don't want nobody else. And there is no reason why Lamb should not be appreciating these songs, even though they're pretty short. They're still pretty iconic to me.
Yeah, exactly. And going off that, like that little part that she just like recited, like that is showing her detachment, right? Like, so that's where you're like in the concept album where she's basically saying like, oh, all this has just been like a daydream, you know what I mean? Like she's like disassociating or whatever. Like it's all she can do. Like, and it's just so deep. Like, and if you skip, that's why I don't skip anything. Like every song is on there for a freaking reason, and like especially like the interludes and everything else. And like, so that's such an important part. I feel like um I Am Free is where she's like mentally deciding like I'm going to be done with this, right? Like I'm because moving on comes in different stages. You have to first, like, the biggest step really is like mentally deciding that you're done and you're like, emancipated from it and you're not going back and whatever else. So even in that moment, if you can't physically like get out of it, at least you've made up your mind that you're done and you're moving on and everything else, and you're like freeing yourself from whatever the situation is. So that's the start of the turn. And then like the daydream interlude is really like letting you know that, like, some of these like happier things like fantasy, blah blah blah, it's been like a detachment, disassociation kind of thing. And then she like hits you with Looking In, where you're like, whoa, what's going on? Like, and Looking In perfectly segues into the Butterfly era, because she's just letting us know like this is what's really happening, even though like we at the time when we heard it, we're all like, what's this? But like nobody knew like the details, because she wasn't able to go deep into it. So that's why like Mariah as a songwriter, that's why it gets so freaking defensive when people try to say she doesn't write her own music, because like she's been telling us about her whole life through her music, even though she couldn't like verbally straight up talk about it in some interviews or whatever. She has like slipped it in through like every phase of her life, especially when you get into like starting with like Daydream and everything. So, and that's why Looking In is like the instrumental that like plays when like the butterfly tour happens, right? And she's like literally in this like cocoon kind of thing, and it like, you know, sheds, and it's just brilliant. She's brilliant, and like if you skip interludes and skip stuff like that, like it's just, you're missing out. And same with like Rainbow interlude, I feel like is super important. That's, I always call that like my pivot song or whatever, because like that's where like she's pivoting into resiliency, right? Like, and she's like made it through all the like trauma and hardship and everything else. And people like to say like, oh, rainbows and butterflies, well, life isn't all rainbows and butterflies. But both rainbows and butterflies were like born in darkness, right? Like they came out of darkness, they emerged from darkness, right? So they are like peak resiliency. And I feel like people dismiss that and that's what makes it so beautiful, that it's able to like, you know, come out of that and really be like a celebratory thing. And I also want to take this moment to say that people should appreciate Thank God I Found You more, because it perfectly segues into that. I know everybody loves the remix, I love the remix too. However, the lyrics are so intense and so deep, like with the original. And you know, it can be applied to anything. It can be applied to yourself or your faith, or you know, someone you love unconditionally, whatever. Like there's so many different things, but like that is like the happy ending at the end of the album, you know what I mean? Like that is her victory lap, her resiliency, and everything else. And you need rainbow interludes to kind of get there and set it up that she's
Yeah.
getting there.
Yeah,
So yeah.
thank you so much for describing the interludes. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you going in depth with the analysis. I appreciate it, and I'm sure we definitely, you know, could all use that. But yeah, if you don't mind, we're gonna transition to Amy. I think she has her hands up.
Hi, I'm back. I'm just finishing my lunch though. Yeah, I'm really glad you mentioned one of the most best favorites was called Looking In. Yeah, this is one of the best close out songs that Mariah had to just bring back memories when it was really the last time she really did a daydream. You know, she had to get out of her marriage to Tommy because he's been controlling her more than control her music. So but this exactly needs to you know, Butterfly's one of the most personal albums they ever had to put out. And yes, and this is one of the most one of the best lyrics from the album Butterfly. We talk about it's called "No Let the Spirit Dies." So this is one of the best lyrics from the album Butterfly. So that's why I chose it.
Yes, we love that. We love that. I think now we're gonna transition on to the next question, which is going to be, what songs has she released that you're like, oh my god, this should have been a single, the label messed it up, and just stuff you think had like missed potential? Because we have these songs also.
Yes, yeah. So definitely answer your answer. Give your answers. Well, try being detailed, while at the same time try to be brief, so that way we're considerate of, you know, the time we have on the space. While we all are going to be on here all day, you know, we definitely want to give other people a chance to get their answers in.
So I just realized that I forgot to say songs that I think should have been a single. I feel like there's many. I was just thinking this like last week, but ex girlfriend could have been a single. You know, I feel like that song is underrated on the Rainbow album. Like it's a cute little bob. Like okay, you downloading me folklore, but some of us have taste and some of us don't. Some of us actually enjoy good music, but that's beside the point. But the song did eat. I don't care. Some people are gonna be my opposite is what it is. Like it was a fun moment. Some people just don't like fun. They just don't like it. I'm
Mm-mm.
sorry. She
Yeah,
wrote that song with Kenny Buress. They had a phone and a dream, and they wrote that song over the phone. I'm sorry. Like that could have
exactly. A
that's
phone and a
a little
dream,
bar.
and she accomplished it.
Yeah,
And then, of
that
course,
could
yeah.
have
To
been a
answer the
good little
question,
single.
exactly. So the question is, you know, like a song that should have been single and had a music video.
Yeah, just a song that should have been a single, but we can
Okay.
also talk about
Ooh,
songs that
so
should have had music
many.
videos as well. If you guys would like.
Okay. Ooh, I definitely think if it had like a proper single treatment, I think definitely a song like maybe Melt Away could have like been a great like single for like a great R&B hit. Like it could have just, I don't know, done well, especially with a nice little like sensual video. Obviously like sensual. but like, I like to keep it classy. And other artists, they have their definition of sensual. But yeah, obviously Mariah is a very class act. And obviously I would like to see her like, vision for the Melt Away music video. I just think it would be a very like, fun, flirty, hot video. But yeah, no, it's just Melt Away is such a great song. One of the best on Daydream. It's just wow, like deserves to be a number one hit for 28 weeks.
Period. Next up is Mimi Folklore.
Wait, my hand is not up. I'm still thinking. Somebody else
Oh,
can
you're
go.
still thinking? I thought it was your turn. Oh well. John's next.
I also have a lot, but I'll just stick with one. And if it had like the proper single treatment, like Jay said, I think Faded could have been a really big hit from Mia and Mariah.
Yeah, definitely. Next up, Octavia, do you want to go?
Yes, sis. Well, my song that should have been number one is Subtle Invitation, because oh my god, that's a masterpiece, and it should have got more buzz. Like, I feel like it would have done great, but a lot of people do know that song for what it is, and I'm glad that they do. But I think it should have been number one, and they messed it up all the way for it to be number one.
Yeah, that's very much an interesting pick. I'll say next up we can do Amy, and then I had a few that I just thought of that I
Okay.
wanted to say.
Hey, I'm here. Oh gosh. There's so many single choice that them were supposed to release from album equals ESP Square is Migrate. Yeah, Migrate is supposed to be our next single, but no. It's supposed to be our first official single, but no, they changed it to Touch My Body though, which is a huge hit though. But I think that this song should be released called Migrate though. Yeah, it should be next choice. I think Migrate should be a song though for the album though.
Yeah, Migrate definitely should have been a single. Definitely missed potential there. As for a few that I just thought of that I can't believe I forgot, the one from Charm Bracelet should have been the lead single. I don't care. We love Through the Rain, of course,
Yes. Oh
but
my
the
God, you
one
beat me
definitely
to
should
it.
have
Oh
been the
my, I
lead
should have
single.
said the
Even
one.
Mariah wanted it to be the lead. Yeah, she said she wanted it to be the lead single, but the label was like, "Oh, let's have a Woe Is Me moment," so they didn't do it. And then it was supposed to be the second single for the album, and there's actually footage of them like shooting a video for it, but they couldn't get like permits on the street, and it just
Oh
like didn't work out. And then they switched it to Boy I Need You as a second single, so that
yeah.
should have been a single.
Okay.
Like that's like one of the biggest missed opportunities for singles. And then I think Caution, the song should have been a single, and also should have had The Distance as a single as well. Like one of those should have been lead single for the album. Those are huge missed opportunities in my personal opinion.
Right. Mhm.
All right, next up is Mimi Folklore.
Okay, so I went through her catalog again, made a brief list, and I basically, I mean, some of these songs are songs that I think should have been singles, but most of them are songs that I would have loved to see a music video or a visual for, just because they're very like vivid songs. So Baby Doll, I'm not sure if it should have been a single, but I would have loved for it to be a single, and most of all, I would have loved to see a Baby Doll music video. The One, Stay the Night, Circles, Migrate, Thanks for Nothing. It's a Wrap, for obvious reasons. I think the music video would have been perfect, because it is very visual and it tells like a whole story. Faded, Dedicated, Giving Me Life. The music video would have ate. I'm sorry. It has such a lush and like, I don't know, such a beautiful vibe that every time I listen to this song, I actually picture a music video. And then, of course, Caution and Eighth Grade.
Yes, I'm glad that you were talking about Giving Me Life because I was saying this, but that song definitely should have been a single and had its own music video. It's such a psychedelic moment, and I just like imagine the visuals would have like ate. That's like a career highlight. Like I said, it's like a top five song for me. So I really liked your picks, but especially that one really stood out to me in this moment. So I appreciate that. And then next up, we'll have Mariah.
As other people have mentioned, I think Migrate should have been a single. I also think Outside, Alone in Love, All in Your Mind, Vanishing, and If It's Over, they should have been singles as well. And a little kind of like a little bit off topic, I feel like There For Me should have been released officially. And I also feel like the Honey Bad Boy remix should have been the official Honey version. But that's just my opinion. Others may disagree, but I feel like that opening the Butterfly album would have been amazing. Not that it wasn't amazing now, but I feel like that would have been. I don't know.
I feel like that had something to do with label politics. I have a feeling.
Maybe.
Yeah, definitely label politics. Yeah, like because of course, like, they had a hard time with getting used to Mariah. Of course, going into a more like R&B, hip hop oriented sound because obviously they wanted her to stay in the more like adult contemporary. Before like Daydream and Butterfly and more like poppy R&B sound. So yeah, like the fact that like Mariah was gonna do a record like Honey, like of course, like the record label have a problem with it, but like obviously Mariah's gonna do whatever she wants because she's her own artist and she knows what's best for her and she's gonna make decisions that she feels are the most suitable, and we love her for that. And I'm glad she took that step with Honey and really changed the game.
Yes, we love that. And you were talking about Vanishing and All in Your Mind as singles, and I completely agree. I definitely think they could have milked the first album a little bit longer because, four number ones, I mean, that's like insane. And, just what a run, what a moment. So I definitely think those two should have been singles. And like I've always said this, so I really agree with those picks for sure. And then who wanted to go next? Do we want to have, it might
I
be.
just wanted to make a quick comment about I'm not 100% sure about this, but Mariah talked about how Can't Let Go wasn't treated well as a single, like it was pulled too early from radio or something, but it could have been an easy number one. As well as Shake
Yeah,
It
it
Off,
was
of
literally
course.
number two on the chart, and then they pulled it from shelves because they wanted to sell the album, and that could have been number one. Like that broke her streak of number ones. I think she had like five
She had five
consecutive
number
number
ones and it was
ones.
almost gonna get her
Yeah, and
six
that could have
number
been
one.
number six, and then they had to ruin it. I'm just like, be freaking for real. So yeah,
Yeah,
that
and
was unfortunate.
yes. Yeah, so Tommy, like, what you are nasty for pulling the single off the shelf as it was about to go number one. Like,
Oh my
you,
god, Jay.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
And I mean, he spoke real. And the only reason that Shake It Off didn't go number one is because she blocked herself with We Belong Together, which was number one for 14
Yeah,
weeks. She literally blocked herself. So, I mean,
Queen of
maybe if
blocking
they would
herself.
have waited longer to release it, then maybe it could have gone number one. But yeah, she literally blocked herself from number one. I mean, iconic, iconic. I mean, who else? Who else, really? So we love the
She
moment.
literally, yeah, I was just gonna say, like, she would have already beaten the Beatles by now if like three different sabotages didn't happen, but or at least two of the three didn't sabotages didn't happen. It would have been, yeah.
Endless Love was barred from number one because Boys to Men, I'll Make Love to You, I think. Loverboy was barred from number one because Destiny's Child, Bootylicious. Like, she could have had
yeah.
more. But I mean, 19 number ones, that's the most for any solo artist. That's insane. Like, I'm still, like, over. And most of it is, like, solo songs as well. So I really love that for her. Like, iconic.
Yeah, and I just mean, even if we count just like, for example, blocking herself and then the Can't Let Go and then Loverboy getting like sabotaged. So like, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it would have already been here. That's why I really, really want, like, it could have happened with It's a Wrap if people were more I guess optimistic. It could have happened, like, because I was like, out of the calendar year, she covers the majority of the calendar with her number ones. Like, whoever, like anybody in here, your birthday, as long as it's not this week, like guaranteed almost, like you have a Mariah Carey song that was number one on your birthday. And I think it's really sad that for her anniversary she doesn't have one. So that's been like my hope and mission for years now, and I feel like it could happen this year, but that's okay.
That is
It can
so
happen next
unfair
year.
because my
Yeah.
birthday is this week.
Oh no.
So.
Oh,
Hey,
We'll make
Happy
it
early
happen for
birthday,
you
Mimi
next week. Oh,
Folklore.
my mom
yeah,
is piping up saying it's hers too.
yeah, yeah.
but
Yeah,
don't
her
forget,
birthday is tomorrow. Happy early birthday, Mimi Folklore. We love you.
but don't, but
Thank
don't
you
forget, but
guys.
don't forget,
Love you.
Mariah actually blocked herself from getting her number one too with "Shake It
Yeah,
Off."
that's what we were
You know what
saying.
I'm
Yeah.
saying?
That's what we just said, Scooter.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
sorry. So, but like
It's okay.
it's a.
It's iconic
I feel
behavior.
like if it's a rap would have it when a few years ago would have gone number one if TikTok was the trend and Mariah was a little more healthier with the rhythmic and top 40 radio stations. But right now, I mean, I know RJ like is gotten a lot going and heads at one radio station, playing it at 9 for 9, but they still haven't officially added the single or the song to their radio station. They're technically just playing it, and it's just man, if it's sad to see
mm,
that with her, but I agree. Glitter, like "It's a Rap" is a fun song. I see a lot of potential with it. It's just in 2023, just with radio and pushing behind it. I just don't. It's just sad that we couldn't do more with it.
I think if it were to crack the chart, then Lambs would be like, oh, and then they would, join in. You know what I mean? Like, but we've already been like burnt out from Big Energy Remix and everything else, and like helping other people to get to the top three, and not getting anything for it. So I think it's like a fatigue of sorts. But if we were to have like I don't know, actually like broken into the Hot 100, then we could have definitely pushed successfully.
Yeah,
But that's
but the
okay.
fact that like
Yeah,
Mariah's
I
been
mean,
able to.
hopefully
Right, that's
one
right,
day
yeah.
she'll be able to have, her 20th number one. We do hope that for her. Maybe Osana Remix, it's gaining a little traction each year. I mean, All I Want for Christmas Is You took until 2019 to go number one. That's 25 years of a song gaining traction and like a slow
mm,
burn. So we'll
Right.
see.
But I
Exactly.
Maybe.
So
meant
you
specifically for
never
her
give up.
birthday.
So you never know what can happen. I hope that she does get that 20th number one. But even if she doesn't, I mean, she's already accomplished, more than all artists could dream with just All I Want for Christmas Is You. Careers were ended, period. So, we love it. We love
Exactly.
it.
Her solo run
Um,
Yeah.
is one for the history
yeah.
books.
Oh, for
yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
yeah.
I
Yeah. Is there
I
anyone
would
else who
agree. Yeah.
wanted to
Mhm.
share songs that should have been a single?
Yeah.
I will go. I will go first. Hey, I want to choose one song that I released. What it's a glitter soundtrack. After she released a single like "Made Too Far," "Don't Stop This." Okay, there's something else I wanted to say that the song she released was like "Reflections" or. There's something else missing out. This really we really get a chance to talk about glitter though. And so, and I'm glad you mentioned. And then another one I'm gonna talk about is that other songs that made number one was "Can I Go" and "Love Boy." That's just the I think the politics to be blamed for what happened though. I think there's a problem though. Yeah, I mean, Mariah should have more number one hits like other hits. She got some. I think the politics should be blamed for that. Yeah. So, that's their problem though.
Oh, Michaela's back. Hey, Michaela.
Thank
Hey,
God. It only
Michaela.
took like 4 hours. I'm like, why is this not a national holiday? Why are we at work? Hold up.
I
Right.
know,
Oh,
period. Like, I'm glad
if
you're
we could
back.
like
I'm glad
maybe
you're
trade
back.
in like I don't know Columbus Day for Mariah's anniversary to have the day off, that'd be great. Because also we don't fuck with Columbus, and obviously we celebrate the Queen, Mariah. All every year. Obviously we celebrate it all days of the year, but especially on her anniversary, and to have the day off, like, come on, U.S., do better. Come on, world, do better.
Yeah, so right now we're talking about Mariah songs that we think should have been a single. So what do you think, Michaela?
I think that, first of all, I feel like so many songs, I know I'm biased, but so many songs from Charm Bracelet could have been a single. Like, that's a hard ass question. Oh, wait. No. Hold up. Because the thing about it is the song on Emancipation where she's like, we used to be something, you know? We used to be something. And we need to go back to that. What is it? Somebody help me.
I have no clue. I mean, Circles, Don't Forget About Us.
No, it's not
Like,
Circles. It's Don't Forget About Us.
yeah, because Don't
Do you
Forget
remember
About
what
Us is
album
already single.
it's on? Because
She said
I remember.
Emancipation Mimi. Well, now I'm gonna have
Yeah,
to
yeah,
start
yeah.
naming the track list. We know It's Like That was a single. We Belong Together was a single. Shake It Off was a single. Get Your Number was a single. Why am I only thinking of the singles? Oh my god, my brain is not working.
Wait, so
Us. Hold on. The one.
mine again?
Oh, maybe Mine Again. No, I know it. Why
Mine
is my
Again.
brain not
Oh
working?
yes, she was
Yeah, Mine
eating.
Again
She
could
was
have been it.
eating.
You mean Stay the
Yes.
Night? You think Stay
Or
the
stay.
Night should have been one?
No, no, it's Mine Again.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Glad you helped her found it, Jay.
Yeah, of course. You know, I listened to the Mimi album a lot, so of course I gotta refresh my memory every time.
Yeah, my mind was just going blank. Mariah
Can I
Carey
say
US.
something? Wait. I'm not done.
Oh wait. Okay, what do you want to say?
I just wanted to say, like, do y'all think it's crazy how Mariah had that New Year's Eve performance and they tried to sabotage her? It doesn't matter what caused that, but the aftermath of people questioning her, like, first of all, male artists can do a terrible performance every single day, but Mariah showed up prepared. Like, her dancers clearly rehearsed, she clearly rehearsed. It was one little thing, it was one performance, and they tried to, like, act like she isn't still fully capable of doing her job. Like, why is it only with like girls they do that, especially black women? It's like they would never do that if that was Rich Homie Quan. They would never do that if it was, you know what I'm saying? Because they always have bad performances. But because Mariah gives us like what 100% every time, like you want to question her, like don't question her. She's been doing this for like 30 years. Like what?
Exactly. She never gets the respect that she deserves, and that whole thing, how it went, was unfortunate. But I think Mariah Carey US is next to speak about songs you think
Wait,
should
I'm
have been
not
a single.
done.
You're not done still? My
No.
God.
But
What you got next?
I was gonna say it was light work for her because she like fights people off like she's a damn Pokemon. So this was nothing for her. Like she's gone through way worse shit in her childhood, so she was ready to whoop everybody's ass as she did. That's all I had to say.
Get 'em, darling.
Period. And now we're on to Mariah Carey US for songs you think that should have been a single.
Okay, thank you. I heard this a few times. Migrate is definitely at the top of my list. I swear that song could have been a number one if it was released. So Blessed is very underrated, and I feel like if that song would have been released in the early 90s, it would have probably been close to a number one or a number one. All I've ever wanted from Music Box. Lullaby from Charm Bracelet, I really felt like that one had a shot. So Lonely, One and Only Part 2. I'm I still listen to that song and I'm like, this would have been a really good song to release. Secret Love, It's a Wrap, of course. Giving Me Life is just such an amazing song. I don't know how they would have done it with the length, but there's been other songs that are long that have been released, and I really would have loved a video for that one as well. I heard someone else mention that, I think. Um, and Slipping Away. I mean, I know Slipping Away was a B-side and all, but I really think that if it would have been on the album and it would have been released, it would have been probably a number one.
Yes, a lot of good picks. I was just thinking this, but All I Live For would have been a nice little single. I would have liked that as a single a lot. That's such a fun record. And apparently she had like a big ending for that song, and then I heard they like lost the stems and then she had to go in and re-record the song and finish it. So if you listen to the ending, it's different. So that could have been a nice little single. I don't know why, that didn't happen. Whatever. So Michelle is next.
So previously, I was saying how I loved E equals MC squared. So of course, my choice would be For the Record. For the Record, definitely deserved to be a number. Well, it could have been a number one if it was released as a single, but yeah, that's my choice. For the Record.
Yes, we love For the Record. It's a great song. I appreciate it as an album cut though, because I really feel like it's for the true fans. Because only the fans, the ones are gonna get it. Because she's literally referencing her songs. Like I told you, none of the stars, that you belong to me. Like, so clever. What a moment. But what you want to say, Michaela?
I'm driving, so my bad. But I just want to say, like, every song on Glitter also deserves to be a single, like, all my life. But yeah.
Yeah, All My Life could have been a decent single. I can definitely see that for sure. And then Me Rink, I think that's how you pronounce it. Did you want to say what songs you think should have been a single, or Dakota?
Hi, thank you. It's Mystery Inc. A song that comes to my mind as a missed opportunity for a single was How Much with Usher from the Rainbow album. And I need to backtrack quickly, please, to the last question. I think the two most underrated Mariah songs, at least from the last decade, are both from soundtracks, Almost Home and The Star. And I think the most underrated remix is the Triumphant Vintage Throwback Mix. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And on How Much, I was on a space that Jermaine did, and he basically said that he thought that could have been a single, basically, but something about I think he said the label thought it was too urban or something like that, and they didn't know what to do with the song. So that could have been a single. Usher was popular at the time. I mean, why not? I definitely could have seen that doing something. So yeah. What do you want to say,
Not
Michaela?
at the time.
First of all, I just want to say, like, I'm grateful to share the same air right now as Glitter Bomb, and also, I forgot what else I was gonna say because now I'm starstruck, so I'm gonna be quiet.
What? Oh my god, you're so sweet. Well, I'm grateful to share the air with you all. Can I talk about
Yes, we love it.
how
What do you want to say?
Oh, I just want to say, so for How Much, like, you know how I was telling y'all that, like, one of the questions that I have is, like, would she potentially be doing any collabs at the Lovers and Friends Festival? Because literally she pretty much, like, collabed with every single person almost on that line.
That's at the festival, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if maybe any, like, you know, collab we may see. And if she and Usher do How Much together, I will fall out. I'll just pass out. And I hope someone's around to pick me
I
up
want her
because,
to
yeah.
do a Heartbreaker remix with Missy and the Brat. I do.
Yes.
My gosh, like
Yes,
literally, there's so many
Michaela,
good
we
like
did do.
performances we could get for the collabs. I'm like, wow, like literally the whole lineup's there. Like, just let's just
Yeah.
like manifest it and make it happen.
Heartbreaker is
Yeah,
definitely
we
going to
did.
happen. That's easy. And I'm so
Yeah.
excited for it.
Yeah, Michaela, we already did talk about our favorite Mariah performances, but if you want, you can share yours really quickly. I don't mind. Please, not the silence.
Wait.
Okay, so next up, Dakota, do you want to talk about a song you think should have been a single, or Pinky Arrow 38? Any of you guys?
Oh, I wanted to echo. I think someone said this already. The One should have definitely been a single. I wish we had the video for it, but obviously it didn't work out. I also love the song You Got Me off of Charm Bracelet as well. Could have done without Jay-Z. Well, also, if it came out today, it would still be a hit for sure.
Period.
Exactly. Like it's insane. Like a lot of the songs from like, of course, all albums have like hit potential, but of course, like Charm and like Memoirs, they have lots of like hit potential, specifically like TikTok resurgence like potential. It's like crazy, like the amount on Charm Bracelet, like Clown, You Got Me, like it's wild. Like I'm petitioning for TikTok to pick those songs up now.
Wait, really quick, can we just acknowledge, since Jay-Z was brought up, Heartbreaker put him on the mainstream map, just saying.
And yeah, and I'm glad he found a mainstream spot. Good for him.
Guys, quickly, Anastasia, everybody retweet this link. I just retweeted it. Queen is on the move. She literally just liked my post, my anniversary post that I posted for her. So everybody retweet
Wait,
this.
what? No way.
Yes, retweet this right now.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Congrats on the notice, Michelle.
Thank you, thank
I
you.
can't see it. I can't
She
see
just
it.
put it on the
Can you put?
jumbotron.
Yeah,
It's on the jumbotron. It's like the second to wait. Where is it?
I see it
I'll put it up.
now.
Hold on.
Okay.
Wait, no, I don't see it.
Mm-hmm.
It's so slow. Now I see it. Thank you.
Oh yeah, and then also like I already put it on the jumbotron, but she saw like the compilation video. We love you, Legend Carey, for making the compilation video of like all of our
Yes.
tweets, like like giving love to Mariah. And yeah, Mariah noticed and said, "Oh my gosh, you guys really want to make me cry. I love you so much." And it's like, wow. So she noticed all of us that posted. Oh my god, like
Yeah.
Mariah knows who the fuck we are. Like she's been knowing who the fuck we are, but of course she especially knows us and especially knows me now. So I'm like,
I'm
oh my
so
gosh, I'm
happy
like,
for all of us, and especially Michelle. Congrats.
What? What just
Thank
happened?
you, thank you.
What just happened?
There
you got
was a
10. You deserve
lamb
Michelle.
basically that got gathered tweets of people saying "Happy Anniversary, Mariah," and so they put a little video together, and Mariah saw the video.
Oh, that's so sweet.
She's
Our
Yeah,
on
I'm
the
gonna have a
queen is
move,
bunch of you
the
guys
guys.
on notice.
best. Our queen is the best.
She's making her
Welcome back,
rounds.
Michaela. Did you want to share your favorite performance that she's done? And Glitter, you can share yours too if you want. Not the silence again.
Wait, who
Okay,
who went first? Sorry.
it's you. You and Michaela can go first. What your favorite Mariah performance that she's done is, because we already went over it earlier. But if you want to share it.
Oh, Michaela, you can go first.
Wait, was y'all talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you were like, oh, did we do favorite Mariah performance yet? And we already have. But if you wanted to share yours, you can.
Oh, thanks. Sorry, I'm like in the drive-through, but I was just gonna say that like "Stop Singing My Part Now, Baby" is just so iconic.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
the 2008 GMA performance for "Touch My Body." Yes, so
Guys,
iconic.
guys, she liked my pose.
She did.
Oh my
Yes.
God!
Congrats.
Congrats,
That's
Congrats,
amazing.
Octavia.
Octavia. Congratulations. She
Oh
remembers
That's
my
you.
god, I can't
amazing.
break you.
Yes, we love that.
I I can't
Period.
break. I'm so
Congratulations.
sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so
No,
sorry.
we love it. We love it. Don't
I did
apologize.
not
That's a big
know that
deal.
just happened.
Oh, congrats,
We
my
love
love.
it.
You deserve
Thank
it so much.
you.
I'm so happy for
Yes.
you.
Oh god, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I
I'm
did
It's
glad.
okay.
not
I'm
Like
glad
know
we're having
that.
this moment with you in real time. That's a big deal.
exactly. No, I no. Like you deserve it so much out of everyone. Like you just really are someone that's
That
like
just
so
shocked
true blue
the
to her.
hell out of me. She shocked the hell out of me.
You have no reason to apologize. Don't ever apologize for being excited over a Mariah notice, please.
That's the first time she ever noticed my
No.
tweet.
Oh, your tweet. Okay, well, she noticed you as a person and like conversed with you, girl. That is like more incredible
I think
than
I'm gonna pass
just
out.
liking a tweet. So please do not like minimize your blessings that you've already gotten.
I'm so sorry for screaming. I
No,
did not
don't.
know. I was just looking at everybody else's, and then I looked at mine, and then she. Okay, get on with the space. I'm sorry.
Did anyone else have any that they wanted to share, songs that should have been singles?
Whenever Mariah gets back on here, because she's like, wait, I'm not done talking to Octavia.
Oh, darling.
Yeah, we hope that we can get her on here. That's why I'm trying to encourage people to share the space as much as possible and such. And I'm trying to bring up everyone that wants to speak that hasn't already. So I'm gonna
Oh,
bring up a couple new people right now.
I can answer the
Hopefully.
last question. I feel like you guys probably are like, oh, everybody says that, but like it was important, right? And like it's to me the most. Oh, please excuse the background vocals. My son is playing with a car, uh, a toy car, and I'm in a car, so it's a lot. But yeah. So the 2006 performance, the Grammys, and like We Belong Together / Fly Like a Bird. That is,
Grammys? We don't know her.
listen. Well, we don't know the Grammys, but that is one of the reasons why it's the most important to me, because living through glitter, right? Like living through just all the it was the most difficult time as a lamb for me. Just fighting for my life all the time because everyone knew like how obsessed with her I've always been, right? So for the general public, right? So like give her a standing ovation to her singing about the Lord. You know what I mean? Like it was just, oh my God, like everything about, she literally like brought church to that place, and she brought all of them on their feet. All these people who have been talking crap for years, who discounted her, dismissed her, whatever. She didn't even like, like the awards she got were like, off camera, whatever. Like, so it, and after being snubbed, like it was the perfect place and the perfect time and the perfect just moment, right? Like, so I feel like every time I watch it, like I don't know, I just feel filled with the Holy Spirit, honestly. Like it's just, she is just literally like from God, and I don't know, it's just, that to me is like the most important one. And also I'm answering this based off of the ones that make me the most emotional, I guess. The other two that I literally can't watch without getting emotional is the NBA Finals, like her first live performance, not like syndicated where like she performed it and then it like got aired later, but the actual like live. They had to announce her as Columbia Records Mariah Carey, right? Like not just Mariah Carey. Like she doesn't need that anymore. It doesn't matter. Like label, whatever, you know who she is. And just seeing that moment and seeing her and just the progression of how she blows everyone away. Like they start out kind of being like, huh, whatever, like not really paying attention, and she just demands it. You know what I mean? And like it's incredible. And then the fact that the guy was like, and the palace now has a queen, like he like prophesied. Sorry, I'm not trying to get emotional, but he literally like prophesized like her future and her place like on this earth and the impact that she would have for the rest of our lives and generations to come and everything. And I just, that moment is so special to me. So that one. And then when she's doing the tribute to Patti LaBelle, like I literally, when she is Somewhere Over the Rainbow, like I can't not bawl. Like, so yeah, those are my three. Thank you.
So I really liked whenever she did Divas Live and she did Stop in the Name of Love and Baby Love. Like that was
Yes. It's so amazing. And I love, oh my gosh, so the whole like what's up New York, and like the Mile going into the remix, like that was the first time that we witnessed it like that, and she'll do it like in concerts after that, but that was the first time that we really got to see it done that way, and it was just, it blew my mind. And also as a mixed girl, that performance was super powerful for me because her hair, right? Like her hair made me finally like be like, okay, maybe it's okay to like go outside with my wild and curly hair and be okay with it. You know what I mean?
I
Because before that,
love that hairstyle. It's
yeah,
very 80s like.
yeah, it's very 80s, but it's also very how our hair is, especially mine. And usually I don't go around with my hair curly. And today I'm wearing it out like that because I was like, whatever, Mariah, let's
Yeah, I
make it
wish I I
Christmas.
wish I could make my hair all curly.
Aw, I'm sure your hair looks amazing.
Check
Period.
this out. I can sound like Mariah from the glitter era. I think someone said that when I did an impression of her voice, it sounded like I was saying stuff from the glitter era. I'll
Really?
start it. Hi,
Oh my
darling.
god, hi Dakota! I just realized that was you. I was like, who is
Hi,
talking?
darling.
Hi. I'm so happy to finally speak with you in person. Sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what got me into Mariah was I was just sitting around and I seen a CD of my friend, and I saw right there peeking out a copy of Daydream. Never been the same since.
Yes, we
I
love
Amen to
love
that.
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 Yes, I love that. And if you don't mind me, we're gonna go to Divine Juicebox because I see he has his hand up.
Ah, okay. All right.
Thank you for letting me speak yet again. If I had to choose, like, to answer the question about the single choices, I think I would have to go with either "Stay Long, Love You" or the song "Caution" from the Caution album. I just feel like they would have been more marketable than what was selected, especially "Stay Long, Love You," since Gunna at the time, 2018, 2019 was really in the mainstream. Now he's in jail, but at the time he was in the public eye, so I think that could have been good commercially for her and introduce her to a lot of different people in the hip hop.
Okay, so yeah, single choice, "Stay Long, Love You," Gunna. Yeah, that was an interesting song on Caution. And then Anastasia, did everyone get a chance to speak for the single choices?
Yeah, I hope so. I want to pivot topics now. I guess I want to ask, like, have any of you guys had the opportunity to see her on tour? If so, like, which one was it? How was your experience? Yeah, what do you want to say, Michaela?
I was actually just gonna ask if anyone has seen Caution, Charm Bracelet, and Rainbow. Has anyone seen? Like, I want to know.
Oh, the tours?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's a great question. I have never seen Mariah, unfortunately, live in concert, so I cannot, speak for that. Of course, unless we can somehow get me to go see Mariah for Lovers and Friends. I'll see Manifest. Everyone, let's sit around a quick manifestation circle that I go see her this May in Vegas, and that I get taken off the wait list. Please pray for me.
Yes. Period. And then also,
Thank
Frank,
you.
can you like tell us about what it was like to meet her? Because clearly y'all are best friends and cousins. Because that's 2 whole pictures with her.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. Well, okay. So, like, my first interaction with Mariah was whenever she called me. I don't know if you lambs in the land watched the video, but she posted a video some years back of her calling me. So that was cool. Her and JD were in the studio. I believe this was during E equals MC squared era. And so that was like my first interaction with Mariah. I never thought that I would, other than like, DMs here and there, back when she was heavily using Twitter. Other than that, like I never thought I'd meet Mariah. I never thought I'd see Mariah, you know. Um, but yeah, talking to her was amazing. I did not sleep that night, that very first night when she called, her and JD. And I think Rachel had a lot to do with that because me and Ray Ray would kind of talk, um, just like sidebars and stuff on Twitter and whatnot. So I miss Ray a lot. Somebody's playing some music, but yeah. So meeting Mariah, the second time, like when I met her in person, I got to meet her in Dallas, and it was funny because there was a group of 4 of us, and as she was walking through a lobby, we were like, Mariah, Mariah, and she would not turn around. She would not turn around. It wasn't until I yelled out, I was like, Mariah, it's the Lambily. She turned around, and we spoke with her for a few minutes and then got a photo. But probably my favorite time that I got to meet her was in Vegas, and that one, I had to make memorable because I kind of learned from from meeting her in Dallas, where you just you take your time and you talk to her and stuff like that. So to let her know that I was a true lamb, I had to bring out one of the songs that well, I mean, of course, you guys know, but most people probably don't know. So as I was walking up to her, I was like, "But I'm scared and I'm nervous." And then she ended up singing the rest of the part to me a cappella, which was absolutely amazing to hear Mariah Carey sing to you, just to you. So that was great. But yeah, no, I
I'm
mean,
glad.
she was very, very, very nice. We talked about things that unfortunately didn't happen, like whenever she was with Stella, and that's whenever she was kind of doing Elizabeth Arden perfumes or whatever. She was supposed to have a new fragrance come out that never did. That apparently she was wearing that night, and things things of that nature. So
Did he say
yeah,
anything
no, it's been
about
great.
glitter or charm bracelet or us getting charm bracelet merch?
No, I didn't ask about any of the merch stuff at all. So
Yeah, thank you so much for telling us your story, Frankie. Like, we really appreciate it, and I'm so glad you got to meet Mariah the times that you did and go see her. Like, this is I'm glad, like, every like story that Lambs have told us about meeting Mariah. Like, she's just like the coolest, kindest, and just like funniest person ever. Like, we also know that about her, but when you meet her and you get to see that, it's like, wow. Like,
I gotta say real quick though that she did break my heart just a little bit,
oh really?
but it's nothing really bad. So
Okay.
like whenever I was a kid, like several years ago, "Someday" was my favorite Mariah Carey song. So because my mom had like the cassette single and whatnot, so I would play it constantly. Anyway, so I loved "Someday." So when I met her in person the very first time, I was like, "Someday," the "Someday" single, it's my favorite. And she's like, or I was like, something about the "Someday" single, and she was like, "Oh, my favorite." And I was like so excited. I was like, "Really?" And she's like, "No." So
Wait.
apparently she doesn't like "Someday," you guys.
Oh, I'm glad you said it. But so did you ask her to sign anything, or were you like, girl, it's 2020 something. Let me just get this selfie and move.
No, I did get an autograph that night. So it was so I have this plaque. I don't know that I've ever posted it, but I have so it's really cool. A friend of mine used to work for a CD, DVD and book distribution company. So, back in the day, they would send them plaques, I guess, of things that they helped, sell. Um so yeah, I have this it's the, original Mariah Carey picture from the original album, and it has a couple, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 CDs with the original CD in the center, and then it just says, this has been presented because it's sold more than 5 million copies and whatever. So yeah, my friend actually won this plaque for me, and I was able to get it signed. It's not the best signature because I was like trying to hold it while she was trying to sign it and whatnot. But yeah, so I did get I got that signed. I got something signed in Vegas, even though they told us not to. But I did. So I broke the rules there. But yeah.
Yeah, so the rest of you guys who got your hands raised, are you raising it to talk about when you met Mariah, or are you raising it to talk about the question about seeing her live before? Because I'm confused.
I can talk about either. Damn.
Yeah,
They
I guess
flexing
we
on
can
that.
just yeah, let's just do the live question, and then we'll ask the if you've met her question first, because I asked that one first. So anyone who's seen Mariah live first, we can do that. So Glitter was just talking, so you can do that first, and then we'll move on to RJ.
Okay. So I have to run in and pick up my Mariah cake in a second, so I'll be really fast. But yeah, so my 3 concerts that I saw of her was The Adventures of Mimi, and then the All the Hits tour, Front Row, and then Caution. So almost right before the pandemic, and now I'm gonna see her in May in Vegas. So if you're going, please let me know so we can meet up. Some of us are gonna do like a karaoke night the day before. Yes, Michelle, right? We're still doing this. Yes, she's hearting, so that's a yes. Um, so I can't wait to see y'all. I'm so excited. That venue is pretty cool because I went there for the When We Were Young festival, literally last year. So I went from never being in Vegas to going to Vegas twice in a row. But I'm super excited, and she's phenomenal, and the mic is always hot, and I will fight anyone who says otherwise. Yeah. saw her front row. So come at me if you want to. And that's all. I'm going to go get her cake now.
Anastasia and
Yes, we
Jay,
love that.
I was wondering, like, I'm not trying to intrude, but I was wondering, for those of y'all that have y'all hand up, do y'all mind telling us how much y'all tickets were? If it's not our business, that's fine, but I'm just curious because I want to see Mariah, and I'm just curious to see, like, how much did y'all pay?
Okay.
Well, I mean, I saw her twice. I saw her, well, both times were last year. I want to see her, in 2014, but I was 12, so it didn't really work out. But last year I saw her at Global Citizens at Central Park. I won the tickets, but then I didn't know that it was only 2 tickets, and I invited my parents. So then I had to buy a ticket, and that was like $200. And then I saw her at the first date at Madison Square Garden for Christmas concerts. That was a little over like 150, I think, for like one of the, I think I was like in the area where she said I see you up there in 1995. So, it wasn't too bad for expenses.
All right, we'll have RJ go next.
Hey, so okay, I mean it's hard to really answer like how much it's cost, at least for me, because like I've started seeing Mariah like in the Rainbow era up till now, but I guess prices change and everything. So now for a decent ticket, it's probably at least 200, something like that. I would say. Um, but yeah, I've been blessed enough to see Mariah many a times. Being from New York, from Global Citizens recently, and the Christmas concert. I was at the Homecoming special in the Rainbow era and got like a behind the scenes. So I feel like that's a treasured moment because nobody else was kind of there, and I was watching her do like kind of double takes of the Heartbreaker dance, which was pretty cool. Like something to treasure for me. And my favorite tour, I love that she came here to Jones Beach, back to her hometown on Long Island for the Mimi era. So that was a special moment for me. And my favorite tours, though, are going to be like the Charm Bracelet date at Radio City because just the whole set, the design of that tour, the outfits, the vocals, everything was just amazing, as she always is. But definitely, I love that tour. And then the Caution tour because, like, that set list that she gave us with the glitter songs and even doing Anytime You Need a Friend. So many great songs she threw in that set list. So, yeah.
Yes, we love that for you, RJ. I'm glad you've had the opportunity to see her live multiple times and such. It's really cool. Next up, we'll do Betty. I think you've had your hand raised for a while.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can hear
Oh,
you.
hi everybody. Hi Octavia. Hi Anastasia.
Hi.
Hi Jay.
Hi, Betty.
Okay, well, you guys are talking about the live shows. I started with the Rainbow Tour. I went to the Charm Bracelet Tour. I went to the Mimi Tour. I missed the Angels Advocate because I had 2 babies. And Um, and then started again when she started again with all the hits and the Infinity and to number 1 to Infinity and then the Butterfly Returns. I've been traveling. She's only been to my town twice, and I missed one of the times she came to my town. So that's sad, just because of the babies, but my babies. And yeah, so those are the tours and that I've been to. Rainbow Tour, I had to drive to Toronto. I'm from Montreal, Canada.
Is that the farthest
So
you've
Wow.
traveled to see Mariah?
I guess would be I've been to Las Vegas many, many times just to see her, and then I've been to New York. I haven't gone to Europe yet, and I guess that would be the next thing. I almost went to Japan at one point, but then she announced the Las Vegas shows, and I'm like, okay, forget Japan, that's too far. So yeah, and the tickets. Oh well. I mean, like, it depends what you want to, how much you want to pay. It can be real expensive. The meet and greets keep going up every time in price. So, I mean, like, if you can afford it, do it as soon as possible because it's just going to keep going up if she ever does it again. That's all I can say. And I was told that by other people who've done it before I did. And I'm glad I listened to them and did it.
All right, thanks so much for sharing your experience with us. I think we'll do Octavia next, and then we'll do Chase.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Betty. Love you.
Love.
My first concert experience with Mariah, I went with my big sister Kim, and she surprised me with tickets to the concert with Lionel Richie, and I screamed my head off just like I did today. Like I did not sleep until the concert. I could not sleep thinking about it. You know, thinking about me going to see her for the first time and me just screaming my head off and people just looking at me. No. But it wasn't a lot of lambs at the concert where I was, and I was hoping for that moment, to take a picture and stuff like that. But one day I will see her more often. Hopefully, when she go back on tour, I'm gonna have to meet all you guys. I want to meet all you guys and want to have moments and pictures with Mariah as well. And I also want to meet my brother and sister, the host. So hopefully she do go back on tour. Hopefully, we're praying. And by the way, I did annoy my sister when I was screaming.
Love to hear your experience, of course, Octavia. I think that Chase is next, and then we'll do John.
Hey, I was actually going through some stuff, and it's kind of amazing. I just found my ticket. And I'll post it to Twitter as soon as I can upload it. But I've only seen Mariah once. I fell in love with her in college, and then I spent most of my adulthood working in other countries. Been over 30, but I was able to see her front row in Korea. It was the Interpart concert during Mia and Mariah, the Elusive Chanteuse, and I got to say it was incredible. I was with my best friend from college and a close friend from Korea. Thank God I had him because everything was in Korean to try to get the tickets when she, announced she was coming to Korea. So we were able to get front row, and it was a blast. We were the only ones dancing because in Korea, like it's a very typically in concerts there, you like sit down. But I just couldn't. My friends and I, it was Mariah, we were up and dancing and screaming and singing, and she kept noticing us and smiling at us and like waving at us. So, and it was life-changing experience. And she also sang Breakdown, my favorite song. It's really hard to find recordings of her singing that live. I wish I still had it. My phone died when I went to Thailand after, so I lost that, but I still have the memory, and I'm going to post a ticket in a minute. But yeah, I was lucky to see her abroad. I think the tickets are cheaper. I think it was to see her front row was about $200. So life changing, totally worth every single penny. And I want to see her again for sure, as many times as possible. Thanks for letting me speak, Anastasia.
Of course, of course. I realized I forgot to answer the question. I have not been able to see Mariah live, but I didn't get into her until the end of 2020. So I hope that one day I will be able to do so, but unfortunately I've not had the opportunity yet. So next up's gonna be John.
Hey, so I was actually lucky enough to see Mariah 4 times. The first time I saw her was in New York City. I won tickets through MTV to go to the VH1 Save the Music, where she sang with John Legend and It's Like That, and kind of started the whole Emancipation era. So that was really awesome. I saw the Adventures of Mimi tour in Philadelphia. So the first show was free. The second one, I was in like fifth row, and I paid about $300 for that seat. My next show was All the Hits tour in Seattle, and I was front row. I truly don't remember how much I paid. I know it wasn't cheap. But yeah, I saw her front row and for that in Seattle, and then I saw the Caution tour in my hometown in Pittsburgh, and I was like probably like 15th, 16th row, and that was around like $200 as well.
All right, so I think Butterfly UK is going to be next.
Hi, Lamb. My first concert was the Daydream. That was in London. I can't really remember how much it was, and then I remember the oh, I can't remember what one it was now, but it was only about £52, and I think I was like third row. But obviously, like it got dearer, like £300. But it's yeah. You'll get to see her. I know you will, Lamb.
All right, so that's going to be it for the first half of the space before Mariah came on. Like I said, if you guys are interested in seeing just the part where Mariah came on, I uploaded that as a separate video as soon as possible because I knew a lot of people would be interested in that, obviously. But I just wanted to give a few thank yous. So obviously, thank you so much to everyone who came on the space and contributed. I deeply, deeply appreciate that. I rotated speakers all the way throughout because I knew a lot of different people were going to talk. There's some people who had messaged me that were like, I would love to, talk on this. Can I do it? I was like, absolutely. So that's why I rotated people all the way throughout to try to give as many people the opportunity to talk as I possibly could. And there was like a limited number of speakers. It was only like 10. So I really tried to, rotate out as much as I could. So thanks so much to everybody who showed up. Thank you so much to Jay and Octavia for co-hosting this with me. I really appreciate their input and all that so much. Great people. Thanks to Jake for his help getting Mariah on. I deeply, deeply appreciate that, of course. Also wanted to say thank you to all of my mutuals who have been promoting this, retweeting it, making their own tweets, and, talking about it in real life. There's just too many of them to thank. So thank you so much to everybody who, put this out there and stuff, because you don't get this many people coming in this kind of engagement without, other people rolling up the sleeves and doing the hard work and helping me promote this additionally. So I wanted to say just thank you so much. And there was a lot of people who, messaged me or commented on, my post. And they were like, I really enjoyed the space. I feel like it was very inclusive. So I'm glad for the most part that people had fun and that we got to celebrate Mariah. Of course, that was always the goal. And so, yeah, like I said, this is just the part before Mariah came on. And so there is a second half of this. It's like 11 hours. And she said that she might come back on. Unfortunately, she didn't. But again, I'm so thankful that she even came in the first place. Like, that's still blowing my mind, obviously. And so, yeah, like the second part was like 11 hours. That's on my Twitter, though. It was like more informal and it was kind of general conversation. So if you want to hear the second half of it, go follow my Twitter. It's at the Anastasia25 and you can go listen to it on there. And you can just search up like the thread that I have. It's called Spaces I Hosted or something like that. And you can listen to the entire thing there. And yeah, I just thought it'd be better to have this part because it was more structured and stuff like that. Like I said, the second part wasn't formal. It's already going to take me a lot to upload this because it's over 6 hours and the 17-hour video is just number one, insane, and two, it's going to take forever to upload as well. So that's why I just decided to upload the first half of this today, of course. But yeah, thank you so much to everyone who came and who helped me out. I cannot tell you guys how much I appreciate you, of course. And yeah, I'm just happy with how the space ended up. And that's basically all I have to say in regards to that. But that's going to be it. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you enjoyed it, give it a like down below. It helps me out on the YouTube algorithm. I very much appreciate it. You guys can also subscribe right down below if you want to see more videos like this. If you hit the bell, you get notifications to your phone when I post. You're not missing brand new videos come out. I'm also going to have my second channel be the first link down below in the description. Subscribe if you want to see more from me on there. First link down below is going to be my Twitter. So if you missed this space and you're like, dang, I hope there's more opportunities for me. Of course there is. I do at least one recorded space a month on my profile. And anybody's welcome to join. And if you want to be a speaker, just hit the request button. I'll throw you on, and it's something that I love to do, and I tend to upload them afterwards on my YouTube channel if you missed them, so no worries. But yes, you guys can follow me on Twitter for that. And then I also do speak in spaces, so if you hit the search bar and you just search up like spaces I've spoken in, then you can listen to those as well. And my mutual Michaela tends to host those, and she's going to be uploading those onto her YouTube channel as well. So, you know, once the ones I was in get uploaded, I'll make a separate playlist on my channel, and, you know, I'll have that and I'll link it down below so you guys can check that out. So I'm very excited for that, of course. And also, I just remembered, shout out to her, because she's the one who made me comfortable to speak in spaces in the first place. So huge shout out to her, of course. And yeah, I'm also going to have my Instagram, my Spotify, my TikTok if you guys would like to follow me, of course, as well as link to stream Mariah's music if you're interested, and lastly, links to educate you guys on important situations. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.